Chapter 1 of A Small Boy and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 1. In an attempt to place together some particulars of the early life of William James, and present him in his setting, his immediate native and domestic air, so that any future gathered memorials of him might become the more intelligible and interesting, I found one of the consequences of my interrogation of the past asserted itself a great deal at the expense of some of the others. For it was to memory in the first place that my main appeal for particulars had to be made. I had been too near a witness of my brother's beginnings of life, and too close a participant by affection, admiration, and sympathy, in whatever touched and moved him, not to feel myself in possession even of a greater quantity of significant truth, a larger handful of the fine substance of history, than I could hope to express or apply. To recover anything like the full treasure of scattered, wasted circumstance was at the same time to live over the spent experience itself, so deep and rich and rare, with whatever sadder and sorer intensities, even with whatever poorer and thinner passages, after the manner of every one's experience. And the effect of this in turn was to find discrimination among the parts of my subject again and again difficult. So inseparably and beautifully they seemed to hang together, and the comprehensive case to decline mutilation or refuse to be treated otherwise than handsomely. This meant that aspects began to multiply and images to swarm, so far at least as they showed, to appreciation as true terms and happy values, and that I might positively and exceedingly rejoice in my relation to most of them, using it for all that, as the phrase is, it should be worth. To knock at the door of the past was in a word to see it open to me quite wide, to see the world within begin to compose, with a grace of its own, round the primary figure, see it people itself vividly and insistently. Such then is the circle of my commemoration, and so much these free and copious notes a labour of love and loyalty. We were, to my sense, the blest group of us, such a company of characters and such a picture of differences, and withal so fused and united and interlocked, that each of us to that fond fancy pleads for preservation, and that in respect to what I speak of myself as possessing, I think I shall be ashamed, as of a cold impiety, to find any element altogether negligible. To which I may add perhaps that I struggle under the drawback, innate and inbred, of seeing the whole content of memory and affection in each enacted and recovered moment, as who should say, in the vivid image and the very scene, the light of the only terms in which life has treated the experience. And I cherish the moment, and evoke the image and repaint the scene, though meanwhile indeed scarce able to convey how prevailingly, and almost exclusively, during years and years, the field was animated and the adventure conditioned for me by my brother's nearness and that play of genius in him of which I had never had a doubt from the first. The first, then. Since I retrace our steps to the start, for the pleasure, strangely mixed though it be, of feeling our small feet plant themselves afresh and artlessly stumble forward again. The first began long ago, far off, and yet glimmers at me there, as out of a thin golden haze, with all the charm, for imagination and memory, of pressing pursuit rewarded, of distinctness in the dimness, of the flush of life in the grey, of the wonder of consciousness in everything having naturally been all the while but the abject little matter of course. Partly doubtless as the effect of a life, now getting to be a tolerably long one, spent in the older world, I see the world of our childhood as very young indeed, young with its own juvenility as well as with ours, as if it wore the few and light garments and had gathered in but the scant properties and breakable toys of the tenderest age, or were at the most a very unformed young person, even a boisterous hobbledehoy. It exhaled at any rate a simple freshness, and I catch its pure breath at our infantile Albany as the very air of long summer afternoons, occasions tasting of ample leisure, still bookless, yet beginning to be bedless or cribless, tasting of accessible garden peaches in a liberal backward territory that was still almost part of a country town, tasting of many-sized uncles, aunts, cousins, of strange legendary domestics, inveterately but archaically Irish, and whose familiar remarks and criticism of life were handed down, as well as of dim family ramifications and local allusions, mystifications always, that flowered into anecdote as into small hard plums, tasting above all of a big much shaded savoury house in which a softly sighing widowed grandmother, Catherine Barber by birth, whose attitude was a resigned consciousness of complications and accretions, dispensed an hospitality seemingly as joyless as it was certainly boundless. What she liked, dear gentle lady of many cares and anxieties, was the fiction of the day, the novels, at that time promptly pirated, of Mrs. Trollope and Mrs. Gore, of Mrs. Marsh, Mrs. Hubbock and the Mrs. Kavanagh and Aguilar, whose very names are forgotten now, but which used to drive her away to quiet corners whence her figure comes back to me bent forward on a table with the book held out at a distance and a tall single candle placed, apparently not at all to her discomfort, in that age of sparer and braver habits, straight between the page and her eyes. There is a very animated allusion to one or two of her aspects in the fragment of A Spiritual Autobiography, the reminiscences of a so-called Stephen Dewhurst, printed by W.J. 1885, in The Literary Remains of Henry James, a reference which has the interest of being very nearly as characteristic of my father himself, which his references in almost any connection were wont to be, as of the person or the occasion evoked. I had reached my 16th year when she died, and as my only remembered grandparent she touches the chord of attachment to a particular vibration. She represented for us in our generation the only English blood, that of both her own parents, flowing in her veins. I confess that out of that association, for reasons and reasons, I feel her image most beneficently bend. We were, as to three parts, of two other stocks, and I recall how from far back I reflected, for I see I must have been always reflecting, that, mixed as such a mixture, our Scotch with our Irish might be, it still had a grace to borrow from the third infusion or dimension. If I could freely have chosen, moreover, it was precisely from my father's mother that, fond votary of the finest faith in the vivifying and characterising force of mothers, I should have wished to borrow it, even while conscious that Catherine Barber's own people had drawn breath in American air for at least two generations before her. Our father's father, William James, an Irishman and Protestant born, of County Cavan, had come to America, a very young man and then sole of his family, shortly after the Revolutionary War. My father, the second son of the third of the marriages to which the country of his adoption was liberally to help him, had been born in Albany in 1811. Our maternal great grandfather on the father's side, Hugh Walsh, had reached our shores from a like Irish home, Killyleagh, County Down, somewhat earlier, in 1764, he being then 19. He had settled at Newburgh on the Hudson, half way to Albany, where some of his descendants till lately lingered. Our maternal great grandfather on the mother's side, that is our mother's mother's father, Alexander Robertson of Polmont, near Edinburgh, had likewise crossed the sea in the mid century and prospered in New York, very much as Hugh Walsh was prospering and William James was still more markedly to prosper further up the Hudson. As unanimous and fortunate beholders of the course of which admirable stream I like to think of them. I find Alexander Robertson inscribed in a wee New York directory of the close of the century as merchant, and our childhood in that city was passed, as to some of its aspects, in a sense of the afterglow, reduced and circumscribed, it is true, but by no means wholly inanimate, of his shining solidity. The sweet taste of Albany probably lurked most in its being our admired antithesis to New York. It was a holiday, whereas New York was home; at least that presently came to be the relation, for my very, very first fleeting vision, I apprehend, Albany itself must have been the scene exhibited. Our parents had gone there for a year or two to be near our grandmother on their return from their first, that is our mother's first, visit to Europe, which had quite immediately followed my birth, which appears to have lasted some year and a half, and of which I shall have another word to say. The Albany experiment would have been their first founded housekeeping, since I make them out to have betaken themselves for the winter following their marriage to the ancient Astor House, not indeed at that time ancient, but the great and appointed modern hotel of New York, the only one of such pretensions, and which somehow continued to project its massive image, that of a great square block of granite with vast dark warm interiors, across some of the later and more sensitive stages of my infancy. Clearly, or I should perhaps rather say dimly, recourse to that hospitality was again occasionally had by our parents, who had originally had it to such a happy end that on January 9th, 1842, my elder brother had come into the world there. It remained a tradition with him that our father's friend from an early time, R. W. Emerson, then happening to be in New York and under that convenient roof, was proudly and pressingly taken upstairs to admire and give his blessing to the lately born babe who was to become the second American William James. The blessing was to be renewed, I may mention, in the sense that among the impressions of the next early years I easily distinguish that of the great and urbane Emerson's occasional presence in 14th Street, a centre of many images, where the parental tent was before long to pitch itself and rest awhile. I am interested for the moment, however, in identifying the scene of our very first perceptions of my very own at least, which I can here best speak for. One of these, and probably the promptest in order, was that of my brother's occupying a place in the world to which I couldn't at all aspire, to any approach to which in truth I seem to myself ever conscious of having signally forfeited a title. It glimmers back to me that I quite definitely and resignedly thought of him as in the most exemplary manner already beforehand with me, already seated at his task when the attempt to drag me crying and kicking to the first hour of my education failed on the threshold of the Dutch house in Albany after the fashion I have glanced at in a collection of other pages than these. Just as I remember to have once borrowed a hint from our grandmother's interior in a work of imagination. That failure of my powers, or that indifference to them, my retreat shrieking from the Dutch house, was to leave him once for all already there an embodied demonstration of the possible. Already wherever it might have been that there was a question of my arriving, when arriving at all, belatedly and ruefully. As if he had gained such an advance of me in his 16 months' experience of the world before mine began that I never for all the time of childhood and youth in the least caught up with or overtook him. He was always round the corner and out of sight, coming back into view but at his hours of extremest ease. We were never in the same schoolroom, in the same game, scarce even in step together or in the same phase at the same time. When our phases overlapped, that is, it was only for a moment. He was clean out before I had got well in. How far he had really at any moment dashed forward it is not for me now to attempt to say. What comes to me is that I at least hung inveterately and woefully back, and that this relation alike to our interests and to each other seemed proper and pre-appointed. I lose myself in wonder at the loose ways, the strange process of waste through which nature and fortune may deal on occasion with those whose faculty for application is all and only in their imagination and their sensibility. There may be during those bewildered and brooding years so little for them to "show" that I liken the individual dunce, as he so often must appear, to some commercial traveller who has lost the key to his packed case of samples and can but pass for a fool while other exhibitions go forward. I achieve with a dim remembrance of my final submission, though it is the faintest ghost of an impression and consists but of the bright blur of a dame's schoolroom, a mere medium for small piping shuffling sound and suffered heat, as well as for the wistfulness produced by glimmering squares that were fitfully screened, though not to any revival of cheer, by a huge, swaying, yet dominant object. This dominant object, the shepherdess of the flock, was Miss Behu or Behu. I recover but the alien sound of her name, which memory caresses only because she may have been of like race with her temple of learning, which faced my grandmother's house in North Pearl Street and really justified its exotic claim by its yellow archaic gable end. I think of the same as of brick baked in the land of dykes and making a series of small steps from the base of the gable to the point. These images are subject, I confess, to a soft confusion, which is somehow consecrated none the less, and out of which, with its shade of contributory truth, some sort of scene insists on glancing. The very flush of the uneven bricks of the pavement lives in it, the very smell of the street cobbles, the imputed grace of the arching umbrage. I see it all as from under trees. The form of Steuben Street, which crossed our view, as steep even to the very essence of adventure, with a summit, and still more with a nethermost and riskiest incline very far away. There lives in it the aspect of the other house, the other and much smaller than my grandmother's, conveniently near it and within sight, which was pinkish red picked out with white, whereas my grandmother's was greyish brown and very grave, and which must have stood back a little from the street, as I seem even now to swing, or at least to perch, on a relaxed gate of approach which was so conceived to work by an iron chain weighted with a big ball. All under a spreading tree again, and with the high, oh so high white stone steps mustn't they have been marble? And the fan-lighted door of the pinkish red front behind me. I lose myself in ravishment before the marble and the pink. There were other houses too, one of them the occasion of the first paid visit that struggles with my twilight of social consciousness. A call with my father, conveying me presumably for fond exhibition, since if my powers were not exhibitional my appearance and my long fair curls, of which I distinctly remember the lachrymose sacrifice, superstitiously were. On one of our aunts, the youngest of his three sisters, lately married and who, predestined to an early death, hovers there for me, softly spectral, in the long light front ringlets, the fashion of the time and the capital sign of all our paternal aunts seemingly. With the remembered enhancement of her living in Elk Street, the name itself vaguely portentous, as though beasts of the forest not yet wholly exorcised, and more or less under the high brow of that capital which, as aloft somewhere and beneath the thickest shades of all, loomed, familiar yet impressive, at the end of almost any Albany vista of reference. I have seen other capitals since, but the whole majesty of the matter must have been distilled into my mind, even though the connection was indirect and the concrete image, that of the primitive structure, long since pretentiously and insecurely superseded; so that, later on, the impression was to find itself, as the phrase is, discounted. Had it not moreover been reinforced at the time, for that particular Capitoline hour, by the fact that our uncle, our aunt's husband, was a son of Mr. Martin Van Buren, and that he was the President? This at least led the imagination on, or leads in any case my present imagination of that one, ministering to what I have called the soft confusion. The confusion clears, however, though the softness remains, when, ceasing to press too far backward, I meet the ampler light of conscious and educated little returns to the place; for the education of New York, enjoyed up to my 12th year, failed to blight its romantic appeal. The images I really distinguish flush through the maturer medium, but with the sense of them only the more wondrous. The other house, the house of my parents' limited early sojourn, becomes that of those of our cousins, numerous at that time, who preeminently figured for us. The various brood presided over by my father's second sister, Catherine James, who had married at a very early age Captain Robert Temple, U.S.A. Both these parents were to die young, and their children, 6 in number, the 2 eldest boys, were very markedly to people our preliminary scene; this being true in particular of 3 of them, the sharply differing brothers and the second sister, Mary Temple, radiant and rare, extinguished in her first youth, but after having made an impression on many persons, and on ourselves not least, which was to become in the harmonious circle, for all time, the matter of sacred legend and reference, of associated piety. Those and others with them were the numerous dawnings on which in many cases the deepening and final darknesses were so soon to follow. Our father's family was to offer such a chronicle of early deaths, arrested careers, broken promises, orphaned children. It sounds cold-blooded, but part of the charm of our grandmother's house for us, or I should perhaps but speak for myself, was in its being so much and so sociably a nurseried and playroomed orphanage. The children of her lost daughters and daughters-in-law overflowed there, mainly as girls, on whom the surviving sons-in-law and sons occasionally and most trustingly looked in. Parentally bereft cousins were somehow more thrilling than parentally provided ones, and most thrilling when, in the odd fashion of that time, they were sent to school in New York as a preliminary to their being sent to school in Europe. They spent scraps of holidays with us in 14th Street, and I think my first childish conception of the enviable lot, formed amid these associations, was to be so little fathered or mothered, so little sunk on the short range, that the romance of life seemed to lie in some constant improvisation, by vague over-hovering authorities, of new situations and horizons. We were intensely domesticated, yet for the very reason perhaps that we felt our young bonds easy; and they were so easy compared to our small plights of which we had stray glimpses that my first assured conception of true richness was that we should be sent separately off among cold or even cruel aliens in order to be there thrillingly homesick. Homesickness was a luxury I remember craving from the tenderest age, a luxury of which I was unnaturally, or at least prosaically, deprived. Our motherless cousin Augustus Barker came up from Albany to the Institution Charlier unless it was, as I suspect, a still earlier specimen, with a name that fades from me, of that type of French establishment for boys which then and for years after so incongruously flourished in New York; and though he professed a complete satisfaction with pleasures tasted in our innocent society, I feel that he was engaged in a brave and strenuous adventure while we but hugged the comparatively safe shore. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 2. We were day boys, William and I, at dispensaries of learning the number and succession of which to-day excite my wonder. We couldn't have changed oftener, it strikes me, as I look back, if our presence had been inveterately objected to, and yet I enjoy an inward certainty that, my brother being vividly bright and I quite blankly innocuous, this reproach was never brought home to our house. It was an humiliation to me at first, small boys though we were, that our instructors kept being instructresses, and thereby a grave reflection both on our attainments and our spirit. A bevy of these educative ladies passes before me. I still possess their names, as for instance that of Mrs. Daly and that of Miss Rogers, previously of the Chelsea Female Institute, though at this moment of Sixth Avenue, this latter, whose benches indeed my brother didn't haunt, but who handled us literally with gloves. I still see the elegant objects, as Miss Rogers beat time with a long black ferule to some species of droning chant or chorus in which we spent most of our hours; just as I see her very tall and straight and spare, in a light blue dress, her firm face framed in long black glossy ringlets and the stamp of the Chelsea Female Institute all over her. Mrs. Daly, clearly the immediate successor to the nebulous Miss Bayeux, remains quite substantial, perhaps because the sphere of her small influence has succeeded in not passing away up to this present writing, so that in certain notes on New York published a few years since I was moved to refer to it with emotion as one of the small red houses on the south side of Waverley Place that really carry the imagination back to a vanished social order. They carry mine to a stout red-faced lady with grey hair and a large apron, the latter convenience somehow suggesting, as she stood about with a resolute air, that she viewed her little pupils as so many small slices cut from the loaf of life and on which she was to dab the butter of arithmetic and spelling, accompanied by way of jam with a light application of the practice of prize-giving. I recall an occasion, indeed, I must in justice mention, when the jam really was thick. My only memory of a school feast, strange to say, throughout our young annals. Something uncanny in the air of the schoolroom at the unwonted evening or late afternoon hour, and tables that seemed to me prodigiously long and on which the edibles were chunky and sticky. The stout red-faced lady must have been Irish, as the name she bore imported; or do I think so but from the indescribably Irish look of her revisited house? It refers itself at any rate to a New York age in which a little more or a little less of the colour was scarce noticeable in the general flush. Of pure unimported strain, however, were Miss Sedgwick and Mrs. Wright, Lavinia D., the next figures in the procession the procession that was to wind up indeed with two foreign recruits, small brown snappy Mademoiselle de Lavigne, who plied us with the French tongue at home and who had been introduced to us as the niece, or could it have been the grandniece, of the celebrated Casimir, and a large Russian lady in an extraordinarily short cape I like to recall the fashion of short capes of the same stuff as her dress, and Merovingian side braids that seemed to require the royal crown of Frédégonde or Bruneo to complete their effect. This final and aggravational representative of the compromising sex looms to my mind's eye, I should add, but as the creature of an hour, in spite of her having been domiciled with us, whereas I think of Mademoiselle de Lavigne as flitting in and out on quick, fine, more or less cloth-shod feet of exemplary neatness. The flat-soled feet of Louis Philippe and of the female figures in those volumes of Gavarni, then actual, then contemporaneous, which were kept in a piece of furniture that stood between the front parlour windows in 14th Street, together with a set of Béranger enriched by steel engravings, to the rich imagery of which I so wonderingly responded that all other art of illustration, ever since, has been for me comparatively weak and cold. These volumes, and the tall entrancing folios of Nash's lithographed Mansions of England in the Olden Time, formed a store lending itself particularly to distribution on the drawing-room carpet, with concomitant pleasure to the same surface of the small student's stomach and relieving agitation of his backward heels. I make out that it had decidedly been given to Mademoiselle de Lavigne to represent to my first perception personal France. She was, besides not being at all pink or shy, oval and fluent and mistress somehow of the step of levity that involved a whisk of her short skirts. There she was, to the life, on the page of Gavarni, attesting its reality, and there again did that page in return, I speak not of course of the unplumbed depths of the appended text, attest her own felicity. I was later on to feel, that is I was to learn, how many impressions and appearances, how large a sense of things, her type and tone prefigured. The evanescence of the large Russian lady, whom I think of as rather rank, I can't express it otherwise, may have been owing in some question of the purity of her accent in French. It was one of her attributes and her grounds of appeal to us that she had come straight from Siberia, and it is distinct to me that the purity was challenged by a friend of the house, and without, pathetically enough, provoking the only answer, the plea that the missing Atticism would have been wasted on young barbarians. The Siberian note, on our inmate's part, may perhaps have been the least of her incongruities. She was above all too big for a little job, towered over us doubtless too heroically, and her proportions hover but to lose themselves, with the successors to her function awaiting us a little longer. Meanwhile, to revert an instant, if the depressed consciousness of our still more or less quailing, educationally, beneath the female eye, and there was as well the deeper depth, there was the degrading fact that with us literally consorted and contended girls, that we sat and strove, even though we drew the line at playing with them and at knowing them, when not of the swarming cousinship, at home. If that felt awkwardness didn't exactly coincide with the ironic effect of Gussie's appearances, his emergence from rich mystery and his return to it, our state was but comparatively the braver. He always had so much more to tell us than we could possibly have to tell him. On reflection I see that the most completely rueful period couldn't after all have prolonged itself, since the female eye last bent on us would have been that of Lavinia D. Wright, to our connection with whom a small odd reminiscence attaches a date. A little schoolmate displayed to me with pride, while the connection lasted, a beautifully coloured, a positively iridescent and gilded card representing the first of all the "great exhibitions" of our age, the London Crystal Palace of 1851, his father having lately gone out to it and sent him the dazzling memento. In 1851 I was 8 years old and my brother scarce more than 9, in addition to which it is distinct to me in the first place that we were never faithful long, or for more than one winter, to the same studious scene, and in the second that among our instructors Mrs. Lavinia had no successor of her own sex, unless I count Mrs. Vredenburgh of New Brighton, where we spent the summer of 1854, when I had reached the age of 11 and found myself bewildered by recognition of the part that attendance at school was so meanly to play in the hitherto unclouded long vacation. This was true at least for myself and my next younger brother, Wilkie, who under the presumption now dawning of his community of pursuits with my own was from that moment, off and on, for a few years, my extremely easy yokefellow and playfellow. On William, charged with learning I thought of him inveterately from our younger time as charged with learning no such trick was played. He rested or roamed that summer on his accumulations, a fact which, as I was sure I saw these more and more richly accumulate, didn't in the least make me wonder. It comes back to me, in truth, that I had been prepared for anything by his having said to me toward the end of our time at Lavinia D's, and with characteristic authority his enjoyment of it coming from my character, I mean, quite as much as from his own, that the lady was a very able woman, as shown by the experiments upstairs. He was upstairs, of course, and I was down, and I scarce even knew what experiments were, beyond their indeed requiring capability. The region of their performance was William's natural sphere, though I recall that I had a sense of peeping into it, to a thrilled effect, on seeing our instructress illustrate the proper way to extinguish a candle. She firmly pressed the flame between her thumb and her two forefingers, and, on my remarking that I didn't see how she could do it, promptly replied that I of course couldn't do it myself, as he could, because I should be afraid. That reflection on my courage awakes another echo of the same scant season, since the test involved must have been that of our taking our way home through Fourth Avenue from some point uptown, and Mrs. Wright's situation in East 21st Street was such a point. The Hudson River Railroad was then in course of construction, or was being made to traverse the upper reaches of the city, through that part of which raged, to my young sense, a riot of explosion and a great shouting and waving of red flags when the gunpowder introduced into the rocky soil was about to take effect. It was our theory that our passage there, in the early afternoon, was beset with danger, and our impression that we saw fragments of rock hurtle through the air and smite to the earth another and yet another of the persons engaged or exposed. The point of honour, among several of us, was of course nobly to defy the danger, and I feel again the emotion with which I both hoped and feared that the red flags, lurid signals descried from afar, would enable or compel us to renew the feat. That I didn't for myself inveterately renew it I seem to infer from the memory of other preambulations of the period, as to which I am divided between their still present freshness and my sense of perhaps making too much of these tiny particles of history. My stronger rule, however, I confess, and the one by which I must here consistently be guided, is that, from the moment it is a question of projecting a picture, no particle that counts for memory or is appreciable to the spirit can be too tiny, and that experience, in the name of which one speaks, is all compact of them and shining with them. There was at any rate another way home, with other appeals, which consisted of getting straight along westward to Broadway, a sphere of a different order of fascination and bristling, as I seem to recall, with more vivid aspects, greater curiosities and wonderments. The curiosity was of course the country place, as I supposed it to be, on the northeast corner of 18th Street, if I am not mistaken. A big brown house in grounds peopled with animal life, which, little as its site may appear to know it to day, lingered on into considerably later years. I have but to close my eyes in order to open them inwardly again, while I lean against the tall brown iron rails and peer through, to a romantic view of browsing and pecking and parading creatures, not numerous, but all of distinguished appearance, 2 or 3 elegant little cows of refined form and colour, 2 or 3 nibbling fawns, and a larger company, above all, of peacocks and guinea fowl, with, doubtless, though as to this I am vague, some of the commoner ornaments of the barnyard. I recognise that the scene as I evoke it fails of grandeur, but it none the less had for me the note of greatness. All of which but shows, of course, what a very town bred small person I was, and was to remain. I see myself, moreover, as someone always alone in these and like New York flâneries and contemplations, and feel how the sense of my being so, being at any rate master of my short steps, such as they were, through all the beguiling streets, was probably the very savour of each of my chance feasts; which stirs in me at the same time some drop of wonder at the liberty of range and opportunity of adventure allowed to my tender age; though the puzzle may very well drop, after all, as I ruefully reflect that I couldn't have been judged at home reckless or adventurous. What I look back to as my infant licence can only have had for its ground some timely conviction on the part of my elders that the only form of riot or revel ever known to me would be that of the visiting mind. Wasn't I myself, for that matter, even at that time, all acutely and yet resignedly, even quite fatalistically, aware of what to think of this? I, at any rate, watch the small boy dawdle and gape again. I smell the cold dusty paint and iron as the rails of the 18th Street corner rub his contemplative nose, and feeling him foredoomed, withhold from him no grain of my sympathy. He is a convenient little image or warning of all that was to be for him, and he might well have been even happier than he was. For there was the very pattern and measure of all he was to demand, just to be somewhere, almost anywhere would do, and somehow receive an impression or an accession, feel a relation or a vibration. He was to go without many things, ever so many, as all persons do in whom contemplation takes so much the place of action; but everywhere, in the years that came soon after, and that in fact continued long in the streets of great towns, in New York still for some time and then for a while in London, in Paris, in Geneva, wherever it might be, he was to enjoy more than anything the so far from showy practice of wandering and dawdling and gaping. He was really, I think, much to profit by it. What it all appreciably gave him, that is, gave him in producible form, would be difficult to state, but it seems to him, as he even now thus indulges himself, an education like another; feeling, as he has come to do more and more, that no education avails for the intelligence that doesn't stir in it some subjective passion, and that on the other hand almost anything that does so act is largely educative, however small a figure the process might make in a scheme of training. Strange indeed, furthermore, are some of the things that have stirred a subjective passion stirred it, I mean, in young persons predisposed to a more or less fine inspired application. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 3. But I positively dawdle and gape here. I catch myself in the act. so that I take up the thread of fond reflection that guides me through that mystification of the summer school, which I referred to a little way back, at the time when the summer school as known in America to day was so deep in the bosom of the future. The seat of acquisition I speak of must have been contiguous to the house we occupied. I recall it as most intimately and objectionably near, and carried on in the interest of those parents from New York who, in villeggiatura under the queer conditions of those days, with the many modern mitigations of the gregarious lot still unrevealed, and the many refinements on the individual one still undeveloped, welcomed almost any influence that might help at all to form their children to civility. Yet I remember that particular influence as one more noisy and drowsy and dusty than anything else, as to which it must have partaken strongly of the general nature of New Brighton, a neighbourhood that no apt agency whatever had up to that time concerned itself to fashion, and that was indeed to remain shabbily shapeless for years; since I recall almost as dire an impression of it received in the summer of 1875. I seem more or less to have begun life, for that matter, with impressions of New Brighton. There comes back to me another considerably more infantile than that of 1854, so infantile indeed that I wonder at its having stuck, that of a place called the Pavilion, which must have been an hotel sheltering us for July and August, and the form of which to childish retrospect, unprejudiced by later experience, was that of a great Greek temple shining over blue waters in the splendour of a white colonnade and a great yellow pediment. The elegant image remained, though imprinted in a child so small as to be easily portable by a stout nurse, I remember, and not less easily duckable. I gasp again, and was long to gasp, with the sense of salt immersion received at her strong hands. Wonderful altogether in fact, I find as I write, the quantity, the intensity of picture recoverable from even the blankest and tenderest state of the little canvas. I connect somehow with the Pavilion period a visit paid with my father, who decidedly must have liked to take me about, I feel so rich in that general reminiscence, to a family whom we reached in what struck me as a quite lovely embowered place, on a very hot day, and among whom luxuries and eccentricities flourished together. They were numerous, the members of this family, they were beautiful, they partook of their meals, or were at the moment partaking of one, out of doors, and the then pre-eminent figure in the group was a very big Newfoundland dog on whose back I was put to ride. That must have been my first vision of the liberal life, though I further ask myself what my age could possibly have been when my weight was so fantastically far from hinting at later developments. But the romance of the hour was particularly in what I have called the eccentric note. The fact that the children, my entertainers, riveted my gaze to stockingless and shoeless legs and feet, conveying somehow at the same time that they were not poor and destitute, but rich and provided, just as I took their garden feast for a sign of overflowing food, and that their state as of children of nature was a refinement of freedom and grace. They were to become great and beautiful, the household of that glimmering vision; they were to figure historically, heroically, and serve great public ends. But always, to my remembering eyes and fond fancy, they were to move through life as with the bare white feet of that original preferred fairness and wildness. This is rank embroidery, but the old surface itself insists on spreading; it waits at least with an air of its own. The rest is silence. I can, extraordinary encumbrance even for the most doting of parents on a morning call, but have returned with my father to our hotel, since I feel that I must not only to this, but to a still further extent face the historic truth that we were for considerable periods during our earliest time, nothing less than hotel children. Between the far off and the later phases at New Brighton stretched a series of summers that had seen us all regularly installed for a couple of months at an establishment passing in the view of that simpler age for a vast caravanserai, the Hamilton House, on the South Long Island shore, so called from its nearness to the fort of that name, which had Fort Lafayette, the Bastille of the Civil War, out in the Channel before it, and which probably cast a stronger spell upon the spirit of our childhood, William's and mine at least, than any scene presented to us up to our reaching our teens. I find that I draw from the singularly unobliterated memory of the particulars of all that experience the power quite to glory in our shame. Of so entrancing an interest did I feel it at the time to be an hotel child, and so little would I have exchanged any lot with that of any small person more privately bred. We were private enough in all conscience, I think I must have felt, the rest of the year, and at what age mustn't I quite have succumbed to the charm of the world seen in a larger way? For there, incomparably, was the chance to dawdle and gape. There were human appearances in endless variety, and on the exhibition stage of a piazza that my gape measured almost as by miles. It was even as if I had become positively conscious that the social scene so peopled would pretty well always say more to me than anything else. What it did say I of course but scantly understood, but I none the less knew it spoke, and I listened to its voice, I seem to recall, very much as young Edwin in Dr. Beattie's poem listened to the roar of tempests and torrents from the nobler eminence of beetling crags and in exposure to still deeper abysses. I cling for the moment, however, to the small part of our Vredenburg summer, as we were for long afterwards invidiously to brand it, the more that it so plays its part in illustration, under the light of a later and happier age, of the growth, when not rather of the arrest, of manners and customs round about our birthplace. I think we had never been so much as during these particular months disinherited of the general and public amenities that reinforce for the young private precept and example, disinherited in favour of dust and glare and mosquitoes and pigs and shanties and rum shops, of no walks and scarce more drives, of a repeated no less than of a strong emphasis on the more sordid sides of the Irish aspect in things. There was a castellated residence on the hill above us, very high I remember supposing the hill, and very stately the structure. It had towers and views and pretensions and belonged to a colonel, whom we thought very handsome and very costumed, as if befrogged and high booted, which he couldn't have been at all, only ought to have been, would even certainly have been at a higher pitch of social effect, and whose son and heir, also very handsome and known familiarly and endearingly as Chick, had a velvet coat and a pony and I think spurs, all luxuries we were without, and was cousin to the boys, the De Coppets, whom we had come to know at our school of the previous winter, and who somehow, doubtless partly as guests of the opulent Chick, hovered again about the field of idleness. The De Coppets, particularly in the person of the firstborn Louis, had been a value to us, or at any rate to me, for though I was, in common with my elders then, unacquainted with the application of that word as I use it here, what was my incipient sense of persons and things, what were my first stirred observant and imaginative reactions, discriminations and categories, but a vague groping for it? The De Coppets, again as more especially and impressively interpreted by the subtle Louis, enjoyed the preeminence of being European. They had dropped during the scholastic term of 1853-54 straight from the Lake of Geneva into the very bosom of Mr. Richard Pulling-Jenks's select resort for young gentlemen, then situated in Broadway below Fourth Street, and had lately been present at an historic pageant, whether or no celebrating the annals of the town or Coppet I know not, in which representatives of their family had figured in armour and on horseback as the barons, to our comprehensions, de Cou or Cou. Their father was thus of the Canton de Vaud. Only their mother had been native among ourselves and sister to the colonel of the castellations. But what was the most vivid mark of the brothers, and vividest on the part of the super-subtle Louis, was his French treatment of certain of our native local names, Ohio and Iowa for instance, which he rendered, as to their separate vowels, with a daintiness and delicacy invidious and imperturbable, so that he might have been Chateaubriand declaiming Les Natchez at Madame Récamier's, O-E-O and Iowa, a proceeding in him a violence offered to his serried circle of little staring and glaring New Yorkers, supplied with the casual allowance of fists and boot toes, which, as it was clearly conscious, I recollect thinking unsurpassed for cool, calm courage. Those were the right names, which we owed wholly to the French explorers and Jesuit fathers, so much the worse for us if we vulgarly didn't know it. I lose myself in admiration of the consistency, the superiority, the sublimity of the not at all game playing, yet in his own way so singularly sporting, Louis. He was naturally and incorruptibly French, as, so oddly, I have known other persons of both sexes to be whose English was naturally and incorruptibly American, the appearance being thus that the possession of indigenous English alone forms the adequate barrier and the assured racial ground. Oh, the queer reversions observed on the part of Latinised compatriots in the course of a long life, the remarkable drops from the quite current French or Italian to the comparatively improvised native idiom, with the resulting effect of the foreign tongue used as a domestic, and the domestic, that is, the original American, used as a foreign tongue, or without inherited confidence. Louis de Coppet, though theoretically American and domiciled, was naturally French, and so pressed further home to me that sense of Europe to which I feel that my very earliest consciousness waked, a perversity that will doubtless appear to ask for all the justification I can supply, and some of which I shall presently attempt to give. He opened vistas, and I count ever as precious anyone, everyone, who betimes does that for the small straining vision. Performing this office never so much, doubtless, as when, during that summer, he invited me to collaborate with him on the production of a romance which il suffit fort to get printed, to get published, when success, or in other words completion, should crown our effort. Our effort, alas, failed of the crown, in spite of sundry solemn and mysterious meetings, so much devoted, I seem to remember, to the publishing question, that others more fundamental dreadfully languished; leaving me convinced, however, that my friend would have got our fiction published if he could only have got it written. I think of my participation in this vain dream as of the very first gauge of visiting approval offered to the exercise of a gift, though quite unable to conceive my companion's ground for suspecting a gift of which I must at that time quite have failed to exhibit a single, in the least, phenomenal symptom. It had none the less by his overtures been handsomely imputed to me. That was in a manner a beginning, a small start, yet not wholly unattended with bravery. Louis de Coppet, I must add, brought to light later on, as far as I know, no compositions of his own. We met him long after in Switzerland and eventually heard of his having married a young Russian lady and settled at Nice. If I drop on his memory this apology for a bay leaf, it is from the fact of his having given the earliest, or at least the most personal, tap to that pointed prefigurement of the manners of Europe which, inserted wedge-like, if not to say peg-like, into my young allegiance, was to split the tender organ into such unequal halves. His the toy hammer that drove in the very point of the golden nail. It was as if there had been a mild magic in that breath, however scant, of another world. But when I ask myself what element of the pleasing or the agreeable may have glimmered through the then general, the outer and enveloping conditions, I recover many more of the connections in which forms and civilities lapsed beyond repair than of those in which they struggled at all successfully. It is for some record of the question of taste, of the consciousness of an aesthetic appeal, as reflected in forms and aspects, that I shall like best to testify. As the promise and the development of these things on our earlier American scene are the more interesting to trace for their doubtless demanding a degree of the finer attention. The plain and happy profusions and advances and successes, as one looks back, reflect themselves at every turn, the quick beats of material increase and multiplication, with plenty of people to tell of them and throw up their caps for them. But the edifying matters to recapture would be the adventures of the higher criticism, so far as there was any, and so far too as it might bear on the real quality and virtue of things. The state of manners, the terms of intercourse, the care for excellence, the sense of appearances, the intellectual reaction generally. However, any breasting of those deep waters must be but in the form for me of an occasional dip. It meanwhile fairly overtakes and arrests me here as a contributive truth that our general medium of life in the situation I speak of was such as to make a large defensive verandah, which seems to have very stoutly and completely surrounded us, play more or less the part of a raft of rescue in too high a tide there beneath us, as I recover it, of the ugly and the graceless. My particular perspective may magnify a little wildly, when it doesn't even more weirdly diminish; but I read into the great hooded and guarded resource in question an evidential force, as if it must really have played for us, so far as its narrowness and its exposure permitted, the part of a buffer state against the wilderness immediately near, that of the empty, the unlovely and the mean. Interposing a little ease, didn't it interpose almost all the ease we knew? So that when amiable friends, arriving from New York by the boat, came to see us, there was no rural view for them but that of our great shame, a view of the pigs and the shanties and the loose planks and scattered refuse and rude public ways; never even a field path or a gentle walk or a garden nook in afternoon shade. I recall my prompt distaste, a strange precocity of criticism, for so much aridity; since of what lost Arcadia, at that age, had I really had the least glimpse? Our scant margin must have affected me more nobly, I should in justice add, when old Mrs. L. passed or hovered, for she sometimes caustically joined the circle and sometimes, during the highest temperatures, which were very high that summer, but flitted across it in a single flowing garment, as we amazedly conceived; one of the signs of that grand impertinence, I suppose, which belonged to dowagers who were recognised characters and free speakers, doing and saying what they liked. This ancient lady was lodged in some outlying tract of the many roomed house, which in more than one quarter stretched away into mystery; but the piazza to which she had access was unbroken, and whenever she strayed from her own territory she swam afresh into ours. I definitely remember that having heard and perhaps read of dowagers, who, as I was aware, had scarce been provided for in our social scheme, I said to myself at first sight of our emphatic neighbour, a person clearly used to exceptional deference, This must be a perfect specimen, which was somehow very wonderful. The absolute first sight, however, had preceded the New Brighton summer, and it makes me lose myself in a queer dim vision, all the obscurities attendant on my having been present, as a very small boy indeed, at an evening entertainment where Mrs. L. figured in an attire that is still vivid to me, a blue satin gown, a long black lace shawl, and a headdress consisting in equally striking parts of a brown wig, a plume of some sort waving over it, and a band or fillet, whether of some precious metal or not, I forget, keeping it in place by the aid of a precious stone which adorned the centre of her brow. Such was my first view of the ferronnière of our grandmothers, when not of our great grandmothers. I see its wearer at this day bend that burdened brow upon me in a manner sufficiently awful, while her knuckly white gloves toyed with a large fan and a vinaigrette attached to her thumb by a chain, and as she was known to us afterwards for a friend of my Albany grandmother's, it may have been as a tribute to this tie that she allowed me momentarily to engage her attention. Then it predominantly must have been that I knew her for a dowager, though this was a light in which I had never considered my grandmother herself. But what I have quite lost the clue to is the question of my extraordinary footing in such an assembly, the occasion of a dance of my elders, youthful elders but young married people, into which, really, my mother, as a participant, must have introduced me. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 4. It took place in the house of our cousins Robert and Kitty Emmet the elder, for we were to have two cousin Kittys of that ilk, and yet another consanguineous Robert at least, the latter name being naturally among them all of a pious, indeed of a glorious tradition, and three of my father's nieces marrying three Emmet brothers, the first of these the Robert aforesaid, Catherine James, the daughter of my uncle Augustus, his then quite recent and, as I remember her, animated and attractive bride, whose fair hair framed her pointed smile in full and far drooping front curls, I easily evoke as my first apprehended image of the free and happy young woman of fashion, a sign of the wondrous fact that ladies might live for pleasure, pleasure always, pleasure alone. She was distinguished for nothing whatever so much as for an insatiable love of the dance, that passion in which I think of the good, the best New York society of the time as having capered and champagned itself away. Her younger sister Gertrude, afterwards married to James, or more inveterately Jim, Pendleton, of Virginia, followed close upon her heels, literally speaking, and though emulating her in other respects too, was to last, through many troubles, much longer, looking extraordinarily the while like the younger portraits of Queen Victoria, and to have much hospitality, showing it and showing everything in a singularly natural way for a considerable collection of young hobbledehoy kinsmen. But I am solicited a moment longer by the queer little issues involved, as if a social light would somehow stream from them, in my having been taken, a mere mite of observation, to Kitty Emmet's grown-up assembly. Was it that my mother really felt that to the scrap that I was other scraps would perhaps strangely adhere, to the extent thus of something to distinguish me by, nothing else probably having as yet declared itself? Such a scrap for instance as the fine germ of this actual ferment of memory and play of fancy, a retroactive vision almost intense of the fated hour and a fond surrender to the questions with which it bristles. All the female relatives on my father's side who reappear to me in these evocations strike me as having been intensely and admirably, but at the same time almost indescribably, natural, which fact connects itself for the brooding painter and found analyst with 50 other matters and impressions, his vision of a whole social order, if the American scene might indeed have been said at that time to be positively ordered. Wasn't the fact that the dancing passion was so out of proportion to any social resource just one of the signs of the natural? And for that matter in both sexes alike of the artless kindred. It was shining to us that Jim Pendleton had a yacht, though I was not smuggled aboard it there the line was drawn, but the deck must have been more used for the German than for other manoeuvres, often doubtless under the lead of our cousin Robert, the eldest of the many light irresponsibles to whom my father was uncle. Distinct to me still being the image of that phenomenally lean and nimble choreographic hero, Bob James to us always, who almost ghost fashion led the cotillion on from generation to generation, his skull-like smile, with its accent from the stiff points of his long moustache and the brightly hollow orbits of his eyes, helping to make of him an immemorial elegant skeleton. It is at all events to the sound of fiddles and the popping of corks that I see even young brides, as well as young grooms, originally so formed to please and to prosper as our hosts of the restless little occasion I have glanced at, vanish untimely, become mysterious and legendary, with such unfathomed silences and significant headshakes replacing the earlier concert. So that I feel how one's impression of so much foredoomed youthful levity received constant and quite thrilling increase. It was of course an impression then obscurely gathered, but into which one was later on to read strange papers, to some of which I may find myself moved to revert. Mere mite of observation though I have dubbed myself, I won't pretend to have deciphered any of them amid the bacchanal sounds that, on the evening so suggestively spent, floated out into the region of Washington Place. It is round that general centre that my richest memories of the gay little life in general cluster, as if it had been, for the circle in which I seem justified in pretending to have moved, of the finer essence of "town," covering as it did the stretch of Broadway down to Canal Street, with, closer at hand, the New York Hotel, which figured somehow inordinately in our family annals. The two newer ones, the glory of their brief and discredited, their flouted and demolished age, the brown Metropolitan and the white St. Nicholas, were much further down, and rising northward to the Ultima Thule of 23rd Street, only second then in the supposedly ample scheme of the regular 9th wide street. I can't indeed have moved much on that night of revelations and yet of enigmas over which I still hang fascinated. I must have kept intensely still in my corner, all wondering and all fearing notice most, and in a definite way I but remember the formidable interest of my so convincing dowager, to hark back for a second to her, and the fact that a great smooth white cloth was spread across the denuded room, converted thus into a field of frolic the prospect of which much excited my curiosity. I but remember the preparations, however, without recovering the performance. Mrs. L. and I must have been the only persons not shaking a foot, and premature unconsciousness clearly in my case supervened. Out of it pops again the riddle, the so quaint trait d'humour of my infant participation. But I set that down as representative and interesting, and have done with it. The manners of the time had obviously a bonhomie of their own, certainly so on our particular indulgent and humane little field, as to which general proposition the later applications and transformations of the bonhomie would be interesting to trace. It has lingered and fermented and earned other names, but I seem on the track of its prime evidence with that note of the sovereign ease of all the young persons with whom we grew up. In the after time, as our view took in, with new climes and new scenes, other examples of the class, these were always to affect us as more formed and finished, more tutored and governessed, warned and armed at more points for, and doubtless often against, the social relation; so that this prepared state, on their part, and which at first appeared but a preparation for shyness or silence or whatever other ideal of the inconversible came to be for us the normal, since it was the relative and not the positive, still less the superlative state. No charming creatures of the growing girl sort were ever to be natural in the degree of these nearer and remoter ornaments of our family circle in youth. When after intervals and absences the impression was renewed we saw how right we had been about it, and I feel as if we had watched it for years under the apprehension and vision of some inevitable change, wondering with an affectionate interest what effect the general improvement in manners might, perhaps all unfortunately, have upon it. I make out as I look back that it was really to succumb at no point to this complication, that it was to keep its really quite inimitable freshness to the end, or, in other words, when it had been the first free growth of the old conditions, was to pass away but with the passing of those themselves for whom it had been the sole possible expression. For it was as of an altogether special shade and sort that the New York young naturalness of our prime was touchingly to linger with us; so that to myself, at present, with only the gentle ghosts of the so numerous exemplars of it here before me, it becomes the very stuff of the soft cerements in which their gentle mild mortality is laid away. We used to have in the after time, amid fresh recognitions and reminders, the kindest old New York identifications for it. The special shade of its identity was thus that it was not conscious, really not conscious of anything in the world, or was conscious of so few possibilities at least, and these so immediate and so a matter of course, that it came almost to the same thing. That was the testimony that the slight subjects in question strike me as having borne to their surrounding medium, the fact that their unconsciousness could be so preserved. They played about in it so happily and serenely and sociably, as unembarrassed and loquacious as they were unadmonished and uninformed, only aware at the most that a good many people within their horizon were dissipated, as in point of fact, alas, a good many were. What it was to be dissipated, that, however, was but in the most limited degree a feature of their vision. They would have held, under pressure, that it consisted more than anything else in getting tipsy. Infinitely queer and quaint, almost incongruously droll, the sense somehow begotten in ourselves as very young persons of only being surrounded by a slightly remote yet dimly rich outer and quite kindred circle of the tipsy. I remember how once, as a very small boy, after meeting in the hall a most amiable and irreproachable gentleman, all but closely consanguineous, who had come to call on my mother, I anticipated his further entrance by slipping in to report to that parent that I thought he must be tipsy; and I was to recall perfectly afterwards the impression I so made on her, in which the general proposition that the gentleman of a certain group or connection might on occasion be best described by the term I had used sought to destroy the particular presumption that our visitor wouldn't, by his ordinary measure, show himself for one of those. He didn't, to all appearance, for I was afterwards disappointed at the lapse of lurid evidence. That memory remained with me, as well as a considerable subsequent wonder at my having leaped to so baseless a view. The truth was indeed that we had too, in the most innocent way in the world, our sense of dissipation as an abounding element in family histories, a sense fed quite directly by our fondness for making our father I can at any rate testify for the urgency of my own appeal to him tell us stories of the world of his youth. He regaled us with no scandals, yet it somehow rarely failed to come out that each contemporary on his younger scene, each hero of each thrilling adventure, had, in spite of brilliant promise and romantic charm, ended badly as possible. This became our gaping generalisation; it gaped even under the moral that the anecdote was always, and so familiarly, humanly and vividly, designed to convey. Everyone, in the little old Albany of the Dutch houses and the steep streets and the recurrent family names Townsends, Clintons, Van Rensselaers, Prunes I pick them up again at hazard and still all uninvidiously, out of reverberations long since still everyone without exception had at last taken a turn as far as possible from edifying. And what they had most in common, the hovering presences, the fitful apparitions that, speaking for myself, so engaged my imagination, was just the fine old Albany drama, in the light of which a ring of mystery as to their lives, mainly carried on at the New York hotel aforesaid, surrounded them and their charm, inveterate as I believe, shone out as through vaguely apprehended storm clouds. Their charm was in various marks of which I shall have more to say; for as I breathe all this hushed air again even the more broken things give out touching human values and faint sweet scents of character, flushes of old beauty and goodwill. The grim little generalisation remained, none the less, and I may speak of it, since I speak of everything, as still standing the striking evidence that scarce aught but disaster could, in that so uninformed and unseasoned society, overtake young men who were in the least exposed. Not to have been immediately launched in business of a rigorous sort was to be exposed in the absence, I mean, of some fairly abnormal predisposition to virtue, since it was a world so simply constituted that whatever wasn't business or exactly an office or a "store," places in which people sat close and made money, was just simply pleasure sought, and sought only, in places in which people got tipsy. There was clearly no mean, least of all the golden one, for it was just the ready, even when the moderate, possession of gold that determined, that hurried on, disaster. There were whole sets and groups, there were sympathetic, though too susceptible, races, that seemed scarce to recognise or to find possible any practical application of moneyed, that is of transmitted, ease, however limited, but to go more or less rapidly to the bad with it, which meant even then going as often as possible to Paris. The bright and empty air was as void of "careers" for a choice as of cathedral towers for a sketcher, and I passed my younger time, till within a year or two of the Civil War, with an absolute vagueness of impression as to how the political life of the country was carried on. The field was strictly covered to my young eyes, I make out, by three classes the busy, the tipsy, and Daniel Webster. This last great man must have represented for us a class in himself, as if to be political was just to be Daniel Webster, in his proper person and with room left over for nobody else; that he should have filled the sky of public life from pole to pole, even to a childish consciousness not formed in New England, and for which that strenuous section was but a name in the geography book, is probably indeed a sign of how large, in the general air, he comparatively loomed. The public scene was otherwise a blank to our young vision, I discern, till later on, in Paris, I saw, for at that unimproved period we of the unfledged didn't suppose ourselves to "meet" Charles Sumner, with whose name indeed there further connects itself the image of a thrilled hour in the same city some months before, the gathering of a group of indignant persons on the terrace of a small old world hotel or pavilion looking out on the Avenue des Champs Elysées, slightly above the Rond Point and just opposite the antediluvian Jardin d'Hiver. Who remembers the Jardin d'Hiver? Who remembers the ancient lodges of the Octroi, the pair of them facing each other at the Barrière de l'Étoile, and among them a passionate lady in tears over the news, fresh that morning, of the assault on Sumner by the South Carolina ruffian of the house. The wounded senator, injured in health, had come to Europe later on to recuperate, and he offered me my first view, to the best of my belief, not only of a "statesman," but of any person whomsoever concerned in political life. I distinguish in the earlier twilight of 14th Street my father's return to us one November day we knew he had been out to vote with the news that General Winfield Scott, his and the then Whig candidate, had been defeated for the presidency; just as I rescue from the same limbo my afterwards proud little impression of having met that high piled hero of the Mexican War, whom the Civil War was so soon and with so little ceremony to extinguish, literally met him at my father's side in Fifth Avenue, where he had just emerged from a cross street. I remain vague as to what had then happened, and scarce suppose I was, at the age of probably 8 or 9, presented; but we must have been for some moments face to face while from under the vast amplitude of a dark blue military coat with a big velvet collar and loosened silver clasp, which spread about him like a symbol of the tented field, he greeted my parent. So clear is my sense of the time it took me to gape all the way up to where he towered aloft. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 5. The not very glorious smoke of the Mexican War, I note for another touch, had been in the air when I was a still smaller boy, and I have an association with it that hovers between the definite and the dim, a vision of our uncle, Captain as he then was, Robert Temple, U.S.A., in regimentals, either on his way to the scene of action or on the return from it. I see him as a person half asleep sees some large object across the room and against the window light, even if to the effect of my now asking myself why, so far from the scene of the action, he was in panoply of war. I seem to see him cock-hatted and feathered too, an odd vision of dancing superior plumes which doesn't fit if he was only a captain. However, I cultivate the wavering shade merely for its value as my earliest glimpse of any circumstance of the public order; unless indeed another, the reminiscence to which I owe to day my sharpest sense of personal antiquity, had already given me the historic thrill. The scene of this latter stir of consciousness is, for memory, an apartment in one of the 3 Fifth Avenue houses that were not long afterwards swallowed up in the present Brevoort Hotel, and consists of the admired appearance of my uncles Gus and John James to announce to my father that the Revolution had triumphed in Paris and Louis Philippe had fled to England. These last words, the flight of the King, linger on my ear at this hour even as they fell there. We had somehow waked early to a perception of Paris, and a vibration of my very most infantine sensibility under its sky had by the same stroke got itself preserved for subsequent wondering reference. I had been there for a short time in the second year of my life, and I was to communicate to my parents later on that as a baby, in long clothes, seated opposite to them in a carriage and on the lap of another person, I had been impressed with the view, framed by the clear window of the vehicle as we passed, of a great stately square surrounded with high roofed houses and having in its centre a tall and glorious column. I had naturally caused them to marvel, but I had also, under cross questioning, forced them to compare notes, as it were, and reconstitute the miracle. They knew what my observation of monumental squares had been, and alas hadn't. Neither New York nor Albany could have offered me the splendid perspective, and for that matter neither could London, which moreover I had known at a younger age still. Conveyed along the Rue Saint Honoré while I waggled my small feet, as I definitely remember doing, under my flowing robe, I had crossed the Rue de Castiglione and taken in, for all my time, the admirable aspect of the Place and the Colonne Vendôme. I don't now pretend to measure the extent to which my interest in the events of 1848 I was 5 years old was quickened by that souvenir, a tradition further reinforced, I should add, by the fact that some relative or other, some member of our circle, was always either there being of course generally Europe, but particularly and pointedly Paris, or going there or coming back from there. I at any rate revert to the sound of the rich words on my uncle's lips as to my positive initiation into history. It was as if I had been ready for them and could catch on. I had heard of kings presumably, and also of fleeing, but that kings had sometimes to flee was a new and striking image, to which the apparent consternation of my elders added dramatic force. So much, in any case, for what I may claim, perhaps too idly, on behalf of my backward reach. It has carried me far from my rather evident proposition that if we saw the natural so happily embodied about us, and in female maturity, or comparative maturity, scarce less than in female adolescence, this was because the artificial, or in other words the complicated, was so little there to threaten it. The complicated, as we were later on to define it, was but another name for those more massed and violent assaults upon the social sense that we were to recognise subsequently by their effects, observing thus that a sense more subtly social had so been created, and that it quite differed from that often almost complete inward blankness in respect to any circumjacent, any constituted order to the exhibition of which our earlier air and our family scene had inimitably treated us. We came more or less to see that our young contemporaries of another world, the trained and admonished, the disciplined and governessed, or in a word the formed, relatively speaking, had been made aware of many things of which those at home hadn't been; yet we were also to note, so far as we may be conceived as so precociously noting, though we were certainly incorrigible observers, that, the awareness in question remaining at the best imperfect, our little friends as distinguished from our companions of the cousinship, greater and less, advanced and presumed but to flounder and recede, elated at once and abashed on the whole, but feebly sophisticated. The cousinship, on the other hand, all unalarmed and unsuspecting and unembarrassed, lived by pure serenity, sociability and loquacity; the oddest fact about its members being withal that it didn't make them bores, I seem to feel as I look back, or at least not worse bores than sundry specimens of the other growth. There can surely never have been anything like their good faith and, generally speaking, their amiability. I should have but to let myself go a little to wish to cite examples, saving that in doing so I should lose sight of my point, which is to recall again that whether we were all amiable or not, and frankly I claim it in a high degree for most of us, the scene on which we were so freely bloomed does not strike me, when I reckon up, as extraordinarily unfurnished. How came it then that for the most part so simple we yet weren't more inane? This was doubtless by reason of the quantity of our inward life ours of our father's house in especial, I mean which made an excellent, in some cases almost an incomparable, fond for a thicker civility to mix with when growing experience should begin to take that in. It was also quaint among us, I may be reminded, to have begun with inward life. But we began, after the manner of all men, as we could, and I hold that if it comes to that we might have begun much worse. I was in my 17th year when the raid and capture of John Brown of Harper's Ferry fame enjoyed its sharp reverberation among us, though we were then on the other side of the world, and I count this as the very first reminder that reached me of our living, on our side, in a political order. I had perfectly taken in from the pages of Punch, which contributed in the highest degree to our education, that the peoples on the other side so lived. As there was no American Punch, and to this time there has been none, to give small boys the sense and the imagination of living with their public administrators, Daniel Webster and Charles Sumner had never become, for my fancy, members of a class which numbered in England, by John Leech's showing, so many other members still than Lords Brougham, Palmerston and John Russell. The War of Succession, soon arriving, was to cause the field to bristle with features and the sense of the State, in our generation, infinitely to quicken; but that alarm came upon the country like a thief at night, and we might all have been living in a land in which there seemed at least nothing save a comparatively small amount of quite private property to steal. Even private property in other than the most modest amounts scarce figured for our particular selves, which doubtless came partly from the fact that amid all the Albany issue there was ease, with the habit of ease, thanks to our grandfather's fine old ability. He had decently provided for so large a generation. But our consciousness was positively disfurnished, as that of young Americans went, of the actualities of "business" in a world of business. As to that we all formed together quite a monstrous exception. Business in a world of business was the thing we most agreed, differ as we might on minor issues, in knowing nothing about. We touched it and it touched us neither directly nor otherwise, and I think our fond detachment, not to say our helpless ignorance and on occasion, since I can speak for one fine instance, our settled density of understanding, made us an unexampled and probably for the ironic, smart gods of the American heaven a lamentable case. Of course even the office and the "store" leave much of the provision for an approximately complete scheme of manners to be accounted for. Still there must have been vast numbers of people about us for whom, under the usages, the assault on the imagination from without was much stronger and the filling in of the general picture much richer. It was exactly by the lack of that filling in that we more especially who lived at near view of my father's admirable example, had been thrown so upon the inward life. No one could ever have taken to it, even in the face of discouragement, more kindly and naturally than he. But the situation had at least that charm that, in default of so many kinds of the outward, people had their choice of as many kinds of the inward as they would, and might practise those kinds with whatever consistency, intensity and brilliancy. Of our father's perfect gift for practising his kind I shall have more to say. But I meanwhile glance yet again at those felicities of destitution which kept us, collectively, so genially interested in almost nothing but each other, and which come over me now as one of the famous blessings in disguise. There were artists in the prospect. Didn't Mr. Tom Hicks and Mr. Paul Duggan and Mr. C. P. Cranch and Mr. Felix Darley, this last worthy of a wider reputation, capable perhaps even of a finer development than he attained, more or less haunt our friendly fireside, and give us also the sense of others, landscapist Cropseys and Coles and Kensets, and bust producing Iveses and Powerses and Mosiers, hovering in an outer circle? These were authors not less, some of them vague and female, and in this case as a rule glossily ringleted and monumentally breast-pinned, but mostly frequent and familiar, after the manner of George Curtis and Park Godwin and George Ripley and Charles Dana and N. P. Willis, and for brighter lights or those that in our then comparative obscurity almost deceived the morn, Mr. Bryant, Washington Irving and E. A. Poe, the last named of whom I cite not so much because he was personally present the extremity of personal absence had just overtaken him but as by reason of that predominant lustre in him which our small opening minds themselves already recognised and which makes me wonder to day at the legend of the native neglect of him. Was he not even at that time on all lips? Had not my brother, promptly master of the subject, beckoned on my lagging mind with a recital of The Gold Bug and The Pit and the Pendulum, both of which, however, I was soon enough to read for myself, adding to them The Murders in the Rue Morgue. Were we not also forever mounting on little platforms at our infant schools to speak The Raven and Lenore and the verses in which we praised the heroine as Annabel Lee? Falling thus into the trap the poet had so recklessly laid for us, as he had laid one for our interminable droning, not less, in the other pieces I have named. So far from misprizing our ill-starred magician we acclaimed him surely at every turn; he lay upon our tables and resounded in our mouths, while we communed to safety, even for boyish appetites, over the thrill of his choicest pages. Don't I just recognise the ghost of a dim memory of a children's Christmas party at the house of 14th Street neighbours? They come back to me as the Beans. Who and what and whence and whither the kindly Beans? Where I admired over the chimney-piece the full-length portrait of a lady seated on the ground in a Turkish dress, with hair flowing loose from a cap which was not as the caps of ladies known to me, and I think with a tambourine, who was somehow identified to my inquiring mind as the wife of the painter of the piece, Mr. Osgood, and the so ministering friend of the unhappy Mr. Poe. There she throned in honour like Queen Constance on the huge firm earth. All for that and her tambourine, and surely we could none of us have done more for the connection. Washington Irving I met, with infant promptitude, very much as I had met General Scott, only this time it was on a steamboat that I apprehended the great man. My father, under whose ever patient protection I then was, during the summer afternoon's sail from New York to Fort Hamilton, having named him to me, for this long preservation, before they greeted and talked, and having a fact of still more moment to mention, with the greatest concern, afterwards, Mr. Irving had given him the news of the shipwreck of Margaret Fuller in those very waters Fife Island at least was just without our big bay during the great August storm that had within the day or two passed over us. The unfortunate lady was essentially of the Boston connection, but she must have been, and probably through Emerson, a friend of my parents. Mustn't she have held conversations in the finest exotic Bostonese, in New York, Emerson himself lecturing there to admiration? Since the more I squeeze the sponge of memory the more its stored secretions flow to remind me here again that, being with those elders late one evening at an exhibition of pictures, possibly that of the National Academy then confined to scant quarters, I was shown a small full-length portrait of Miss Fuller, seated, as now appears to me, and wrapped in a long white shawl, the failure of which to do justice to its original my companions denounced with some emphasis. Was this work from the hand of Mr. Tom Hicks aforesaid, or was that artist concerned only with the life-sized, the enormous, as I took it to be, the full-length, the violently protruded accessories in which come back to me with my infant sense of the wonder and the beauty of them, as expressed above all in the image of a very long and lovely lady, the new bride of the artist, standing at a window before a row of plants or bulbs in tall coloured glasses. The light of the window playing over the figure and the treatment of its glass and of the flower pots and the other furniture passed, by my impression, for the sign of the master hand. And was it all brave and charming, or was it only very hard and stiff, quite ugly and helpless? I put these questions as to a vanished world, and by way of pressing back into it only the more clingingly and tenderly, wholly regardless in other words of whether the answers to them at all matter. They matter doubtless but for fond evocation, and if one tries to evoke one must neglect none of the arts, one must do it with all the forms. Why I should so like to do it is another matter, and what, outside interest I may suppose myself to create perhaps still another. I fatuously proceed at any rate, I make so far as I can the small, warm, dusky, homogeneous New York world of the mid century close about us. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 6. I see a small and compact and ingenuous society, screened in somehow conveniently from north and west, but open wide to the east and comparatively to the south, and though perpetually moving up Broadway none the less constantly and delightfully walking down it. Broadway was the feature and the artery, the joy and the adventure of one's childhood, and it stretched, and prodigiously, from Union Square to Barnum's great American Museum by the City Hall, or only went further on the Saturday mornings, absurdly and deplorably frequent, alas, when we were swept off by a loving aunt, our mother's only sister, then much domesticated with us and to whom the ruthless care had assigned itself from the first, to Wall Street and the torture chamber of Dr. Parkhurst, our tremendously respectable dentist, who was so old and so empurpled and so polite in his stock and dress coat and dark and glossy wig that he had been our mother's and our aunt's haunting fear in their youth as well, since, in their quiet Warren Street, not far off, they were, dreadful to think, comparatively under his thumb. He extremely resembles to my mind's eye certain figures in Phizz's illustrations to Dickens, and it was clear to us through our long ordeal that our elders must, by some mistaken law of compensation, some refinement of the vindictive, be making us pay for what they in like helplessness had suffered from him, as if we had done them any harm. Our analysis was muddled, yet in a manner relieving, and for us too there were compensations, which we grudged indeed to allow, but which I could easily, even if shyly, have named. One of these was Godey's Lady's Book, a sallow pile of which it shows to me for sallow in the warmer and less stony light of the Wall Street of those days, and through the smell of ancient anodynes lay on Joey Bagstock's table for our beguilement while we waited. I was to encounter in Phizz's Dombey and Son that design for our tormentor's type. There is no doubt whatever that I succumbed to the spell of Godey, who, unlike the present essences, was an anodyne before the fact as well as after, since I remember poring in his pages over tales of fashionable life in Philadelphia while awaiting my turn in the chair, not less than doing so when my turn was over and to the music of my brother's groans. This must have been at the hours when we were left discreetly to our own fortitude, through our aunt's availing herself of the relative proximity to go and shop at Stewart's and then come back for us. The lady's great shop, vast, marmorean, plate glassy and notoriously fatal to the female nerve. We ourselves had wearily trailed through it hanging on the skirts, very literally, of indecision, which bravely waylaid custom on the Broadway corner of Chambers Street. Wasn't part of the charm of life, since I assume there was such a charm, in its being then, I allude to life itself, so much more down-towny, on the supposition at least that our young gravitation in that sense for most of the larger joys consorted with something of the general habit? The joy that had to be fished out, like truth, from the very bottom of the well, was attendance at Trinity Church, still in that age supereminent, pointedly absolute, the finest feature of the southward scene, to the privilege of which the elder Albany cousins were apt to be treated when they came to stay with us. an indulgence making their enjoyment of our city as down-towny as possible too, for I seem otherwise to see them but as returning with the familiar Stuart headache from the prolonged strain of selection. The great reward dispensed to us for our sessions in the house of pain, as to which it became our subsequent theory that we had been regularly dragged there on alternate Saturdays, was our being carried on the return to the house of delight, or to one of them, for there were specifically two, where we partook of ice cream, deemed sovereign for sore mouths, deemed sovereign in fact, all through our infancy, for everything. Two great establishments for the service of it graced the prospect, one Thompson's and the other Taylor's, the former, I perfectly recall, grave and immemorial, the latter upstart but dazzling, and having together the effect that whichever we went to we wondered if we hadn't better have gone to the other, with that capacity of childhood for making the most of its adventures after a fashion that may look so like making the least. It is in our father's company indeed that, as I press the responsive spring, I see the bedizened saucers heaped up for our fond consumption. They bore the Taylor title painted in blue and gilded, with the Christian name, as parentally pointed out to us, perverted to JHON for John, whereas the Thompson name scorned such vulgar and, above all, such misspelt appeals. Whence I infer that still other occasions for that experience waited on us, as almost any would serve, and a paternal presence so associated with them was not in the least conceivable in the Wall Street repair. The presence is, in fact, not associated for me, to any effect of directness, with the least of our suffered shocks or penalties, though partly doubtless because our acquaintance with such was of the most limited. A conclusion I form even while judging it to have been on the whole sufficient for our virtue. This sounds perhaps as if we had borne ourselves as prodigies or prigs, which was as far as possible from being the case. We were bred in horror of conscious propriety, of what my father was fond of calling flagrant morality. What I myself at any rate read back into our rare educational ease, for the memory of some sides of which I was ever to be thankful, is, besides the general humanisation of our apprehended world and our social tone, the unmistakable appearance that my father was again and again accompanied in public by his small second son. So many impressions come back to me as gathered at his side and in his personal haunts. Not that he mustn't have offered his firstborn at least equal opportunities, but I make out that he seldom let us forth, such as we were, together, and my brother must have had in his turn many a mild adventure of which the secret, I like to put it so, perished with him. He was to remember, as I perceived later on, many things that I didn't, impressions I sometimes wished, as with a retracing jealousy or at least envy, that I might also have fallen direct heir to; but he professed amazement and even occasionally impatience at my reach of reminiscence, liking as he did to brush away old moral scraps in favour of new, rather than to hoard and so complacently exhibit them. If in my way I collected the new as well I yet cherished the old. The rag bag of memory hung on its nail in my closet, though I learnt with time to control the habit of bringing it forth. And I say that with a due sense of my doubtless now appearing to empty it into these pages. I keep picking out at hazard those passages of our earliest age that help to reconstruct for me even by tiny touches the experience of our parents, any shade of which seems somehow to signify. I cherish, to the extent of here reproducing, an old daguerreotype, all the circumstances of the taking of which I intensely recall, though as I was lately turned 12 when I figured for it, the feat of memory is perhaps not remarkable. It documents for me in so welcome and so definite a manner my father's cultivation of my company. It documents at the same time the absurdest little legend of my small boyhood, the romantic tradition of the value of being taken up from wherever we were staying to the queer, empty, dusty, smelly New York of midsummer. I apply that last term because we always arrived by boat, and I have still in my nostril the sense of the abord of the hot town, the rank and rubbishy waterside quarters where big loose cobbles, for the least of all the base items, lay wrenched from their sockets of pungent black mud, and where the dependent streets managed by a law of their own to be all corners, and the corners to be all groceries. Groceries indeed largely of the green order, so far as greenness could persist in the torrid air, and that bristled, in glorious defiance of traffic, with the overflow of their wares and implements. Carts and barrows and boxes and baskets, sprawling or stacked, familiarly elbowed in its course the bumping hack, the comprehensive carriage of other days, the only vehicle of hire then known to us, while the situation was accepted by the loose citizen in the garb of a freeman save for the brass star in his breast, and the New York garb of the period was, as I remember it, an immense attestation of liberty. Why the throb of romance should have beat time for me to such visions I can scarce explain, or can explain only by the fact that the squalor was a squalor wonderfully mixed and seasoned, and that I should wrong the whole impression if I didn't figure it first and foremost as that of some vast succulent cornucopia. What did the stacked boxes and baskets of our youth represent but the boundless fruitage of that more bucolic age of the American world? And what was, after all, of so strong an assault as the rankness of such a harvest? Where is that fruitage now? Where in particular are the peaches d'antan? Where the mounds of Isabella grapes and Seckel pears in the sticky sweetness of which our childhood seems to have been steeped? It was surely, save perhaps for oranges, a more informally and familiarly fruit-eating time, and bushels of peaches in particular, peaches big and peaches small, peaches white and peaches yellow, played a part in life from which they have somehow been deposed. Every garden, almost every bush, and the very boys' pockets grew them. They were cut up and eaten with cream at every meal. Domestically brandied they figured, the rest of the year, scarce less freely. If they were rather a party dish it was because they made the party whenever they appeared, and when ice cream was added, or they were added to it, they formed the highest revel we knew. Above all, the public heaps of them, the high piled receptacles at every turn, touched the street as with a sort of southern plenty, the note of rejected and scattered fragments, the memory of the slippery skins and rinds and kernels with which the old dislocated flags were bestrown, is itself endeared to me and contributes a further pictorial grace. We ate everything in those days by the bushel and the barrel, as from stores that were infinite. We handled watermelons as freely as cocoanuts, and the amount of stomach ache involved was negligible in the general Eden-like consciousness. The glow of this consciousness, even in so small an organism, was part of the charm of these retreats offered me cityward upon our base of provisions. A part of the rest of which I disengage was in my fond perception of that almost eccentrically home-loving habit in my father which furnished us with half the household humour of our childhood, besides furnishing him with any quantity of extravagant picture of his so prompt pangs of anguish in absence for celebration of his precipitate returns. It was traditional for us later on, and especially on the European scene, that for him to leave us in pursuit of some advantage or convenience, some improvement of our condition, some enlargement of our view, was for him breathlessly to reappear, after the shortest possible interval, with no account at all to give of the benefit aimed at, but instead of this a moving representation, a far richer recital, of his spiritual adventures at the horrid inhuman inns and amid the hard alien races which had stayed his advance. He reacted, he rebounded, in favour of his fireside, from whatever brief explorations or curiosities. These passionate spontaneities were the pulse of his life and quite some of the principal events of ours; and as he was nothing if not expressive, whatever happened to him for inward intensity happened abundantly to us for pity and terror, as it were, as well as for an ease and equality of amusement among ourselves that was really always to fail us among others. Comparatively late in life, after his death, I had occasion to visit, in lieu of my brother, then in Europe, an American city in which he had had, since his own father's death, interests that were of importance to us all. On my asking the agent in charge when the owner had last taken personal cognizance of his property, that gentleman replied, only half to my surprise, that he had never in all his years of possession performed such an act. Then it was, perhaps, that I took the most measure of his fine faith in human confidence as an administrative function. He had to have a relation somehow expressed, and as he was the vividest and happiest of letter writers it rarely failed of coming; but once it was established it served him in every case much better than fussy challenges, which had always the drawback of involving lapses and inattentions in regard to solicitudes more pressing. He incurably took for granted, incurably because whenever he did so the process succeeded; with which association, however, I perhaps overdrench my complacent vision of our summer snatches at town. Through a grave accident in early life country walks on rough roads were, in spite of his great constitutional soundness, tedious and charmless to him. He liked on the other hand the peopled pavement, the thought of which made him restless when away. Hence the fidelities and sociabilities, however superficial, that he couldn't not reaffirm if he could only reaffirm the others, the really intimate and still more communicable, soon enough afterwards. It was these of the improvised and casual sort that I shared with him thus indelibly. For truly if we took the boat to town to do things I did them quite as much as he, and so that a little boy could scarce have done them more. My part may indeed but have been to surround his part with a thick imaginative aura, but that constituted for me an activity than which I could dream of none braver or wilder. We went to the office of the New York Tribune my father's relations with that journal were actual and close, and that was a wonderful world indeed, with strange steepnesses and machineries and noises and hurrying bare-armed bright-eyed men, and amid the agitation clever, easy, kindly, jocular, partly under-dressed gentlemen it was always July or August some of whom I knew at home, taking it all as if it were the most natural place in the world. It was big to me with the breath of great vague connections, and I supposed the gentlemen very old, though since aware that they must have been, for their connections, remarkably young; and the conversation of one of them, the one I oftenest saw up town, who attained to great local and to considerable national eminence afterwards, and who talked often and thrillingly about the theatres, I retain as many bright fragments of as if I had been another little Boswell. It was as if he had dropped into my mind the germ of certain interests that were long afterwards to flower, as for instance on his announcing the receipt from Paris of news of the appearance at the Théâtre Français of an actress, Madame Judith, who was formidably to compete with her co-religionary Rachel and to endanger that artist's laurels. Why should Madame Judith's name have stuck to me through all the years, since I was never to see her, and she is as forgotten as Rachel is remembered? Why should that scrap of gossip have made a date for my consciousness, turning it to the Comédie with such an intensity that was long afterwards to culminate? Why was it equally to abide for me that the same gentleman had on one of these occasions mentioned his having just come back from a wonderful city of the West, Chicago, which, though but a year or two old, with plank sidewalks when there were any, and holes and humps where there were none, and shanties where there were not big blocks, and everything where there had yesterday been nothing, had already developed a huge energy and curiosity and also an appetite for lectures. I became aware of the Comédie, I became aware of Chicago. I also became aware that even the most alluring fiction was not always for little boys to read. It was mentioned at the Tribune office that one of its reporters, Mr. Solon Robinson, had put forth a novel rather oddly entitled Hot Corn, and more or less having for its subject the career of a little girl who hawked that familiar American luxury in the streets. The volume, I think, was put into my father's hand, and I recall my prompt desire to make acquaintance with it no less than the remark, as promptly addressed to my companion, that the work, however engaging, was not one that should be left accessible to an innocent child. The pang occasioned by this warning has scarcely yet died out for me, nor my sense of my first wonder at the discrimination. So great became from that moment the mystery of the tabooed book, of whatever identity. The question in my breast of why, if it was to be so right for others, it was only to be wrong for me. I remember the soreness of the thought that it was I rather who was wrong for the book, which was somehow humiliating. In that amount of discredit one couldn't but be involved. Neither then nor afterwards was the secret of Hot Corn revealed to me, and the sense of privation was to be more prolonged, I fear, than the vogue of the tale, which even as a success of scandal couldn't have been great. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 7. Dimly queer and pathetic to me were to remain through much of the aftertime, indeed most of those early indigenous vogues and literary flurries. So few of those that brushed by my childhood had been other than a tinkling that suddenly stopped. I'm afraid I mean that what was touching was rather the fact that the tinkle could penetrate than the fact that it died away. The light of criticism might have beat so straight, if the sense of proportion and the fact of compassion hadn't waved it away, on the æsthetic phase during which the appeal was mainly by the tinkle. The Scarlet Letter and the Seven Gables had the deep tone as much as one would, but of the current efforts of the imagination they were alone in having it till Walt Whitman broke out in the later '50s, and I was to know nothing of that happy genius till long after. An absorbed perusal of The Lamplighter was what I was to achieve at the fleeting hour I continue to circle round. That romance was on every one's lips, and I recollect it as more or less thrust upon me in amends for the imposed sacrifice of a ranker actuality, that of the improper Mr. Robinson, I mean, as to whom there revives in me the main question of where his impropriety, in so general a platitude of the bourgeois, could possibly have dwelt. It was to be true indeed that Walt Whitman achieved an impropriety of the first magnitude. That success, however, but showed us the platitude returning in a genial rage upon itself and getting out of control by generic excess. There was no rage, at any rate, in The Lamplighter, over which I fondly hung and which would have been my first grown-up novel it had been soothingly offered me for that had I consented to take it as really and truly grown up. I couldn't have said what it lacked for the character. I only had my secret reserves, and when one blessed afternoon on the New Brighton boat I waded into The Initials I saw how right I had been. The Initials was grown up, and the difference thereby exquisite. It came over me with the very first page, assimilated in the fluttered little cabin to which I had retired with it, all in spite of the fact too that my attention was distracted by a pair of remarkable little girls who lurked there out of more public view as to hint that they weren't to be seen for nothing. That must have been a rich hour, for I mixed the marvel of the Boone children, strange pale little flowers of the American theatre, with my conscious joy in bringing back to my mother, from our forage in New York, a gift of such happy promise as the history of the long-legged Mr. Hamilton and his two Bavarian beauties, the elder of whom, Hildegarde, who was to figure for our generation as the very type of the haughty as distinguished from the forward heroine, since I think our categories really came to no more than those. I couldn't have got very far with Hildegarde in moments so scant, but I memorably felt that romance was thick around me everything, at such a crisis, seeming to make for it at once. The Boone children, conveyed thus to New Brighton under care of a lady in whose aspect the strain of the resolute triumphed over the note of the battered, though the showy in it rather succumbed at the same time to the dowdy, were already billed as infant phenomena, for a performance that night at the Pavilion, where our attendance, it was a shock to feel, couldn't be promised; and in gazing without charge at the pair of weary and sleepy little mountebanks I found the histrionic character and the dramatic profession for the first time revealed to me. They filled me with fascination and yet with fear. They expressed a melancholy grace and a sort of peevish refinement, yet seemed awfully detached and indifferent perhaps even to being pinched and slapped for art's sake at home. They honoured me with no notice whatever, and regarded me doubtless as no better than one of the little louts peeping through the tent of the show. In return I judged their appearance dissipated though fascinating, and sought consolation for the memory of their scorn and the loss of their exhibition, as time went on, in noting that the bounds of their fame seemed somehow to have been stayed. I neither met nor heard of them again. The little Batemans must have obscured their comparatively dim lustre, flourishing at the same period and with a larger command of the pictorial poster and the other primitive symbols in Broadway. Such posters and such symbols as they were at that time! The little Batemans who were to be reserved, in maturer form, for my much later and more grateful appreciation. This weak reminiscence has obstructed, however, something more to the purpose the restrained impression of those choicest of our loiterings that took place, still far downtown, at the bookstore, home of delights and haunt of fancy. It was at the bookstore we had called on the day of The Initials and the Boone children, and it was thence we were returning with our spoil, of which the charming novel must have been but a fragment. My impression composed itself of many pieces a great and various practice of burying my nose in the half open book for the strong smell of paper and printer's ink, known to us as the English smell, was needed to account for it. That was the exercise of the finest sense that hung about us, my brother and me, or of one at least but little less fine than the sense for the satisfaction of which we resorted to Thompson's and to Taylor's. It bore me company during all our returns from forages and left me persuaded that I had only to snuff up hard enough, fresh uncut volume in hand, to taste of the very substance of London. All our books in that age were English, at least all our downtown ones. I personally recall scarce any that were not, and I take perception of that quality in them to have associated itself with more fond dreams and glimmering pictures than any other one principle of growth. It was all a result of the deeply infected state. I had been prematurely poisoned, as I shall presently explain. The bookstore, fondest of my father's resorts, though I remember no more of its public identity than that it further enriched the brave depth of Broadway, was overwhelmingly and irresistibly English; as not less tonically English was our principal host there, with whom we had moreover, my father and I, thanks to his office, such personal and genial relations that I recall seeing him grace our board at home in company with his wife, whose vocal strain and complexion and coiffure and flounces I found none the less informing, none the less racial, for my not being then versed in the language of analysis. The true inwardness of these rich meanings, those above all of the bookstore itself, was that a tradition was thus fed, a presumption thus created, a vague vision thus filled in. All expression is clumsy for so mystic a process. For what else can have happened but that having taken over, under suggestion and with singular infant promptitude, a particular throbbing consciousness, I had become aware of the source at which it could best be refreshed? That consciousness, so communicated, was just simply of certain impressions, certain sources of impressions again, proceeding from over the sea and situated beyond it, or even much rather of my parents' own impression of such, the fruit of a happy time spent in and about London with their two babies, and reflected in that portion of their talk with each other to which I best attended. Had all their talk for its subject, in my infant ears, that happy time? Did it deal only with London and Piccadilly and the Green Park, where, over against their dwelling, their two babies mainly took the air under the charge of Fanny of Albany, their American nurse, whose remark as to the degree to which the British Museum fell short for one who had the privilege of that of Albany was handed down to us? Did it never forbear from Windsor and Richmond and Sudbrook and Ham Common, amid the rich complexity of which, crowding their discourse with echoes, they had spent their summer? All a scattering of such pearls as it seemed that their second born could most deftly and instinctively pick up. Our sole maternal aunt, already mentioned as a devoted and cherished presence during those and many later years, was in a position to share with them the treasure of these mild memories, which strike me as having for the most part, through some bright household habit, overflowed at the breakfast table, where I regularly attended with W.J. She had imbibed betimes in Europe the seeds of a long nostalgia, and I think of her as ever so patiently communicative on that score under pressure of my artless appeal. That I should have been so inquiring while still so destitute of primary data was nevertheless rather an anomaly, and it was for that matter quite as if my infant divination proceeded by the light of nature. I divined that it would matter to me in the future that English life should be of this or that fashion. My father had subscribed for me to a small periodical of quarto form, covered in yellow and entitled The Charm, which shed on the question the softest lustre, but of which the appearances were sadly intermittent, or then struck me as being, inasmuch as many of our visits to the bookstore were to ask for the new number, only to learn with painful frequency that the last consignment from London had arrived without it. I feel again the pang of that disappointment, as if through the want of what I needed most for going on. The English smell was exhaled by the Charm in a peculiar degree, and I see myself affected by the failure as by that of a vital tonic. It was not, at the same time, by a charm the more or the less that my salvation was to be, as it were, worked out, or my imagination at any rate duly convinced. Conviction was the result of the very air of home, so far as I most consciously inhaled it. This represented, no doubt, a failure to read into matters close at hand all the interest they were capable of yielding, but I had taken the twist, had sipped the poison, as I say, and was to feel it to that end the most salutary cup. I saw my parents homesick, as I conceived, for the ancient order, and distressed and inconvenienced by many of the more immediate features of the modern, as the modern pressed upon us; and since their theory of our better living was from an early time that we should renew the quest of the ancient on the very first possibility, I simply grew greater in the faith that somehow to manage that would constitute a success in life. I never found myself deterred from this fond view, which was implied in every question I asked, every answer I got, and every plan I formed. Those are great words for the daydream of infant ignorance, Yet if success in life may perhaps be best defined as the performance in age of some intention arrested in youth, I may frankly put in a claim to it. To press my nose against the sources of the English smell, so different for young bibliophiles from any American, was to adopt that sweetness as the sign of my atmosphere. Roundabout might be the course to take, but one was in motion from the first, and one never lost sight of the goal. The very names of places and things in the other world, the marked opposite in most ways of that in which New York and Albany, Fort Hamilton and New Brighton formed so fallacious a maximum, became to me values and secrets and shibboleths. They were probably often on my tongue and employed as ignorance determined, but I quite recall being ashamed to use them as much as I should have liked. It was New Brighton, I construct, and indeed definitely remember, that finished us at last; that and our final sordid school, W.J.'s and mine, in New York. The ancient order had somehow to be invoked when such "advantages" as those were best within our compass and our means. Not further to anticipate, at all events that climax was for a while but vaguely in sight, and the illusion of felicity continued from season to season to shut us in. It is only of what I took for felicity, however few the years and however scant the scene, that I am pretending now to speak, though I shall have strained the last drop of romance from this vision of our towny summers with the quite sharp reminiscence of my first sitting for my daguerreotype. I repaired with my father on an August day to the great Broadway establishment of Mr. Brady, supreme in that then beautiful art, and it is my impression, the only vague point with me, that though we had come up by the Staten Island boat for the purpose we were to keep the affair secret till the charming consequence should break at home upon my mother. Strong is my conviction that our mystery, in the event, yielded almost at once to our elation, for no tradition had a brighter household life with us than that of our father's headlong impatience. He moved in a cloud, if not rather in a high radiance, of precipitation and divulgation, a chartered rebel against cold reserves. The good news in his hand refused under any persuasion to grow stale, the sense of communicable pleasure in his breast was positively explosive, so that we saw those surprises in which he had conspired with our mother for our benefit converted by him in every case, under our shamelessly encouraged guesses, into common conspiracies against her knowing, that is, how thoroughly we were all compromised. He had a special and delightful sophistry at the service of his overflow, and never so fine a fancy as in defending it on human grounds. He was something very different withal from a parent of weak mercies. Weakness was never so positive and plausible, nor could the attitude of sparing you be more handsomely or on occasion even more comically aggressive. My small point is simply, however, that the secrecy of our conjoined portrait was probably very soon, by his act, to begin a public and shining life and to enjoy it till we received the picture; as to which moreover still another remembrance steals on me, a proof of the fact that our adventure was improvised. Sharp again is my sense of not being so adequately dressed as I should have taken thought for had I foreseen my exposure, though the resources of my wardrobe as then constituted could surely have left me but few alternatives. The main resource of a small New York boy in this line at that time was the little sheath like jacket, tight to the body, closed at the neck and adorned in front with a single row of brass buttons; a garment of scant grace assuredly, and compromised to my consciousness, above all, by a strange ironic light from an unforgotten source. It was but a short time before those days that the great Mr. Thackeray had come to America to lecture on The English Humourists, and still present to me is the voice proceeding from my father's library, in which some glimpse of me hovering, at an open door, in passage or on staircase, prompted him to the formidable words, "Come here, little boy, and show me your extraordinary jacket." My sense of my jacket became from that hour a heavy one, further enriched, as my vision is, by my shyness of posture before the celebrated visitor, who struck me, in the sunny light of the animated room, as enormously big, and who, though he laid on my shoulder the hand of benevolence, bent on my native costume the spectacles of wonder. I was to know later on why he had been so amused, and why, after asking me if this were the common uniform of my age and class, he remarked that in England, were I to go there, I should be addressed as Buttons. It had been revealed to me thus in a flash that we were somehow queer, and though never exactly crushed by it I became aware that I at least felt so as I stood with my head in Mr. Brady's vice. Beautiful most decidedly the lost art of the daguerreotype. I remember my exposure, on this occasion, interminably long, yet with the result of a facial anguish far less harshly reproduced than my suffered snapshots of a later age. Too few, I may here interject, were to remain my gathered impressions of the great humorist, but one of them, indeed almost the only other, bears again on the play of his humour over our perversities of dress. It belongs to a later moment, an occasion on which I see him familiarly seated with us in Paris during the spring of 1857, at some repast at which the younger of us too by that time habitually flocked, in our affluence of five. Our youngest was beside him, a small sister, then not quite in her 8th year, and arrayed apparently after the fashion of the period and place, and the tradition lingered long of his having suddenly laid his hand on her little flounced person and exclaimed with ludicrous horror, "Crinoline? I was suspecting it. So young and so depraved." A fainter image, that of one of the New York moments, just eludes me, pursue it as I will. I recover but the setting and the fact of his brief presence in it, with nothing that was said or done beyond my being left with my father to watch our distinguished friend's secretary, who is also a young artist, establish his easel and proceed to paint. The setting, as I recall it, was an odd oblong blank private parlour at the Clarendon Hotel, then the latest thing in hotels, but whose ancient corner of Fourth Avenue and was it 18th Street? Long ago ceased to know it. The gentle, very gentle, portraitist was Mr. Eyre Crow, and the obliging sitter my father, who sat in response to Mr. Thackeray's desire that his protégé should find employment. The protector after a little departed, blessing the business, which took the form of a small full length of the model seated, his arm extended and the hand on the knob of his cane. The work, it may at this time of day be mentioned, fell below its general possibilities, but I note the scene through which I must duly have gaped and wondered, for I had as yet seen no one, least of all a casual acquaintance, in an hotel parlour really paint before, as a happy example again of my parents' positive cultivation of my society, it would seem, and thought for my social education. And then there are other connections. I recall it as a Sunday morning. I recover the place itself as a featureless void, bleak and bare with its developments all to come, the hotel parlour of other New York days. But vivid still to me is my conscious assistance, for the first time, at operations that were to mean much for many of my coming years. Those of quiet Mr. Crow held me spellbound. I was to circle so wistfully as from that beginning round the practice of his art, which in spite of these earnest approaches and intentions never on its own in the least acknowledged our acquaintance. Scarcely much more than it was ever to respond, for that matter, to the overtures of the mild aspirant himself, known to my observation long afterwards in the London years as the most touchingly resigned of the children of disappointment. Not only by association was he a Thackerayan figure, but much as if the master's hand had stamped him with the outline and the value, with life and sweetness and patience, shown, as after the long futility, seated in a quiet wait, very long too, for the end. That was sad, one couldn't but feel, yet it was in the oddest way impossible to take him for a failure. He might have been one of fortune's, strictly, but what was that when he was one of Thackeray's own successes? In the minor line, but with such a grace and such a truth, those of some dim second cousin to Colonel Newcome. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 8. I feel that at such a rate I remember too much, and yet this mild apparitionism is only part of it. To look back at all is to meet the apparitional and to find in its ghostly face the silent stare of an appeal. When I fix it, the hovering shade, whether of person or place, it fixes me back and seems the less lost, not to my consciousness, for that is nothing, but to its own, by my stopping however idly for it. The day of the daguerreotype, the August afternoon, what was it if not one of the days when we went to Union Square for luncheon and for more ice cream and more peaches and even more, even most, enjoyment of ease accompanied by stimulation of wonder? It may have been indeed that a visit to Mrs. Cannon rather on that occasion engaged us. Memory selects a little confusedly from such a wealth of experience. For the wonder was the experience, and that was everywhere, even if I didn't so much find it as take it with me, to be sure of not falling short. Mrs. Cannon lurked near Fourth Street. That I abundantly grasp, not more definitely placing her than in what seemed to me a labyrinth of grave by-streets westwardly back of Broadway. Yet at no great distance from it, where she must have occupied a house at a corner, since we reached her not by steps that went up to a front door, but by others that went slightly down and formed clearly an independent side access, a feature that affected me as rich and strange. What the steps went down to was a spacious room, light and friendly, so that it couldn't have been compromised by an area, which offered the brave mystification, amid other mystifications, of being at once a parlour and a shop in particular for the relief of gentlemen in want of pocket-handkerchiefs, neckties, collars, umbrellas, and straw-covered bottles of the essence known in old New York as Cologne, with a very long and big O. Mrs. Cannon was always seated at some delicate white or other needlework, as if she herself made the collars and the neckties and hemmed the pocket-handkerchiefs, though the air of this conflicts with the sense of importation from remoter centres of fashion breathed by some of the more thrilling of the remarks I heard exchanged, at the same time that it quickened the oddity of the place. For the oddity was in many things, above all perhaps in there being no counter, no rows of shelves, and no vulgar till for Mrs. Cannon's commerce. The parlour clearly dissimulated the shop, and positively to that extent that I might uncannily have wondered what the shop dissimulated. It represented, honestly, I made out in the course of visits that seemed to me to have been delightfully repeated, the more informal of the approaches to our friend's brave background or hinterland, the realm of her main industry, the array of the furnished apartments for gentlemen largely for whom she imported the eau de Cologne and the neckties, and who struck me as principally consisting of the ever remarkable uncles desirous at times, on their restless returns from Albany or wherever, of an intimacy of comfort that the New York hotel couldn't yield. Fascinating thus the implications of Mrs. Cannon's establishment, where the talk took the turn, in particular, of Mr. John and Mr. Edward and Mr. Howard, and where Miss Maggie or Miss Susie, who were on the spot in other rocking chairs and with other poised needles, made their points as well as the rest of us. The interest of the place was that the uncles were somehow always under discussion, as to where they at the moment might be, or as to when they were expected, or above all as to how the how was the greater matter and the fine emphasis they had last appeared and might be conceived as carrying themselves, and that their consumption of neckties and eau de cologne was somehow inordinate. I might have been judging it on my innocence as their only consummation. I refer to those sources, I say, the charm of the scene. The finer part of me must yet have been that it didn't, as it regularly lapsed, dispose of all mystifications. If I didn't understand, however, the beauty was that Mrs. Cannon understood. That was what she did most of all, even more than hem pocket handkerchiefs and collars. And my father understood, and each understood that the other did, Miss Maggie and Miss Susie being no whit behind. It was only I who didn't understand, save in so far as I understood that, which was a kind of pale joy. And meanwhile there would be more to come from uncles so attachingly, so almost portentously discussable. The vision, at any rate, was to stick by me as through its old world friendly grace, its light on the elder amenity, the prettier manners, the tender personal note in the good lady's importations and anxieties, that of the hand-made fabric and the discriminating service, fit to figure as a value anywhere, by which I meant in the right corner of any social picture, I afterwards said to myself, that refined and composed significance of Mrs. Cannon's scene. Union Square was a different matter, though with the element there also that I made out that I didn't make out. My sense of drama was in this case, I think, rather more frightened off than led on; a drawback for which, however, I consoled myself by baked apples and custards, an inveterate feature of our Sunday luncheon there, those of weekdays being various and casual, and by a study of a great store, as it seemed to me, of steel-plated volumes, devoted mainly to the heroines of romance, with one in particular presenting those of Shakespeare, in which the plates were so artfully coloured and varnished, and complexion and dress thereby so endeared to memory, that it was for long afterwards a shock to me at the theatre not to see just those bright images, with their peculiar toggeries, come on. I was able but the other day, moreover, to renew almost on the very spot the continuity of contemplation. Large lumpish presences, precarious creations of a day, seemed to have elbowed out of the square all but one or two of the minor monuments, pleasant appreciable things, of the other time; yet close to University Place the old house of the picture books and the custards and the domestic situation had, though disfigured and overscored, not quite received its death stroke. I disengaged, by a mere identification of obscured window and profaned portico, a whole chapter of history, which fact should indeed be a warning to penetration, a practical plea here for the superficial, by its exhibition of the rate at which the relations of any gauge of experience multiply and ramify from the moment the mind begins to handle it. I pursued a swarm of such relations, on the occasion I speak of, up and down West 14th Street and over to Seventh Avenue, running most of them to earth with difficulty, but finding them at half a dozen points quite confess to a queer stale sameness. The gauge of experience, as I say, had in these cases been strangely spared. The sameness had, in two or three of them, held out as with conscious craft. But these are impressions. I shall presently find it impossible not to take up again at any cost. I first realised 14th Street at a very tender age, and I perfectly recall that flush of initiation, consisting as it did of an afternoon call with my father at a house there situated, one of an already fairly mature row on the south side and quite near Sixth Avenue. It was as our house, just acquired by us, that he thus invited my approval of it, heaping as that does once more the measure of my small adhesiveness. I thoroughly approved, quite as if I had foreseen that the place was to become to me for ever so long afterwards a sort of anchorage of the spirit, being at the hour as well a fascination for the eyes, since it was there I first fondly gaped at the process of "decorating." I saw charming men in little caps ingeniously formed of folded newspaper. Where in the roaring city are those quaint badges of the handicrafts now? Mounted on platforms and casting plaster into moulds. I saw them in particular paste long strips of yellowish grained paper upon walls, and I vividly remember thinking the grain and the pattern, for there was a pattern from the waist high down, a complication of dragons and sphinxes and scrolls and other fine flourishes, a wonderful and sumptuous thing. I would give much, I protest, to recover its lost secret, to see what it really was; so interesting ever to retrace and sometimes so difficult of belief, in a community of one's own knowing, is the general æsthetic adventure, are the dangers and delusions, the all but fatal accidents and mortal ailments, that taste has smilingly survived and after which the fickle creature may still quite brazenly look one in the face. Our quarter must have bristled in those years with the very worst of the danger signals, though indeed they figured but as coarse complacencies. The age of brownstone had just been ushered in, and that material, in deplorable, in monstrous form, over all the vacant spaces and eligible sites then numerous between the Fifth and Sixth Avenues, more and more affronted the day. We seemed to have come from a world of quieter harmonies, the world of Washington Square and thereabouts, so decent in its dignity, so instinctively unpretentious. There were even there spots of shabbiness that I recall, such as the charmless void reaching westward from the two houses that formed the Fifth Avenue corner to our grandfather's, our New York grandfather's house, itself built by him, with the happiest judgment, not so long before, and at no distant time in truth, to be solidly, but much less pleasingly neighboured. The ancient name of the parade ground still hung about the central space, and the ancient wooden palings, then so generally accounted proper for central spaces the whole image infinitely recedes affected even my innocent childhood as rustic and mean. Union Square, at the top of the avenue, or what practically then counted for the top, was encased, more smartly, in iron rails and further adorned with a fountain and an aged amateur looking constable, awful to my generation in virtue of his star and his switch. I associate less elegance with the parade ground, into which we turned for recreation from my neighbouring dame's school, and where the parades deployed on no scale to check our own evolutions, though indeed the switch of office abounded there, for what I best recover in the connection is a sense and smell of perpetual autumn, with the ground so muffled in the leaves and twigs of the now long defunct ailanthus tree that most of our own motions were a kicking of them up. The semi-sweet rankness of the plant was all in the air, and small boys pranced about as cavaliers whacking their steeds. There were bigger boys, bolder still, to whom this vegetation, or something kindred that escapes me, yielded long black bean-like slips which they lighted and smoked, the smaller ones staring and impressed. I at any rate think of the small one I can best speak for as constantly wading through an Indian summer of these disjecta, fascinated by the leaf-kicking process, the joy of lonely trudges over a course in which those parts and the slightly more northward pleasantly confound themselves. These were the homely joys of the nobler neighbourhood, elements that had their match, and more, hard by the 14th Street home, in the poplars, the pigs, the poultry, and the Irish houses, 2 or 3 in number, exclusive of a very fine Dutch one, seated then, this last, almost as among gardens and groves. A breadth of territory still apparent, on the spot, in that marginal ease, that spread of occupation, to the nearly complete absence of which New York aspects owe their general failure of "style." But there were finer vibrations as well, for the safely prowling infant, though none perhaps so fine as when he stood long and drank deep at those founts of romance that gushed from the huge placards of the theatre. These announcements, at a day when advertisement was contentedly but information, had very much the form of magnified playbills. They consisted of vast oblong sheets, yellow or white, pasted upon tall wooden screens or into hollow sockets, and acquainting the possible playgoer with every circumstance that might seriously interest him. These screens rested sociably against trees and lamp posts, as well as against walls and fences, to all of which they were, I suppose, familiarly attached; but the sweetest note of their confidence was that in parallel lines and the good old way, characters facing performers, they gave the whole cast, which in the palmy days of the drama often involved many names. I catch myself again in the fact of endless stations in Fifth Avenue, near the southwest corner of Ninth Street, as I think it must have been, since the dull, long "run" didn't exist then for the young badauds, and the poster there was constantly and bravely renewed. It engaged my attention whenever I passed, as the canvas of a great master in a great gallery holds that of the pious tourist, and even though I can't at this day be sure of its special reference, I was with precocious passion at home among the theatres, thanks to our parents' fond interest in them, as from this distance I see it flourish for the time, and to the liberal law and happy view under which the addiction was shared with us, they never caring much for things we couldn't care for, and generally holding that what was good to them would be also good for their children. It had the effect certainly of preparing for these, so far as we should incline to cherish it, a strange little fund of theatrical reminiscence, a small hoard of memories maintaining itself in my own case for a lifetime, and causing me to wonder to day, before its abundance, on how many evenings of the month, or perhaps even of the week, we were torn from the pursuits of home. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 9. The truth is doubtless, however, much less in the wealth of my experience than in the tenacity of my impression, the fact that I have lost nothing of what I saw, and that though I can't now quite divide the total into separate occasions, the various items surprisingly swarm for me. I shall return to some of them, wishing at present only to make my point of when and how the seeds were sown that afterwards so thickly sprouted and flowered. I was to greatly love the drama, at its best, as a form, whatever variations of faith or curiosity I was to know in respect to the infirm and inadequate theatre. There was of course anciently no question for us of the drama at its best, and indeed while I lately by chance looked over a copious collection of theatrical portraits, beginning with the earliest age of lithography and photography as so applied, and documentary in the highest degrees on the personalities, as we nowadays see, of the old American stage, stupefaction grew sharp in me, and scepticism triumphed, so vulgar, so barbarous seemed the array of types, so extraordinarily provincial the note of every figure, so less than scant the claim of such physiognomies and such reputations. Rather dismal everywhere, I admit, the histrionic image with the artificial lights turned off, the fatigued and disconnected face reduced to its mere self, and resembling some closed and darkened inn, with the signs still swung but the place blighted for want of custom. That consideration weighs. But what a gang, all the same, when thus left to their own devices, the performers, men and women alike, of that world of queer appreciations! I ought perhaps to bear on them lightly in view of what in especial comes back to me the sense of the sacred thrill with which I began to watch the green curtain, the particular one that was rise to the Comedy of Errors on the occasion that must have been, for what I recall of its almost unbearable intensity, the very first of my ever sitting at a play. I should have been indebted for the momentous evening in that case to Mr. William Burton, whose small theatre in Chambers Street, to the rear of Stewart's big shop and hard by the Park, as the Park was at that time understood, offered me then my prime initiation. Let me not complain of my having owed the adventure to a still greater William as well, nor think again without the right intensity, the scarce tolerable throb, of the way the torment of the curtain was mixed, half so dark a defiance and half so rich a promise. One's eyes bored into it in vain, and yet one knew it would rise at the named hour, the only question being if one could exist till then. The play had been read to us during the day. A celebrated English actor, whose name I inconsistently forget, had arrived to match Mr. Burton as the other of the Dromios, and the agreeable Mrs. Holman, who had, to my relentless vision too retreating a chin, was so good as to represent Adriana. I regarded Mrs. Holman as a friend, though in no warmer light than that in which I regarded Miss Mary Taylor, save indeed that Mrs. Holman had the pull, on one's affections, of coming out to sing in white satin, and quite irrelevantly between the acts; an advantage she shared with the younger and fairer and more dashing, the dancing, Miss Malvina, who footed it and tambourined it and shawled it, eruptively, in lonely state. When not admiring Mr. Burton in Shakespeare, we admired him as Paul Pry, as Mr. Toodles, and as Aminadab Sleek in The Serious Family, and we must have admired him very much. His huge fat person, his huge fat face and his vast slightly pendulous cheek, surmounted by a sort of elephantine wink to which I impute a remarkable baseness, being still perfectly present to me. We discriminated none the less. We thought Mr. Blake a much finer comedian, much more of a gentleman and a scholar. Mellow Mr. Blake, whom with the brave and emphatic Mrs. Blake how they must have made their points! I connect partly with the Burton scene, and partly with that of slightly subsequent creation, which, after flourishing a while slightly further up Broadway under the charmlessly commercial name of Brougham's Lyceum we had almost only lyceums and museums and lecture rooms and academies of music for playhouse and opera then entered upon a long career and a migratory life as Wallack's Theatre. I fail doubtless to keep all my associations clear, but what is important, or what I desire at least to make pass for such, is that when we most admired Mr. Blake we also again admired Miss Mary Taylor, and it was at Brougham's, not at Burton's, that we rendered her that tribute, reserved for her performance of the fond theatrical daughter in the English version of Le Père de la Débutante, where I see the charming panting dark-haired creature in flowing white, classically relieved by a gold tiara and a golden scarf, rush back from the supposed stage to the represented green room, followed by thunders of applause, and throw herself upon the neck of the broken down old gentleman in a blue coat with brass buttons, who must have been after all, on second thoughts, Mr. Placide. Greater flights, or more delicate shades, the art of pathetic comedy was at that time held not to achieve. Only I straighten it out that Mr. and Mrs. Blake, not less than Miss Mary Taylor, who preponderantly haunts my vision, even to the disadvantage of Miss Kate Horne in Nan the Good for Nothing, until indeed she is displaced by the brilliant Laura Keene, did migrate to Brougham's, where we found them all themselves as Goldsmith's Hardcastle pair, and other like matters. We rallied especially to Blake as Dogberry on the occasion of my second Shakespearean night, for as such I seem to place it, when Laura Keene and Mr. Lester, the Lester Wallack that was to be, did Beatrice and Benedick. I yield to this further proof that we had our proportion of Shakespeare, though perhaps antedating that rapt vision of Much Ado, which may have been preceded by the dazzled apprehension of A Midsummer Night's Dream at the Broadway. There was a confessed theatre. This latter now present to me in every bright particular. It supplied us, we must have felt, our greatest conceivable adventure. I cannot otherwise account for its emerging so clear. Everything here is as of yesterday, the identity of the actors, the details of their dress, the charm imparted by the sisters Guggenheim, the elegant elder as the infatuated Helena, and the other, the roguish Joey, as the mischievous Puck. Hermia was Mrs. Nagle, in a short, salmon-coloured peplum over a white petticoat, the whole bulgingly confined by a girdle of shining gilt, and forming a contrast to the loose scarves of Helena, while Mr. Nagle, not devoid, I seem to remember, of a blue chin, and the latency of a fine brogue, was either Lysander or Demetrius. Mr. Davidge, also I surmise with a brogue, was Bottom the weaver, and Madame Panisi Oberon, Madame Panisi, whose range must have been wide, since I see her also as the white-veiled heroine of The Cataract of the Ganges, where, preferring death to dishonour, she dashes up the more or less perpendicular waterfall on a fiery black steed, and with an effect only a little blighted by the chance flutter of a drapery out of which peeps the leg of a trouser and a big male foot, and then again only presumably at a somewhat later time, or in strictness after childhood's fond hour, as this and that noble matron or tragedy queen. I descry her at any rate as representing all characters alike, with a broad brown face framed in bands or crowns or other heavy headgear, out of which cropped a row of very small tight black curls. The Cataract of the Ganges is all there as well, a tragedy of temples and idols and wicked Rajahs and real water, with Davidge and Joey Guggenheim again for comic relief, though all in a coarser radiance, thanks to the absence of fairies and Amazons and moonlit mechanical effects, the charm above all, so seen, of the play within the play. And I rank it in that relation with Green Bushes, despite the celebrity in the latter of Madame Celeste, who came to us straight out of London and whose admired walk up the stage as Miami the Huntress, a wonderful majestic and yet voluptuous stride enhanced by a short kilt, black velvet leggings and a gun haughtily borne on the shoulder, is vividly before me as I write. The piece in question was, I recall, from the pen of Mr. Boursiquot, as he then wrote his name. He was so early in the field, and must have been from long before, inasmuch as he now appears to me to have supplied Mr. Broom of the Lyceum aforesaid with his choicest productions. I sit again at London Assurance with Mrs. Wallack, Fanny Wallack, I think, not that I quite know who she was, as Lady Gay Spanker, flushed and vociferous, first in a riding habit with a tail yards long, and afterwards in a yellow satin with scarce a tail at all. I am present also at Love in a Maze, in which the stage represented, with primitive art, I fear, a supposedly intricate garden labyrinth, and in which I admired for the first time Mrs. Russell, afterwards long before the public as Mrs. Hoey, even if opining that she wanted, especially for the low-necked ordeal, less osseous a structure. There are pieces of that general association, I admit, the clue to which slips from me. The drama of modern life and of French origin, though what was then not of French origin, in which Miss Julia Bennet, fresh from triumphs at the Haymarket, made her first appearance, in a very becoming white bonnet, either as a brilliant adventuress or as the innocent victim of licentious design, I forget which; though with a sense somehow that the white bonnet, when of true elegance, was the note, at that period, of the adventuress. Miss Julia Bennet, with whom at a later age one was to renew acquaintance as the artful and ample Mrs. Barrow, full of manner and presence, and often Edwin Booth's Portia, Desdemona, and Julie de Montgomery. I figure her as having in the dimmer phase succeeded to Miss Laura Keene at Wallack's, on the succession thence of this original charmer of our parents, the flutter of whose prime advent is perfectly present to me, with the relish expressed for that English sweetness of her speech. I already wondered why it shouldn't be English, which was not as the speech mostly known to us. The uncles within my hearing even imitated for commendation some of her choicer sounds, to which I strained my ear on seeing her afterwards as Mrs. Chillington in the refined comedietta of A Morning Call, where she made delightful game of Mr. Lester as Sir Edward Ardent, even to the point of causing him to crawl about on all fours and covered with her shawl after the fashion of a horse blanket. That delightful impression was then unconscious of the blight to come, that of my apprehending, years after, that the brilliant comedietta was the tribute of our Anglo Saxon taste to Alfred de Musset's elegant proverb of the porte ouverte ou fermée, in which nothing could find itself less at home than the horseplay of the English version. Miss Laura Keene, with a native grace at the start, a fresh and delicate inspiration, I infer from the kind of pleasure she appears to have begun with giving, was to live to belie her promise, and, becoming hard and rattled, forfeit on the evidence all claim to the higher distinction, a fact not surprising under the lurid light projected by such a sign of the atmosphere of ineptitude as an accepted and condoned perversion to vulgarity of Musset's perfect little work. How could quality of talent consort with so dire an absence of quality in the material offered it? Where could such lapses lead but to dust and desolation, and what happy instinct not be smothered in an air so dismally non-conducting? Is it a foolish fallacy that these matters may have been on occasion at that time worth speaking of? Is it only presumable that everything was perfectly cheap and common, and every one perfectly bad and barbarous, and that even the least corruptible of our typical spectators were too easily beguiled and too helplessly kind? The beauty of the main truth, as to any remembered matter looked at in due detachment, or in other words through the haze of time, is that comprehension has then become one with criticism, compassion, as it may be called, one with musing vision, and the whole company of the anciently restless, with their elations and mistakes, their sincerities and fallacies, and vanities and triumphs, embalmed for us in the mild essence of their collective submission to fate. We needn't be strenuous about them unless we particularly want to, and are glad to remember in season all that this would imply of the strenuous about our own origines, our muddled initiations. If nothing is more certain for us than that many persons, within our recollection, couldn't help being rather generally unadmonished and unaware, so nothing is more in the note of peace than that such a perceived state, pushed to a point, makes our scales of judgment but ridiculously rattle. Our admonition, our superior awareness, is of many things, and among these of how infinitely at the worst they lived, the pale superseded, and how much it was by their virtue. Which reflections, in the train of such memories as those just gathered, may perhaps seem overstrained, though they really to my own eyes cause the images to multiply. Still others of these break in upon me and refuse to be slighted, reconstituting as I practically am the history of my fostered imagination, for whatever it may be worth, I won't pretend to a disrespect for any contributive particle. I left myself just above, staring at the Fifth Avenue poster, and I can't but linger there while the vision it evokes insists on swarming. It was the age of the arrangements of Dickens for the stage, vamped up promptly on every scene, and which must have been the roughest theatrical tinker's work, but at two or three of which we certainly assisted. I associate them with Mr. Brougham's Temple of Art, yet am at the same time beset with the Captain Cuttle of Dombey and Son in the form of the big Burton, who never, I earnestly conceive, graced that shrine, so that I wander a trifle confusedly. Isn't it he whom I remember as a monstrous Micawber, the coarse parody of a charming creation, with the entire baldness of a huge Easter egg, and collar points like the sails of Mediterranean feluccas? Dire, of course, for all temperance in these connections was the need to conform to the illustrations of Phiz, himself already an improvising parodist, and happy only so long as not imitated, not literally reproduced. Strange enough the aesthetic of artists who could desire but literally to reproduce. I give the whole question up, however. I stray too in the dust, and with a positive sense of having, in the first place, but languished at home when my betters admired Miss Cushman, terribly out of the picture and the frame we should to-day pronounce her, I fear, as the Nancy of Oliver Twist. As far away this must have been as the lifetime of the prehistoric Park, to which it was just within my knowledge that my elders went for opera, to come back on sounding those rich old Italian names, Bosio and Badiali and Ronconi and Stefanoni. I am not sure I have them quite right. Signs, of a rueful sound to us, that the line as to our infant participation was somewhere drawn. It had not been drawn, I all the more like to remember, when, under proper protection at Castle Garden, I listened to that rarest of infant phenomena, Adelina Patti, poised in an armchair that had been pushed to the footlights, and announcing her incomparable gift. She was about our own age, she was one of us, even though at the same time the most prodigious of fairies, of glittering fables. That principle of selection was indeed in abeyance while I sat with my mother either at Tripler Hall or at Niblo's. I am vague about the occasion, but the names, as for fine old confused reasons, plead alike to my pen, and paid a homage, quite other than critical, I dare say, to the then slightly worn Henrietta Sontag, Countess Rossi, who struck us as supremely elegant in pink silk and white lace flounces, and with whom there had been for certain members of our circle some contact or intercourse that I have wonderingly lost. I learned at that hour, in any case, what acclamation might mean, and have again before me the vast high-piled auditory thundering applause at the beautiful pink lady's clear bird notes. A thrilling, tremendous experience, and my sole other memory of concert going at that age, save the impression of a strange huddled hour in some smaller public space, some very minor hall under dim lamps and again in my mother's company, where we were so near the improvised platform that my nose was brushed by the petticoats of the distinguished amateur who sang Casta Diva, a very fine fair woman with a great heaving bosom and flirt of crinoline, and that the ringleted Italian gentleman in black velvet and a romantic voluminous cloak who represented, or rather who professionally and uncontrollably was, an improvisatore, had for me the effect, as I crouched gaping, of quite bellowing down my throat. That occasion, I am clear, was a concert for charity, with the volunteer performance and the social patroness, and it had squeezed in where it could, at the same time that I somehow connect the place, in Broadway, on the right going down, and not much below Fourth Street, except that everything seems to me to have been just below Fourth Street when not just above, with the scene of my great public exposure somewhat later, the wonderful exhibition of Signor Blitz, the peerless conjurer, who, on my attending his entertainment with W. J. and our frequent comrade of the early time, Hal Coster, practised on my innocence to seduce me to the stage and there plunge me into the shame of my sad failure to account arithmetically for his bewilderingly subtracted or added or divided pocket handkerchiefs and playing cards, a paralysis of wit as to which I once more, and with the same wan despair, feel my companions' shy telegraphy of relief, their snickerings and mouthings and raised numerical fingers reach me from the benches. The second definite matter in the Dickens connection is the Smike of Miss Weston, whose praenomen I frivolously forget, though I fear it was Lizzie, but who was afterwards Mrs. E. L. Davenport, and then, sequently to some public strife or chatter, Mrs. Charles Mathews, in a version of Nicholas Nickleby that gracelessly managed to be all tearful melodrama, long lost foundlings, wicked Ralph Nicklebys and scowling Arthur Grides, with other baffled villains; and scarcely at all Crummles's or Kenwigs's or much less Squeers's, though there must have been something of Dotheboys Hall for the proper tragedy of Smike, and for the broad Yorkshire effect, a precious theatrical value, of John Brodie. The ineffaceability was the anguish, to my tender sense, of Nicholas's starved and tattered and fawning and whining protégé, in the face of my sharp retention of which, through all the years, who shall deny the immense authority of the theatre, or that the stage is the mightiest of modern engines? Such at least was to be the force of the Dickens imprint, however applied, in the soft clay of our generation. It was to resist so serenely the wash of the waves of time. To be brought up thus against the author of it, or to speak at all of the dawn of one's early consciousness of it and his presence and power, is to begin to tread ground at once sacred and boundless, the associations of which, looming large, warn us off even while they hold. He did too much for us surely even to leave us free of judgment, free of reaction, even should we care to be, which heaven forbid. He laid his hand on us in a way to undermine as in no other case the power of detached appraisement. We react against other productions of the general kind without liking them the less, but we somehow like Dickens the more for having forfeited the claim to appreciation. The process belongs to the fact that criticism round about him is somehow futile and tactless. His own taste is easily impugned, but he entered so early into the blood and bone of our intelligence that it always remained better than the taste of overhauling him. When I take him up today and find myself holding off, I simply stop. Not holding off, that is, but holding on, and from the very fear to do so, which sounds, I recognise, like perusal, like renewal, of the scantest. I don't renew, I wouldn't renew for the world, wouldn't, that is, with one's treasure so hoarded in the dusty chamber of youth, let in the intellectual air. Happy the house of life in which such chambers still hold out, even with the draught of the intellect whistling through the passages. We were practically contemporary with the issues, the fluttering monthly numbers. That was the point. It made for us a good fortune, constituted for us in itself romance, on which nothing, to the end, succeeds in laying its hands. The whole question dwells for me in a single small reminiscence, though there are others still, that of my having been sent to bed one evening in 14th Street, as a very small boy, at an hour when, in the library and under the lamp, one of the elder cousins from Albany, the youngest of an orphaned brood of 4, of my grandmother's most extravagant adoption, had begun to read aloud to my mother the new, which must have been the first, instalment of David Copperfield. I had feigned to withdraw, but had only retreated to cover close at hand, the friendly shade of some screen or drooping tablecloth, folded up behind which, and glued to the carpet, I held my breath and listened. I listened long and drank deep while the wondrous picture grew, but the tense chord at last snapped under the strain of the Murderstones, and I broke into the sobs of sympathy that disclosed my subterfuge. I was at this time effectively banished, but the ply then taken was ineffaceable. I remember indeed just afterwards finding the sequel, in especial the vast extrusion of the Micawbers, beyond my actual capacity, which took a few years to grow adequate years in which the bleak contagious consciousness, and our own household response not least, breathed heavily through Hard Times, Bleak House, and Little Dorrit, the seeds of acquaintance with Chuzzlewit and Dombey and Son, these coming thickly on, I had already found sown. I was to feel that I had been born to a rich awareness under the very meridian. There sprouted in those years no such other crop of ready references as the golden harvest of Copperfield. Yet if I was to wait to achieve the happier of these recognitions I had already pored over Oliver Twist, albeit now uncertain of the relation borne by that experience to the incident just recalled. When Oliver was new to me at any rate he was already old to my betters, whose view of his particular adventures and exposures must have been concerned, I think, moreover, in the fact of my public and lively wonder about them. It was an exhibition deprecated, to infant innocence, I judge, unless indeed my remembrance of enjoying it only on the terms of fitful snatches in another though kindred house is due mainly to the existence there of George Cruikshank's splendid form of the work, of which our own foreground was clear. It perhaps even seemed to me more Cruikshank's than Dickens's. It was a thing of such vividly terrible images, and all marked with that peculiarity of Cruikshank that the offered flowers or goodnesses, the scenes and figures intended to comfort and cheer, present themselves under his hand as but more subtly sinister, or more suggestively queer, than the frank badness and horrors. The nice people and the happy moments in the plates frightened me almost as much as the low and the awkward, which didn't however make the volumes a source of attraction the less toward that high and square old back parlour just westward of Sixth Avenue, as we in the same street were related to it, that formed romantically half our alternative domestic field and offered to our small inquiring steps a larger range and privilege. If the Dickens of those years was, as I have just called him, the great actuality of the current imagination, so I at once met him in force as a feature even of conditions in which he was but indirectly involved. For the other house, the house we most haunted after our own, was that of our cousin Albert, still another of the blest orphans, though this time of our mother's kindred, and if it was my habit, as I have hinted, to attribute to orphans as orphans a circumstantial charm, a setting necessarily more delightful than our fathered and mothered one, so there spread about this appointed comrade the perfection of the type, inasmuch as he alone was neither brothered nor sistered, an air of possibilities that were none the less vivid for being quite indefinite. He was to embody in due course, poor young man, some of these possibilities, those that had originally been for me the vaguest of all. But to fix his situation from my present view is not so much to wonder that it spoke to me of a wild freedom, as to see in it the elements of a rich and rounded picture. The frame was still there, but a short time since, cracked and empty, broken and gaping, like those few others of the general overgrown scene that my late quest had puzzled out. And this has somehow helped me to read back into the old figures and the old long story, told as with excellent art. We knew the figures well while they lasted, and had with them the happiest relation, but without doing justice to their truth of outline, their felicity of character, and force of expression and function, above all to the compositional harmony in which they moved. That lives again to my considering eyes, and I admire as never before the fine artistry of fate. Our cousin's guardian, the natural and the legal, was his aunt, his only one, who was the cousin of our mother and our own aunt, virtually our only one, so far as a felt and adopted closeness of kinship went, and the three, daughters of two sole and much united sisters, having been brought up together as to have quite all the signs and accents of the same strain and the same nest. The cousin Helen of our young prospect was thus all but the sister Helen of our mother's lifetime, as was to happen, and was scarcely less a stout brave presence and an emphasised character for the new generation than for the old. Noted here as she was, in particular, for her fine old-time value of clearness and straightness. I see in her strong simplicity, that of an earlier, quieter world, of a New York of better manners and better morals and homelier beliefs, the very elements of some portrait by a grave Dutch or other truth-seeking master. She looks out with some of the strong marks, the anxious honesty, the modest humour, the folded resting hands, the dark handsome serious attire, the important composed cap, almost the badge of a guild or an order, that hang together about the images of past worthies of whatever sex, who have had, as one may say, the courage of their character, and qualify them for places in great collections. I note with appreciation that she was strenuously, actively good, and have the liveliest impression both that no one was ever better, and that her goodness somehow testifies for the whole tone of a society, a remarkable cluster of private decencies. Her value to my imagination is even most of all, perhaps, in her mere local consistency, her fine old New York ignorance and rigour. Her traditions, scant but stiff, had grown there, close to her; they were all she needed, and she lived by them candidly and stoutly. That there have been persons so little doubtful of duty helps to show us how societies grow. A proportionately small amount of absolute conviction about it will carry, we thus make out, a vast dead weight of mere comparative. She was as anxious over hers, indeed, as if it had ever been in question; which is a proof perhaps that being void of imagination, when you are quite entirely void, makes scarcely more for comfort than having too much, which only makes it in a manner for a homeless freedom, or even at the worst for a questioned veracity. With a big installed conscience there is a virtue in a grain of the figurative faculty. It acts as oil to the stiff machine. Yet this life of straight and narrow insistences, seated so clearly in our view, didn't take up all the room in the other house, the house of the pictured, the intermittent Oliver; though of the fewer books in general than ours, and of the finer proportions and less peopled spaces there were but three persons to fill them as well as of the more turbaned and powdered family portraits. One of these, the most antique, a French pastel, which must have been charming, of a young collateral ancestor who had died on the European tour. A vast marginal range seemed to me on the contrary to surround the adolescent nephew, who was some 3 years, I judge, beyond me in age, and had other horizons and prospects than ours. No question of Europe for him, but a patriotic preparation for acquaintance with the South and West, or what was then called the West. He was to see his own country first, winking at us while he did so, though he was, in spite of differences, so nearly and naturally neighboured and brothered with us that the extensions of his range and the charms of his position counted somehow as the limits and the humilities of ours. He went neither to our schools nor to our hotels, but hovered out of our view in some other educational air that I can't now point to, and had in a remote part of the State a vast wild property of his own, known as the Beaverkill, to which, so far from his aunts and his uncles taking him there, he affably took them, and to which he also vainly invited W.J. and me, pointing thereby to us, though indirectly enough perhaps, the finest childish case we were to know for the famous acceptance of the inevitable. It was apparently not to be thought of that instead of the inevitable we should accept the invitation. The place was in the wilderness, incalculably distant, reached by a whole day's rough drive from the railroad, every danger of flood and field, with prowling bears thrown in and probable loss of limb, of which there were sad examples, from swinging scythes and axes. But we of course measured our privation just by those facts, and grew up, so far as we did then grow, to believe that pleasures beyond price had been cruelly denied us. I at any rate myself grew up sufficiently to wonder if poor Albert's type, as it developed to the anxious elder view from the first, mightn't rather have undermined countenance. His pleasant foolish face and odd shy air of being suspected or convicted on grounds less vague to himself than to us may well have appeared symptoms of the course, of the rig, he was eventually to run. I could think of him but as the fils de famille ideally constituted. Not that I could then use for him that designation, but that I felt he must belong to an important special class which he in fact formed in his own person. Everything was right, truly, for these felicities, to speak of them only as dramatic or pictorial values; since if we were present all the while at more of a drama than we knew, so at least to my vague divination the scene and the figures were there, not excluding the chorus, and I must have had the instinct of their being as right as possible. I see the actors move again through the high, rather bedimmed rooms. It is always a matter of winter twilight, firelight, lamplight, each one appointed to his or her part and perfect for the picture, which gave a sense of fullness without ever being crowded. That composition had to wait a while in the earliest time to find its proper centre, having been, from the free point of view I thus cultivate, a little encumbered by the presence of the most aged of our relatives, the oldest person I remember to have familiarly known, if it can be called familiar to have stood off in fear of such strange proofs of accomplished time, our great aunt Wyckoff, our maternal grandmother's eldest sister, I infer, and an image of living antiquity as I figure her to-day, that I was never to see surpassed. I invest her in this vision with all the idle quality that may accrue to the venerable, solidly seated or even throned, hooded and draped and tucked in, with big protective protrusive ears, to her chair which helped it to the effect of a shrine, and a large face in which the odd blackness of eyebrow, and of a couple of other touches, suggested the conventional marks of a painted image. She signified her wants as divinities do, for I recover from her presence neither sound nor stir, remembering of her only that, as described by her companions, the pious ministrants, she had said so and so when she hadn't spoken at all. Was she really, as she seemed, so tremendously old, so old that her daughter, our mother's cousin Helen, and ours, would have had to come to her in middle life to account for it? Or did antiquity at that time set in earlier, and was surrender of appearance and dress, matching the intrinsic decay, only more complacent, more submissive, and, as you should say, more abject? I have my choice of these suppositions, each in its way of so lively an interest that I scarce know which to prefer, though inclining a little to the idea of the backward reach. If Aunt Wyckoff was, as I first remember her, scarce more than 70, say, the thought fills me with one sort of joy, the joy of our modern, our so generally greater and nobler effect of duration. Who wouldn't more subtly strive for that effect and, intelligently so striving, reach it better than such non-questioners of fate? The moral of whose case is surely that if they gave up too soon and softly, we wiser witnesses can reverse the process and fight the whole ground. But I apologise to the heavy shade in question if she had really drained her conceivable cup, and for that matter rather like to suppose it, so rich and strange is the pleasure of finding the past, the past above all, answered for to one's own touch, this being our only way to be sure of it. It was the past that one touched in her, the American past, of a preponderant unthinkable queerness, and great would seem the fortune of helping on the continuity at some other far end. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 10. It was, at all events, the good lady's disappearance that more markedly cleared the decks, steered them for that long, slow, sustained action with which I make out that nothing was afterwards to interfere. She had sat there under her stiff old father's portrait, with which her own, on the other side of the chimney, mildly balanced. But these presences acted from that time but with cautious reserves. A brave, finished, clear-eyed image of such properties as the last named, in particular, our already mentioned Alexander Robertson, a faint and diminished replica of whose picture, the really fine original as I remember it having been long since perverted from our view, I lately renewed acquaintance with in a pious institution of his founding, where, after more than one push northward and some easy accommodations, he lives on into a world that knows him not, and of some of the high improvements of which he can little enough have dreamed. Of the world he had personally known there was a feature or two still extant, the legend of his acres and his local concerns, as well as of his solid presence among them, was considerably cherished by us, though for ourselves personally the relics of his worth were a lean feast to sit at. They were by some invidious turn of fate all to help to constitute the heritage of our young kinsman, the orphaned and administered fils de famille whose father, Alexander Wyckoff, son of our great aunt, and one of the two brothers of cousin Helen, just discernibly flushes for me through the ominous haze that preceded the worst visitation of cholera New York was to know. Alexander, whom, early widowed and a victim of that visitation, I evoke as with something of a premature baldness, of a blackness of short whisker, of an expanse of light waistcoat, and of a harmless pomp of manner, appeared to have quite predominantly come in for the values in question, which he promptly transmitted to his small motherless son, and which were destined so greatly to increase. There are clues I have only lost, not making out in the least to-day why the sons of Aunt Wyckoff should have been so happily distinguished. Our great uncle of the name isn't even a dim ghost to me. He had passed away beyond recall before I began to take notice. But I hold, rightly I feel, that it was not to his person these advantages were attached. They could have descended to our grandmother but in a minor degree. We should otherwise have been more closely aware of them. It comes to me that so far as we had at all been aware, it had mostly gone off in smoke. I have still in my ears some rueful allusion to lands, apparently in the general country of the Beaverkill, which had come to my mother and her sister as their share of their grandfather Robertson's amplitude, among the further apportioned shares of their four brothers, only to be sacrificed later on at some scant appraisement. It is in the nature of lands at a distance and in regions imperfectly reclaimed to be spoken of always as immense, and I at any rate entertained the sense that we should have been great proprietors in the far wilderness if we had only taken more interest. Our interests were peculiarly urban, though not indeed that this had helped us much. Something of the mystery of the vanished acres hung for me about my maternal uncle, John Walsh, the only one who appeared to have been in respect to the dim possessions much on the spot, but I too crudely failed my chance of learning from him what had become of them. Not that they had seen him, poor gentleman, very much further, or that I had any strong sense of opportunity. I catch at but 2 or 3 projections of him, and only at one of his standing much at his ease. I see him before the fire in the 14th Street Library, sturdy, with straight black hair and as if the Beaverkill had rather stamped him, but clean shaven, in a stock and a black frock coat. I hear him perhaps still more than I see him deliver himself on the then great subject of Jenny Lind, whom he seemed to have emerged from the wilderness to listen to, and as to whom I remember thinking it strange small critic that I must have begun to be of a note of the wilderness in him that he spoke of her as Miss Lind; albeit I scarce know, and must even less have known then, what other form he could have used. The rest of my sense of him is tinged with the ancient pity, that of our so exercised response in those years to the general sad case of uncles, aunts and cousins obscurely afflicted, the uncles in particular, and untimely gathered. Sharp to me the memory of a call, one dusky wintry Sunday afternoon in Clinton Place, at the house of my uncle Robertson Walsh, then the head of my mother's family, where the hapless younger brother lay dying, whom I was taken to the top of the house to see, and of the sinister twilight grimness of whose lot, stretched there, amid odours of tobacco and of drugs, or of some especial strong drug, in one of the chambers of what I remember as a remote and unfriended arching attic, probably in fact the best place of prescribed quiet, I was to carry away a fast impression. All the uncles, of whichever kindred, were to come to seem sooner or later to be dying, more or less before our eyes, of melancholy matters; and yet their general story, so far as one could read it, appeared the story of life. I conceived at any rate that John Walsh, celibate, lonely and good-naturedly black-browed, had been sacrificed to the far-off Robertson acres, which on their side had been sacrificed to I never knew what. The point of my divagation, however, is that the Barmecide banquet of another tract of the same provenance was always spread for us opposite the other house, from which point it stretched on the north side of the street to Sixth Avenue; though here we were soon to see it diminished at the corner by a structure afterwards known to us as our prosiest New York school. This edifice, devoted to-day to other uses, but of the same ample insignificance, still left for exploitation at that time an uncovered town territory, the transmitted tale of which was that our great grandfather, living down near the Battery, had had his country villa, or, more strictly speaking, his farm there, with free expanses round about. Shrunken though the tract, a part of it remained, in particular a space that I remember, though with last faintness, to have seen appeal to the public as a tea garden or open air café, a haunt of dance and song and other forms of rather ineffective gaiety. The subsequent conversion of the site into the premises of the French Theatre I was to be able to note more distinctly, resorting there in the winter of 1874-5, though not without some wan detachment, to a series of more or less exotic performances, and admiring in especial the high and hard virtuosity of Madame Ristori, the unfailing instinct for the wrong emphasis of the then acclaimed Mrs. Roosby. I still hear the assured great woman," of a knowing friend met as I went out; and the stout fidelity to a losing game, as well as to a truth not quite measurable among us, of the late, the but lugubriously comic, the blighted John Toole. These are glimmering ghosts, though that drama of the scene hard by it at which I have glanced gives me back its agents with a finer intensity. For the long action set in, as I have hinted, with the death of Aunt Wyckoff, and if rather taking its time at first to develop, maintained to the end, which was in its full finality but a few years since, the finest consistency and unity. With Cousin Helen, in rich prominence, for the heroine, with the pale adventurous Albert for the hero or young protagonist. Little indeed in the sense of a small New York Orestes ridden by furies. With a pair of confidants in the form first of the heroine's highly respectable but quite negligible husband, and, second, of her close friend and quasi-sister, our own admirable aunt, with Alexander's younger brother, above all, the odd, the eccentric, the attaching Henry, for the stake, as it were, of the game. So for the spectator did the figures distribute themselves. The three principal on the large stage it became a field of such spreading interests well in front, and the accessory pair, all sympathy and zeal, prompt comment and rich resonance, hovering in the background, responsive to any call, and on the spot at a sign. The most particularly true, indeed, of our anything but detached aunt, much less a passive recipient than a vessel constantly brimming, and destined herself to become the outstanding agent, almost the dea ex machina, in the last act of the story. Her colleague of the earlier periods, though to that title she would scarce have granted his right, I designate rather as our earnest cousin's husband than as our kinsman, even by courtesy, since he was Mr. to his own wife, for whom the dread of liberties taken in general included even those that might have been allowed to herself. He had not in the least, like the others in his case, married into the cousinship with us, and this apparently rather by his defect than by ours. His Christian name, if certainly not for use, was scarce even for ornament, which consorted with the felt limits round about him of aids to mention, and with the fact that no man could on his journey through life well have been less eagerly designated or apostrophised. If there are persons as to whom the Mr. never comes up at all, so there are those as to whom it never subsides. But some of them all keep it by the greatness, and others, oddly enough, by the smallness of their importance. The subject of my present reference, as I think of him, nevertheless, by which I mean in spite of his place in the latter group, greatly helps my documentation. He must have been of so excellent and consistent a shade of nullity. To that value, if value it be, there almost always attaches some question of the degree, and the position. With adjuncts, with a relation, the zero may figure as a numeral, and the neglected zero is mostly, for that matter, endowed with a consciousness and subject to irritation. For this dim little gentleman, so perfectly a gentleman, no appeal and no redress, from the beginning to the end of his career, were made or entertained or projected, no question of how to treat him, of how he might see it or feel it, could ever possibly rise. He was blank from whatever view, remaining so under application of whatever acid or exposure to whatever heat. The one identity he could have was to be part of the consensus. Such a case is rare, that of being no case at all, that of not having even the interest of the grievance of not being one. We as a rule catch glimpses in the downtrodden of such resentments. They have at least sometimes the importance of feeling the weight of our tread. The phenomenon was here quite other, that of a natural platitude that had never risen to the level of sensibility. When you have been wronged, you can be righted; when you have suffered, you can be soothed. If you have that amount of grasp of the scene, however humble, the drama of your life to some extent enacts itself, with the logical consequence of your being proportionally its hero and having to be taken for such. Let me not dream of attempting to say for what cousin Helen took her spectral spouse, though I think it the most marked touch in her portrait that she kept us from ever knowing. She was a person about whom you knew everything else, but there she was genially inscrutable, and above all claimed no damages on the score of slights offered him. She knew nothing whatever of these, yet could herself be much wounded or hurt; which latter word she sounded in the wondrous old New York manner, so irreducible to notation. She covered the whole case with a mantle which was yet much more probably that of her real simplicity than of a feigned unconsciousness. I doubt whether she knew that men could be amiable in a different manner from that which she had to serve her for supposing her husband amiable. When the mould and the men cast in it were very different, she failed, or at least she feared, to conclude to amiability. Though some women, as different themselves as such stranger men, might take it for that. Directly interrogated she might, such was the innocence of these long extinct manners, have approved of male society in stronger doses or more vivid hues, save where consanguinity or indeed relationship by marriage, to which she greatly deferred, had honestly imposed it. The singular thing for the drama to which I return was that there it was just consanguinity that had made the burden difficult and strange, and of a nature to call on great decisions and patient plans, even though the most ominous possibilities were not involved. I reconstruct and reconstruct, of course, but the elements had to my childish vision at least nothing at all portentous. If any light of the lurid played in for me just a little, it was but under much later information. What my childish vision was really most possessed of, I think, was the figure of the spectral spouse, the dim little gentleman, as I have called him, pacing the whole length of the two big parlours, in prolonged repetition, much as if they had been the deck of one of those ships anciently haunted by him, as supercargo or whatever, in strange far seas. According to the only legend connected with him save that of his early presumption in having approached, such as he was, so fine a young woman, and his remarkable luck in having approached her successfully; a luck surprisingly renewed for him, since it was also part of the legend that he had previously married and lost a bride beyond his deserts. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. Of a Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 11. I am, strictly speaking, at this point, on a visit to Albert, who at times sociably condescended to my fewer years. I still appreciate the man of the world ease of it. But my host seems for the minute to have left me, and I am attached but to the rich perspective in which Uncle for Albert too he was only all namelessly Uncle comes and goes, out of the comparative high brownness of the back room, commanding brave extensions as I thought then, a covered piazza over which, in season, Isabella grapes excessively clustered and beyond which stretched, further, a "yard" that was an ample garden compared to ours at home. I keep in view his little rounded back, at the base of which his arms are interlocked behind him, and I know how his bald head, yet with the hair bristling up almost in shorthorn fashion at the sides, is thrust inquiringly, not to say appealingly, forward. I assist at his emergence, where the fine old mahogany doors of separation are rolled back on what used to seem to me silver wheels, into the brighter yet colder half of the scene, and attend him while he at last looks out awhile into 14th Street for news of whatever may be remarkably, objectionably or mercifully taking place there. and then I await his regular return, preparatory to a renewed advance, far from indifferent as I innocently am to his discoveries or his comments. It is cousin Helen, however, who preferentially takes them up, attaching to them the right importance, which is for the moment the very greatest that could possibly be attached to anything in the world. I, for my part, occupied with those marks of character in our pacing companion his long, slightly equine countenance, his eyebrows ever elevated as in the curiosity of alarm, and the so limited play from side to side of his extremely protrusive head, as if somehow through tightness of the wash neckcloths that he habitually wore and that, wound and rewound in their successive stages, made his neck very long without making it in the least thick, and reached their climax in a proportionately very small knot tied with the neatest art. I scarce can have known at the time that this was as complete a little old world figure as any that might have then been noted there, far or near. Yet if I didn't somehow subtly feel it, why am I now so convinced that I must have had familiarly before me a masterpiece of the great Daumier, say, or Henri Monnier, or any other then contemporary projector of M. Prudhomme, the timorous Philistine in a world of dangers, with whom I was later on to make acquaintance? I put myself the question, of scant importance though it may seem, but there is a reflection perhaps more timely that may answer to it. I catch myself in the act of seeing poor anonymous "dear," as cousin Helen confined herself, her life long, to calling him, in the light of an image arrested by the French genius, and this in truth opens up vistas. I scarce know what it doesn't suggest, for the fact of sharpness, of intensity of type, which fact in turn leads my imagination almost any dance, making me ask myself quite most of all whether a person so marked by it mustn't really have been a highly finished figure. That degree of finish was surely rare among us, rare at a time when the charm of so much of the cousinship and the uncleship, the kinship generally, had to be found in their so engagingly dispensing with any finish at all. They happened to be amiable, to be delightful, but, I think I have already put the question, what would have become of us all if they hadn't been? A question the shudder of which could never have been suggested by the presence I am considering. He was too gentle and bland, as it happened, and I indeed see it all as a world quite unfavourable to arrogance or insolence or any hard and high assumption; but the more I think of him, even at the risk of thinking too much, the more I make out in him a tone and a manner that deprecated crude ease. Plenty of this was already in the air, but if he hadn't so spoken of an order in which forms still counted it might scarce have occurred to one that there had ever been any. It comes over me therefore that he testified, and perhaps quite beautifully. I remember his voice and his speech, which were not those of that New York at all, and with the echo, faint as it is, arrives the wonder of where he could possibly have picked such things up. They were, as forms, adjusted and settled things; from what finer civilisation therefore had they come down to him? To brood on this the least little bit is verily, as I have said, to open up vistas, out of the depths of one of which fairly glimmers the queerest of questions. Mayn't we accordingly have been, the rest of us, all wrong, and the dim little gentleman the only one among us who was right? May not his truth to type have been a matter that, as mostly typeless ourselves, we neither perceived nor appreciated? So that if, as is conceivable, he felt and measured the situation and simply chose to be bland and quiet and keep his sense to himself, he was a hero without the laurel as well as a martyr without the crown. The light of which possibility is, however, too fierce. I turn it off, I tear myself from the view, noting further but the one fact in his history that, by my glimpse of it, quite escapes ambiguity. The youthful Albert, I have mentioned, was to resist successfully through those years that solicitation of "Europe," our own response to which, both as a general and a particular solution, kept breaking out in choral wails. But the other house none the less nourished projects so earnest that they could invoke the dignity of comparative silence and patience. The other house didn't aspire to the tongues, but it aspired to the grand tour, of which ours was on many grounds incapable. Only after years and when endless things had happened, Albert having long before, in especial, quite taken up his stake and ostensibly dropped out of the game, did the great adventure itself get enacted, with the effect of one of the liveliest illustrations of the irony of fate. What had most of all flashed through the dream of it during years was the legend, at last quite antediluvian, of the dim little gentleman's early Wanderjahre, that experience of distant lands and seas which would find an application none the less lively for having had long to wait. It had to wait in truth half a century, yet its confidence had apparently not been impaired when New York, on the happy day, began to recede from view. Europe had surprises, none the less, and who knows to what extent it may after half a century have had shocks? The coming true of the old dream produced at any rate a snap of the tense cord, and the ancient worthy my imagination has, in the tenderest of intentions, thus played with, disembarked in England only to indulge in the last of his startled stares, only to look about him in vague depression and give it all up. He just landed and died. But the grand tour was none the less proceeded with. Cousin Helen herself, aided by resources personal, social and financial that left nothing to desire, triumphantly performed it, though as with a feeling of delicacy about it firmly overcome. But it has taken me quite out of the other house, so that I patch up again at a stroke that early scene of her double guardianship at which my small wonder assisted. It even then glimmered on me, I think, that if Albert was, all so romantically, in charge of his aunt, which was a perfectly nondescript relation, so his Uncle Henry, her odd brother, was her more or less legal ward, despite his being so very much Albert's senior. In these facts and in the character of each of the three persons involved resided the drama, which must more or less have begun, as I have hinted, when simple-minded Henry, at a date I seem to have seized, definitely emerged from rustication. The Beaverkill had but for a certain term protected or promoted his simplicity, and began on his side to pace the well-worn field between the 14th Street windows and the piazza of the Isabella Grapes. I see him there less vividly than his fellow pedestrian only because he was afterwards to loom so much larger, whereas his companion, even while still present, was weakly to shrink and fade. At this late day only do I devise for that companion a possible history. The simple-minded Henry's annals, on the other hand, grew in interest as soon as they became interesting at all. This happened as soon as one took in the ground and some of the features of his tutelage. The basis of it all was that, harmless as he appeared, he was not to be trusted. I remember how portentous that truth soon looked, both in the light of his intense amiability and of Sister Helen's intense certitude. He wasn't to be trusted. It was the sole very definite fact about him, except the fact that he had so kindly come down from the far off Beaverkill to regale us with the perfect demonstration, dutifully, resignedly setting himself among us to point the whole moral himself. He appeared, from the moment we really took it in, to be doing, in the manner, no more than he ought. He exposed himself to our invidious gaze on this ground with a humility, a quiet courtesy, and an instinctive dignity that came back to me as simply heroic. He had himself accepted, under strenuous suggestion, the dreadful view. And I see him today in the light of the grand dénouement, deferred for long years, but fairly dazzling when it came, as fairly sublime in his decision not to put any one in the wrong about him a day sooner than he could possibly help. The whole circle of us would in that event be so dreadfully "sold" as to our wisdom and justice, he proving only noble and exquisite. It didn't so immensely matter to him as that the establishment of his true character didn't, so he went on as if for all the years, and they really piled themselves up, his passing for a dangerous idiot, or at least for a slave of his passions from the moment he was allowed the wherewithal in the least to indulge them, was a less evil for him than seeing us rudely corrected. It was in truth an extraordinary situation, and would have offered a splendid subject, as we used to say, to the painter of character, the novelist or the dramatist, with the hand to treat it. After I had read David Copperfield, an analogy glimmered. It struck me even in the early time. Cousin Henry was more or less another Mr. Dick, just as Cousin Helen was in her relation to him more or less another Miss Trotwood. There were disparities indeed. Mr. Dick was the harmless lunatic on that lady's premises, but she admired him and appealed to him. Lunatics, in her generous view, might be oracles, and there is no evidence, if I correctly remember, that she kept him low. Our Mr. Dick was suffered to indulge his passions but on 10 cents a day, while his fortune, under conscientious, under admirable care, cousin Helen being no less the wise and keen woman of business than the devoted sister, rolled up and became large. Likewise, Miss Trotwood's inmate hadn't at all the perplexed, brooding brow, with the troubled fold in it, that represented poor Henry's only form of criticism of adverse fate. They had alike the large, smooth, open countenance of those for whom life has been simplified. And if Mr. Dick had had a fortune he would have remained all his days as modestly vague about the figure of it as our relative consented to remain. The latter's interests were agricultural, while his predecessors, as we remember, were mainly historical. Each at any rate had in a general way his Miss Trotwood, not to say his sister Helen. The good Henry's Miss Trotwood lived and died without an instant's visitation of doubt as to the due exercise of her authority, as to what would happen if it faltered; her victim waiting in the handsomest manner till she had passed away to show us all who remained after so long to do him justice, that nothing but what was charming and touching could possibly happen. This was, in part at least, the dazzling dénouement I have spoken of. He became, as soon as fortunate dispositions could take effect, the care of our admirable aunt, between whom and his sister and himself close cousinship, from far back, had practically amounted to sisterhood; by which time the other house had long been another house altogether, its ancient site relinquished, its contents planted afresh far northward, with new traditions invoked, though with that of its great friendliness to all of us for our mother's sake, still confirmed. Here with brief brightness, clouded at the very last, the solution emerged. We became aware, not without embarrassment, that poor Henry at large and supplied with funds was exactly as harmless and blameless as poor Henry stinted and captive; as to which if anything had been wanting to our confusion or to his own dignity it would have been his supreme abstinence, his suppression of the least "Didn't I tell you?" He didn't even pretend to have told us, when he so abundantly might, and nothing could exceed the grace with which he appeared to have noticed nothing. He handled dollars as decently and just as profusely as he had handled dimes. The only light shade on the scene, except of course for its being so belated, which did make it pathetically dim, was the question of how nearly he at all measured his resources. Not his heart, but his imagination in the long years, had been starved, and though he was now all discreetly and wisely encouraged to feel rich, it was rather sadly visible that, thanks to almost half a century of over discipline, he failed quite to rise to his estate. He did feel rich just as he felt generous; the misfortune was only in his weak sense for meanings. That, with the whole situation, made delicacy of the first importance; as indeed what was perhaps most striking in the entire connection was the part played by delicacy from the first. It had all been a drama of the delicate, the consummately scrupulous and successful administration of his resources for the benefit of his virtue, so that they could be handed over, in the event, without the leakage of a fraction. What was that but a triumph of delicacy? So delicacy conspired, delicacy surrounded him; the case having been from the early time that, could he only be regarded as sufficiently responsible, could the sources of his bounty be judged fairly open to light pressure there was question of none but the lightest that bounty might blessedly flow. This had been Miss Trotwood's own enlightened view, on behalf of one of the oddest and most appealing collections of wistful, wondering single gentlewomen that a single calculating benevolence perhaps ever found arrayed before it; ornaments these all of the second and third cousinship and interested spectators of the most inexpressible facts. I should have liked completely to express them in spite of the difficulty, if not indeed just by reason of that, the difficulty of their consisting so much more of character than of incident. Heaven save the artless opposition! Though this last element figured bravely enough too, thanks to some of the forms taken by our young Albert's wild wilfulness. He was so weak, after the most approved fashion of distressing young men of means, that his successive exhibitions of it had a fine high positive effect, such as would have served beautifully, act after act, for the descent of the curtain. The issue, however, differing in this from the common theatrical trick, depended less on who should die than on who should live. The younger of cousin Helen's pair of wards, putting them even only as vessels of her attempted earnestness, had violently broken away; but a remedy to this grief, for reasons too many to tell, dwelt in the possible duration, could it only not be arrested, of two other lives, one of these her own, the second the guileless Henry's. The single gentlewomen, to a remarkable number, whom she regarded and treated as nieces, though they were only daughters of cousins, were such objects of her tender solicitude, that, she and Henry and Albert being alike childless, the delightful thing to think of was, on certain contingencies, the niece's prospective wealth. There were contingencies, of course, and they exactly produced the pity and terror. Her estate would go at her death to her nearest of kin, represented by her brother and nephew. It would be only of her savings, fortunately with her kind eye on the gentlewomen, zealous and long continued, that she might dispose by will; and it was but a troubled comfort that, should he be living at the time of her death, the susceptible Henry would profit no less than the wanton Albert. Henry was at any cost to be kept in life that he might profit. The woeful question, the question of delicacy for a woman devoutly conscientious, was how could any one else, above all, could 15 other persons, be made to profit by his profiting? She had been as earnest a steward of her brother's fortune as if directness of pressure on him, in a sense favourable to her interests, that is to her sympathies, which were her only interests, had been a matter of course with her, whereas in fact she would have held it a crime, given his simplicity, to attempt in the least to guide his hand. If he didn't outlive his nephew, and he was older, though, as it would appear, so much more virtuous, his inherited property, she being dead, would accrue to that unedifying person. There was the pity, and as for the question of the disposition of Henry's savings without the initiative of Henry's intelligence, in that, alas, was the terror. Henry's savings there had been no terror for her, naturally, in beautifully husbanding his resources for him dangled, naturally, with no small vividness, before the wistful gentlewoman, to whom, if he had but had the initiative, he might have made the most princely presents. Such was the oddity, not to say the rather tragic drollery of the situation, that Henry's idea of a present was 10 cents worth of popcorn or some similar homely trifle, and that when one had created for him a world of these proportions there was no honest way of inspiring him to write cheques for hundreds. All congruous though these would be with the generosity of his nature as shown by the exuberance of his popcorn. The ideal solution would be his flashing to intelligence just long enough to apprehend the case and, of his own magnanimous movement, sign away everything. But that was a fairy tale stroke, and the fairies here somehow stood off. Thus between the wealth of her earnestness and the poverty of her courage her dread, that is, of exposing herself to a legal process for undue influence our good lady was not at peace, or, to be exact, was only at peace as came to her by the free bestowal of her own accumulations during her lifetime and after her death. She predeceased her brother, and had the pang of feeling that if half her residuum would be deplorably diverted, the other half would be, by the same stroke, imperfectly applied. The artless Henry remained at once so well provided and so dimly inspired. Here was suspense indeed for a last curtain but one, and my fancy glows, all expertly, for the disclosure of the final scene, than which nothing could well have been happier, on all the premises, save for a single flaw the installation in 44th Street of our admirable aunt, often, through the later years, domiciled there, but now settled to community of life with a touching charge and representing near him his extinguished, their extinguished, sister. The too few years that followed were the good man's Indian summer, and a very wonderful time. So charmingly it shone forth for all concerned that he was a person fitted to adorn, as the phrase is, almost any position. Our admirable aunt, not less devoted and less disinterested than his former protectress, had yet much more imagination. She had enough, in a word, for perfect confidence, and under confidence what remained of poor Henry's life bloomed like a garden freshly watered. Sad, alas, the fact that so scant a patch was now left. It sufficed, however, and he rose just in time to every conception. It was, as I have noted, as if he had all the while known, as if he had really been a conscious victim to the superstition of his blackness. His final companion recognised, as it were, his powers. And it may be imagined whether when he absolutely himself proposed to benefit the gentlewoman she passed him, or not, the blessed pen. He had taken a year or two to publish by his behaviour the perfection of his civility, and so, on that safe ground, made use of the pen. His competence was afterwards attacked, and it emerged triumphant, exactly as his perfect charity and humility and amenity, and his long inward loneliness of half a century, did. He had bowed his head and sometimes softly scratched it during that immense period; he had occasionally, after roaming downstairs with the troubled fold in his brow and the difficult, the smothered statement on his lips his vocabulary was scant and stiff, the vocabulary of pleading explanation, often found too complicated by the witty, retired once more to his room, sometimes indeed for hours, to think it all over again, but had never failed of sobriety or propriety or punctuality or regularity, never failed of one of the virtues, his imputed indifference to which had been the ground of his discipline. It was very extraordinary, and of all the stories I know, as I think the most beautiful so far at least as he was concerned. The flaw I have mentioned, the one break in the final harmony, was the death of our admirable aunt so soon, shortly before his own, and while, taken with illness at the same time, he lay there deprived of her attention. He had that of the gentlewoman, however, two or three of the wisest and tenderest being deputed by the others, and if his original estate reverted at law they presently none the less had occasion to bless his name. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 12. I turn round again to where I last left myself gaping at the old rickety billboard in Fifth Avenue, and am almost as sharply aware as ever of the main source of its spell, the fact that it most often blazed with the rich appeal of Mr. Barnum, whose lecture room, attached to the Great American Museum, overflowed into posters of all the theatrical bravery disavowed by its title. It was my rueful theory of those days, though tasteful I may call it too as well as rueful, that on all the holidays on which we weren't dragged to the dentist's we attended as a matter of course at Barnum's, that is when we were so happy as to be able to; which, to my own particular consciousness, wasn't every time the case. The case was too often, to my melancholy view, that W.J., quite regularly, on the non-dental Saturdays, repaired to this seat of joy with the easy Albert; he at home there and master of the scene to a degree at which, somehow, neither of us could at the best arrive. He quite moulded, truly, in those years of plasticity, as to the aesthetic bent and the determination of curiosity I seem to make out, by the general Barnum association and revelation. It was not, I hasten to add, that I too didn't, to the extent of my minor chance, drink at the spring, for how else should I have come by the whole undimmed sense of the connection? The weary waiting in the dusty halls of humbug, amid bottled mermaids, bearded ladies, and chill dioramas, for the lecture room, the true centre of the seat of joy, to open. Vivid in especial to me is my almost sick wondering of whether I mightn't be rapt away before it did open. The impression appears to have been mixed, the drinking deep and the holding out in particular against failure of food and of stage fares, provision for transport to and fro being questions equally intense. The appeal of the lecture room, in its essence a heavy extra, so exhausted our resources that even the sustaining doughnut of the refreshment counter would mock our desire and the long homeward crawl, the length of Broadway and further, seemed to defy repetition. Those desperate days, none the less, affect me now as having flashed with the very complexion of romance. Their aches and inanitions were part of the adventure; the homeward straggle, interminable as it appeared, flowered at moments into rapt contemplations; that for instance of the painted portrait, large as life, of the celebrity of the hour, then dancing, at the Broadway theatre, Lola Montez, Countess of Lansfeld, of a dazzling and unreal beauty, and in a riding habit lavishly open at the throat. It was thus quite in order that I should pore longest, there at my fondest corner, over the Barnum announcements; my present inability to be superficial about which has given in fact the measure of my contemporary care. These announcements must have been in their way marvels of attractive composition, the placard bristling from top to toe with its analytic synopsis of scenery and events, The synoptical view cast its net of fine meshes, and the very words savoured of incantation. It is odd at the same time that when I question memory as to the living hours themselves, those of the stuffed and dim little hall of the audience, smelling of peppermint and orange peel, where the curtain rose on our gasping but rewarded patience, two performances only stand out for me, though these in the highest relief. Love, or The Countess and the Serf, by J. Sheridan Knowles. I see that still as the blazonry of one of them, just as I see Miss Emily Mestayer, large, red in face, coiffed in a tangle of small, fine, damp-looking short curls, and clad in a light blue garment edged with swansdown, shout at the top of her lungs that a purse of gold would be the fair guerdon of the minion who should start on the spot to do her bidding at some desperate crisis that I forget. I forget Huon the serf, whom I yet recall immensely admiring for his nobleness. I forget everyone but Miss Mestayer, who gave form to my conception of the tragic actress at her highest. She had a hooked nose, a great play of nostril, a vast protuberance of bosom, and always the crop of close, moist ringlets. I say always, for I was to see her often again, during a much later phase, the midmost years of that Boston Museum which aimed at so vastly higher a distinction than the exploded lecture room had really done. Though in an age that snickered even abnormally low, it still lacked the courage to call itself a theatre. She must have been in comedy, which I believe she also usefully and fearlessly practised, rather unimaginable; but there was no one like her in the Boston time for cursing queens and eagle-beaked mothers. The Shakespeare of the Booths and other such would have been unproducible without her. She had a rusty, rasping, heaving and tossing authority, of which the bitterness is still in my ears. I am revisited by an outer glimpse of her in that after age when she had come, comparatively speaking, into her own. The sight of her accidentally incurred one tremendously hot summer night, as she slowly moved from her lodgings or wherever, in the high Baudoin Street region, down to the not distant theatre from which even the temperature had given her no reprieve; and well remember how, the queer light of my young impression playing up again in her path, she struck me as the very image of mere sore histrionic habit and use, a worn and weary, a battered even though almost sordidly smoothed, thing of the theatre, very much as an old infinitely handled and greasy violoncello of the orchestra might have been. It was but an effect, doubtless, of the heat that she scarcely seemed clad at all, slippered, shuffling and, though somehow hatted and vaguely veiled or streamered, wrapped in a gauzy sketch of a dressing gown, she pointed to my extravagant attention the moral of thankless personal service, of the reverse of the picture, of the cost of amusing the public in a case of amusing it, as who should say, every hour. And I had thrilled before her as the Countess in Love. Such contrasted combinations! But she carried her head very high, as with the habit of crowns and trains and tirades; had in fact much the air of some deposed and reduced sovereign living on a scant allowance; so that, all invisibly and compassionately, I took off my hat to her. To which I must add the other of my two Barnumite scenic memories, my having anciently admired her as the Eliza of Uncle Tom's Cabin, her swelling bust encased in a neat cotton gown, and her flight across the ice blocks of the Ohio, if I rightly remember the perilous stream, intrepidly and gracefully performed. We lived at that time, with great intensity, in Mrs. Stowe's novel. which, recalling my prompt and charmed acquaintance with it, I should perhaps substitute for the initials, earlier mentioned here as my first experiment in grown up fiction. There was, however, I think, for that triumphant work no classified condition. It was for no sort of reader as distinct from any other sort, save indeed for Northern as differing from Southern. It knew the large felicity of gathering in alike the small and the simple and the big and the wise, and had above all the extraordinary fortune of finding itself, for an immense number of people, much less a book than a state of vision, of feeling and of consciousness, in which they didn't sit and read and appraise and pass the time, but walked and talked and laughed and cried, and, in a manner of which Mrs. Stowe was the irresistible cause, generally conducted themselves. Appreciation and judgment, the whole impression, were thus an effect for which there had been no process, any process so related having in other cases had to be at some point or other critical. Nothing in the guise of a written book, therefore, a book printed, published, sold, bought and noticed, probably ever reached its mark, the mark of exciting interest, without having at least groped for that goal as a book, or by the exposure of some literary side. Letters, here, languished unconscious, and Uncle Tom, instead of making even one of the cheap short cuts through the medium in which books breathe, even as fishes in water, went gaily round about it altogether, as if a fish, a wonderful leaping fish, had simply flown through the air. This feat accomplished, the surprising creature could naturally fly anywhere, and one of the first things it did was thus to flutter down on every stage, literally without exception, in America and Europe. If the amount of life represented in such a work is measurable by the ease with which representation is taken up, and carried further, carried even violently furthest, the fate of Mrs. Stowe's picture was conclusive. It simply sat down wherever it lighted and made itself, so to speak, at home. Thither multitudes flocked afresh, and there, in each case, it rose to its height again and went, with all its vivacity and good faith, through all its motions. These latter were to leave me, however, with a fonder vision still than that of the comparatively jejune lecture room version, for the first exhibition of them to spring to the front was the fine free rendering achieved at a playhouse, till then ignored by fashion and culture, the National Theatre, deep down on the East Side, whence echoes had come faintest to ears polite, but where a sincerity vivid though rude was now supposed to reward the curious. Our numerous attendance there under this spell was my first experience of the theatre party, as we have enjoyed it in our time, each emotion and impression of which is as fresh to me as the most recent of the same family. Precious through all indeed, perhaps, is the sense, strange only to later sophistication, of my small encouraged state as a free playgoer, a state doubly wondrous when I thus evoke the full contingent from Union Square, where, for that matter, I think, the wild evening must have been planned. I am lost again in all the good nature from which small boys on wild evenings could dangle so unchidden, since the state of unchiddenness is what comes back to me well nigh clearest. How without that complacency of conscience could every felt impression so live again? It is true that for my present sense of the matter snubs and raps would still tingle, would count double; just wherefore it is exactly, however, that I mirror myself in these depths of propriety. The social scheme, as we knew it, was, in its careless charity, worthy of the golden age. though I can't sufficiently repeat that we knew it both at its easiest and its safest. The fruits dropped right upon the board to which we flocked, together, the least of us and the greatest, with differences of appetite and of reach, doubtless, but not with differences of place and of proportionate share. My appetite and my reach in respect to the more full bodied Uncle Tom might have brooked, certainly, any comparison. I must have partaken thoroughly of the feast to have left the various aftertastes so separate and so strong. It was a great thing to have a canon to judge by. It helped conscious criticism, which was to fit on wings, for use ever after, to the shoulders of appreciation. In the light of that advantage I could be sure my second Eliza was less dramatic than my first, and that my first Cassy, that of the great and blood-curdling Mrs. Bellamy of the lecture room, touched depths which made the lady at the National prosaic and placid. I could already be down on a placid Cassy. Just as on the other hand the rocking of the ice floes of the Ohio, with the desperate Eliza, infant in arms, balancing for a leap from one to the other, had here less of the audible creak of carpentry, emulated a little more, to my perception, the real water of Mr. Crummles's pump. They can't, even at that age, have emulated it much, and one almost envies, quite making up one's mind not to denounce, the simple faith of an age beguiled by arts so rude. However, the point exactly was that we attended this spectacle just in order not to be beguiled, just in order to enjoy with ironic detachment and, at the very most, to be amused ourselves at our sensibility should it prove to have been trapped and caught. To have become thus aware of our collective attitude constituted for one small spectator at least a great initiation. He got his first glimpse of that possibility of a free play of mind over a subject which was to throw him with force at a later stage of culture, when subjects had considerably multiplied, into the critical arms of Matthew Arnold. So he is himself at least interested in seeing the matter, as a progress in which the first step was taken, before that crude scenic appeal, by his wondering among his companions where the absurd for them, ended, and the fun, the real fun, which was the gravity, the tragedy, the drollery, the beauty, the thing itself, briefly, might be legitimately and tastefully held to begin. Uncanny though the remark, perhaps, I am not sure I wasn't thus more interested in the pulse of our party, under my tiny recording thumb, than in the beat of the drama and the shock of its opposed forces, vivid and touching as the contrast was then found, for instance, between the tragicomical Topsy, the slave girl clad in a pinafore of sackcloth and destined to become, for Anglo-Saxon millions, the type of the absolute in the artless, and her little mistress, the blonde Ava, a figure rather in the Kenwig's tradition of pantalettes and pigtails, whom I recall as perching quite suicidally, with her elbows out and a preliminary shriek, on that bulwark of the Mississippi steamboat which was to facilitate her all but fatal immersion in the flood. Why should I have duly noted that no little game on her part could well less have resembled or simulated an accident, and yet have been no less moved by her reappearance, rescued from the river but perfectly dry, in the arms of faithful Tom, who had plunged in to save her, without either so much as wetting his shoes, than if I had been engaged with her in a reckless romp? I could count the white stitches on the loose patchwork, and yet could take it for a story rich and harmonious. I could know we had all intellectually condescended, and that we had yet had the thrill of an aesthetic adventure, and this was a brave beginning for a consciousness that was to be nothing if not mixed, and a curiosity that was to be nothing if not restless. The principle of this prolonged arrest, which I insist on prolonging a little further, is doubtless in my instinct to grope for our earliest aesthetic seeds. Careless at once and generous the hands by which they were sown, but practically appointed none the less to cause that peculiarly flurried hare to run, flurried because over ground so little native to it, when so many others held back. Is it that air of romance that gilds for me then the Barnum background? Taking it as a symbol, that makes me to resist, to this effect of a passionate adverse loyalty, any impulse to translate into harsh terms any old sordidities and poverties. The great American Museum, the downtown scenery and aspects at large, and even the uptown improvements on them, as then flourishing? Why, they must have been for the most part of the last meanness. The Barnum picture above all ignoble and awful, its blatant face, or frame stuck about with innumerable flags that waved, poor vulgar-sized ensigns, over spurious relics and catchpenny monsters in effigy, to say nothing of the promise within of the still more monstrous and abnormal living, from the total impression of which things we plucked somehow the flower of the ideal. It grew, I must in justice proceed, much more sweetly and naturally at Niblo's, which represented in our scheme the ideal evening, while Barnum figured the ideal day; so that I ask myself, with that sense of our resorting there under the rich cover of night, which was the supreme charm, how it comes that this larger memory hasn't swallowed up all the others. For here, absolutely, was the flower at its finest, and grown as nowhere else, grown in the great garden of the Ravel family, and offered again and again to our deep inhalation. I see the Ravels, French acrobats, dancers and pantomimists, as representing for our culture pure grace and charm and civility, so that one doubts whether any candid community was ever so much in debt to a race of entertainers or had so happy and prolonged, so personal and grateful a relation with them. They must have been, with their offshoots of Martinettis and others, of 3 or 4 generations, besides being of a rich theatrical stock generally, and we had our particular friends and favourites among them. We seemed to follow them through every phase of their career, to assist at their tottering steps along the tight-rope as very small children kept in equilibrium by very big balancing poles, caretakers here walking under in case of falls, to greet them as Madame Excel, of robust maturity and in a Spanish costume, bounding on the same tense cord more heavily but more assuredly, and finally to know the climax of the art with them in Raoul or the night owl, and Jocko or the Brazilian ape. And all this in the course of our own brief infancy. My impression of them bristles so with memories that we seem to have rallied to their different productions with much the same regularity with which we formed fresh educational connections, and they were so much our property and our pride that they supported us handsomely through all fluttered entertainment of the occasional Albany cousins. I remember how when one of these visitors, wound up, in honour of New York, to the very fever of perception, broke out one evening while we waited for the curtain to rise: "Oh, don't you hear the cries? They're beating them, I'm sure they are. Can't it be stopped?" We resented the charge as a slur on our very honour, for what our romantic relative had heatedly imagined to reach us, in a hushed up manner from behind, was the sounds attendant on the application of blows to some acrobatic infant who had funked his little job. Impossible such horrors in the world of pure poetry opened out to us at Niblo's, a temple of illusion, of tragedy and comedy and pathos that, though its abode of stony brown Metropolitan Hotel, on the wrong side, must have been bleak and vulgar, flung its glamour forth into Broadway. What more pathetic the instance, so that we publicly wept, than the fate of wondrous Martinetti Giaco, who after befriending a hapless French family wrecked on the coast of Brazil and bringing back to life a small boy rescued from the waves I see even now, with every detail this inanimate victim supine on the strand met his death by some cruel bullet of which I have forgotten the determinant cause, only remembering the final agony as something we could scarce bear, and a strain of our sensibility to which our parents repeatedly questioned the wisdom of exposing us. These performers and these things were in all probability but of a middling skill and splendour. It was the pre-trapeze age, and we were caught by mild marvels, even if a friendly good faith in them, something sweet and sympathetic, was after all a value, whether of their own humanity, their own special quality, or only of our innocence, never to be renewed. But I light this taper to the initiators, so to call them, whom I remembered, when we had left them behind, as if they had given us a silver key to carry off and so to refit, after long years, to sweet names never thought of from then till now. Signor Léon Javelli, in whom the French and the Italian charm appear to have met. Who was he, and what did he brilliantly do, and why of a sudden do I thus recall and admire him? I am afraid he but danced the tight rope, the most domestic of our friend's resources, as it brought them out, by the far stretch of the rope into the bosom of the house and against our very hearts, where they leapt and bounded and wavered and recovered closely face to face with us. But I dare say he bounded, brave Signor Léon, to the greatest height of all. Let this vague agility, in any case, connect him with that revelation of the ballet, the sentimental pastoral, of other years, which, in the Four Lovers, for example, a pantomimic lesson as in words of one syllable, but all quick and gay and droll, would have affected us as classic, I am sure, had we then had at our disposal that term of appreciation. When we read in English storybooks about the pantomimes in London, which somehow cropped up in them so often, those were the only things that didn't make us yearn. So much we felt we were masters of the type, and so almost sufficiently was that a stopgap for London, constantly deferred. We hadn't the transformation scene, it was true, though what this really seemed to come to was clown and harlequin taking liberties with policemen, these last evidently a sharp note in a picturesqueness that we lacked, our own slouchy officers saying nothing to us of that sort. But we had at Niblo's Harlequin and Columbine, albeit of less pure a tradition, and we knew moreover all about clowns, for we went to circuses too, and so repeatedly that when I add them to our list of recreations, the good old orthodox circuses under tents set up in vacant lots, with which New York appears at that time to have bristled, time and place would seem to have shrunken for most other pursuits, and not least for that of serious learning. And the case is aggravated, as I remember Franconi's, which we more or less haunted and which, aiming at the grander style and the monumental effect, blazed with fresh paint and rang with Roman chariot races up there among the deserts of 29th Street or whatever, considerably south perhaps, but only a little east of the vaster desolations that gave scope to the Crystal Palace, second of its name since, following, not passibus equus alas, the London structure of 1851. This enterprise forestalled by a year or two the Paris Palais de l'Industrie of 1855. Such as it was, I feel again its majesty on those occasions on which I dragged, if I must here once more speak for myself only, after Albany cousins through its courts of edification. I remember being very tired and cold and hungry there, in a little light drab and very glossy or shiny Talma breasted with rather troublesome buttonhole embroideries, though concomitantly conscious that I was somehow in Europe, since everything about me had been brought over, which ought to have been consoling, and seems in fact to have been so in some degree, inasmuch as both my own pain and the sense of the cousinly, the Albany, headaches quite fade in that recovered presence of big European art embodied in Thorwaldson's enormous Christ and the Disciples, a shining marble company ranged in a semicircle of dark maroon walls. If this was Europe, then Europe was beautiful indeed, and we rose to it on the wings of wonder. Never were we afterwards to see great showy sculpture in whatever profuse exhibition, or of whatever period or school, without some renewal of that charmed Thorwaldsen hour, some taste again of the almost sugary or confectionery sweetness with which the great white images had affected us under their supper table gaslight. The Crystal Palace was vast and various and dense, which was what Europe was going to be. It was a deep down jungle of impressions that were somehow challenges, even as we might, helplessly defied, find foreign words and practices; over which, formidably, towered Kisses mounted Amazon, attacked by a leopard or whatever, a work judged at that day sublime and the glory of the place, so that I felt the journey back in the autumn dusk and the Sixth Avenue cars, established just in time, a relapse into soothing flatness, a return to the 14th Street horizon from a far journey and a hundred looming questions that would still, tremendous thought, come up for all the personal answers of which one cultivated the seed. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 13. Let me hurry, however, to catch again that thread I left dangling from my glance at our small vague spasms of school. My personal sense of them being as vague and small, I mean, in contrast with the fuller and stronger cup meted out all round to the Albany cousins, much more privileged, I felt, in every stroke of fortune, or at least more interesting, though it must be wicked to call them more happy, through those numberless bereavements that had so enriched their existence. I mentioned above, in particular, the enviable consciousness of our little red-headed kinsman Gus Barker, who, as by a sharp prevision, snatched what gaiety he might from a life to be cut short in a cavalry dash by one of the Confederate bullets of 1863. He blew out at us on New York Sundays, as I have said, sharp puffs of the atmosphere of the Institution Chevalier, strong to us, that is, the atmosphere of whose institutions was weak. But it was above all during a gregarious visit paid him in a livelier field still that I knew myself merely mothered and brothered. It had been his fate to be but scantly the latter and never at all the former. Our Aunt Janet had not survived his birth, but on this day of our collective pilgrimage to Sing Sing, where he was at "military" school and clad in a fashion that represented to me the very panoply of war, he shone with a rare radiance of privation. Ingenuous and responsive, of a social disposition, a candour of gaiety, that matched his physical activity, the most beautifully made, athletic little person, and in the highest degree appealing and engaging. he not only did us the honours of his dazzling academy, dazzling at least to me, but had all the air of showing us over the great state prison which even then flourished near at hand and to which he accompanied us; a party of a composition that comes back to me as wonderful, the New York and Albany cousinships appearing to have converged and met for that happy occasion, with the generations and sexes melting together and moving in a loose harmonious band. The party must have been less numerous than by the romantic tradition or confused notation of my youth, and what I mainly remember of it, beyond my sense of our being at once an attendant train to my aged and gentle and in general most unadventurous grandmother, and a chorus of curiosity and amusement round about the vivid Gussie, is our collective impression that state prisons were on the whole delightful places, vast, bright and breezy, with a gay, free circulation in corridors and on stairs, a pleasant prevalence of hot soup and fresh crusty rolls, in tins, of which visitors admiringly partook, and for the latter, in chance corners and on sunny landings, much interesting light brush of gentlemen remarkable but for gentlemanly crimes. That is, defalcations and malversations to striking and impressive amounts. I recall our coming on such a figure at the foot of a staircase and his having been announced to us by our conductor or friend in charge as likely to be there. And what a charm I found in his cool, loose uniform of shining white, as I was afterwards to figure it, as well as in his generally refined and distinguished appearance, and in the fact that he was engaged, while exposed to our attention, in the commendable act of paring his nails with a smart penknife, and that he didn't allow us to interrupt him. One of my companions, I forget which, had advised me that in these contacts with illustrious misfortune I was to be careful not to stare; and present to me at this moment is the wonder of whether he would think it staring to note that he quite stared, and also that his hands were fine and fair and one of them adorned with a signet ring. I was to have later in life a glimpse of 2 or 3 dismal penitentiaries, places affecting me as sordid, as dark and dreadful; but if the revelation of Sing Sing had involved the idea of a timely warning to the young mind, my small sensibility at least was not reached by the lesson. I envied the bold-eyed celebrity in the array of a planter at his ease. We might have been his slaves, quite as much as I envied Gussie; in connection with which I may remark here that though in that early time I seem to have been constantly eager to exchange my lot for that of somebody else, on the assumed certainty of gaining by the bargain, I fail to remember feeling jealous of such happier persons, in the measure open to children of spirit. I had rather a positive lack of the passion, and thereby, I suppose, a lack of spirit; since if jealousy bears, as I think, on what one sees one's companions able to do, as against one's own falling short, envy, as I knew it at least, was simply of what they were, or in other words of a certain sort of richer consciousness supposed, doubtless often too freely supposed, in them. They were so other, that was what I felt, and to be other almost anyhow, seemed as good as the probable taste of the bright compound wistfully watched in the confectioner's window; unattainable, impossible of course, but as to which just this impossibility and just that privation kept those active proceedings in which jealousy seeks relief quite out of the question. A platitude of acceptance of the poor actual, the absence of all vision of how in any degree to change it, combined with a complacency, an acuity of perception of alternatives, though a view of them as only through the confectioner's hard glass, that is what I recover as the nearest approach to an apology in the soil of my nature for the springing seed of emulation. I never dreamed of competing, a business having in it at the best, for my temper, if not for my total failure of temper, a displeasing ferocity. If competing was bad, snatching was therefore still worse, and jealousy was a sort of spiritual snatching, with which, none the less, all the while, one might have been like so and so, who had such horizons. A helpless little love of horizons I certainly cherished, and could sometimes even care for my own. These always shrank, however, under almost any suggestion of a further range or finer shade in the purple rim offered to other eyes, and that is what I take for the restlessness of envy. It wasn't that I wished to change with everyone, with anyone at a venture, but that I saw gifts everywhere but as mine, and that I scarce knew whether to call the effect of this miserable or monstrous. It was the effect at least of self-abandonment. I mean to visions. There must have been on that occasion of the Sing Sing day, which it deeply interests me to piece together, some state of connection for some of us with the hospitalities of Rhinebeck, the place of abode of the eldest of the Albany uncles; that is of the three most in our view, for there were two others, the eldest of all, a half uncle only, who formed a class quite by himself, and the very youngest, who, with lively interests all his own, had still less attention for us than either of his three brothers. The house at Rhinebeck and all its accessories, which struck our young senses as innumerable, in especial the great bluff of the Hudson on which it stood, yields me images scarcely dimmed, though as the effect but of snatches of acquaintance. There at all events the gently groaning, ever so gently and dryly, Albany grandmother, with the Albany cousins, as to whom I here discriminate; her two adopted daughters, maturest and mildest of the general tribe, must have paused for a stay; a feature of which would be perhaps her juncture with the New York contingent, somewhere sociably achieved, for the befriending of juvenile Gussie. It shimmers here, the whole circumstance, with I scarce know what large innocence of charity and ease. The Gussie pretext, for reunion, all so thin and yet so important an appeal, the simplicity of the interests and the doings, the assumptions and the concessions, each to day so touching, almost so edifying. We were surely all gentle and generous together, floating in such a clean, light social order, sweetly proof against ennui, unless it be a bad note, as is conceivable, never, never to feel bored, and thankful for the smallest æsthetic or romantic mercies. My vision loses itself withal in vaster connections. Above all in my general sense of the then grand newness of the Hudson River Railroad, so far at least as its completion to Albany was concerned a modern blessing that even the youngest of us were in a position to appraise. The time had been when the steamboat had to content us, and I feel how amply it must have done so as I recall the thrill of docking in dim early dawns, the whole hour of the Albany waterside, the night of huge strange paddling and pattering and shrieking and creaking, once ended, and contrast with it all certain long sessions in the train at an age and in conditions when neither train nor traveller had suffered chastening, sessions of a high animation as I recast them, but at the same time of moral intensities of lassitude. The elements here indeed are very much confused and mixed. I must have known that discipline of the hectic interest and the extravagant strain in relation to Rhinebeck only, an étape, doubtless, on the way to New York for the Albany kinship, but the limit to our smaller patiences of any northward land journey. And yet not the young fatigue, I repeat, but the state of easy wonder is what most comes back. The stops too repeated, but perversely engaging, the heat and the glare too great, but the river, by the window, making reaches and glimpses, so that the great swing of picture and force of light and colour were themselves a constant adventure. The uncles, above all, too preeminent, too recurrent, to the creation of a positive soreness of sympathy, of curiosity, and yet constituting by their presence half the enlargement of the time. For the presence of uncles, incoherent Albany uncles, is somehow what most gives these hours their stamp for memory. I scarce know why, nor do I much, I confess, distinguish occasions. But I see what I see the long, the rattling car of the old open native form, and the old harsh native exposure. The sense of arrival forever postponed, qualified, however, also by that of having in my hands a volume of Monsieur Arsène Houssaye, Philosophe et Comédienne, remarkably submitted by one of my relatives to my judgment. I see them always, the relatives, in slow circulation, restless and nervous and casual, their note, not less than strikingly genial, but with vaguenesses, lapses, eclipses, that deprived their society of a tactless weight. They cheered us on, in their way, born optimists, clearly, if not logically determined ones, they were always reassuring and sustaining, though with a bright brevity that must have taken immensities, I think, for granted. They wore their hats slightly toward the nose, they strolled, they hung about, they reported of progress and of the company, they dropped suggestions, new magazines, packets of the edible deprecated for the immature. They figured, in fine, to a small nephew as the principal men of their time, so far as the two younger and more familiar were concerned, the most splendid as to aspect and apparel. It was none the less to the least shining, though not essentially the least comforting, of this social trio that, if I remember rightly, I owed my introduction to the chronique galante of the 18th century. There tags itself, at any rate, to the impression, a flutter as of some faint, some recaptured grimace, for another of his kindly offices, which I associate somehow with the deck of a steamboat. His production, for our vague benefit, of a literary classic, the Confessions, as he called our attention to them, of the celebrated Rousseau. I catch again the echo of the mirth excited, to my surprise, by this communication, and recover as well my responsive advance toward a work that seemed so to promise. But especially have I it before me that some play of light criticism mostly attended, on the part of any circle, this speaker's most ambitious remarks. For all that, and in spite of oddities of appearance and type, it was Augustus James who spread widest, in default of towering highest, to my wistful view of the larger life, and who covered definite and accessible ground. This ground, the house and precincts of Linwood at Rhinebeck, harboured our tender years, I surmise, but at few and brief moments. But it hasn't taken many of these to make it the image of an hospitality liberal as I supposed great social situations were liberal. Suppositions on this score having in childhood, or at least they had in mine, as little as possible to do with dry data. Didn't Linwood bristle with great views and other glories, with gardens and graperies and black ponies, to say nothing of gardeners and grooms who were notoriously and quotedly droll, to say nothing in particular of our Aunt Elizabeth, who had been Miss Bay of Albany, who was the mother of the fair and free young waltzing women in New York, and who floats back to me through the Rhinebeck picture aquiline but easy, with an effect of handsome, high-browed, high-nosed looseness, of dressing-gowns or streaming shawls, the dowdy, the delightful shawl of the period, and of claws of bright benevolent steel that kept nipping for our charmed advantage roses and grapes and peaches and currant clusters, together with turns of phrase and scraps of remark that fell as by quite a like flash of shears. These are mere scrapings of gold dust, but my mind owes her a vibration that, however tiny, was to insist all these years on marking, on figuring in a whole complex of picture and drama, the clearest note of which was that of worry and woe, a crisis prolonged in deep-roofed outer galleries, through hot August evenings and amid the dim flare of open windows, to the hum of domesticated insects. All but inexpressible the part played, in the young mind naturally, even though perversely, even though inordinately, arranged as a stage for the procession and exhibition of appearances by matters all of a usual cast, contacts and impressions not arriving at the dignity of shocks, but happening to be to the taste, as one may say, of the little intelligence, happening to be such as the fond fancy could assimilate. One's record becomes, under memories of this order, and that is the only trouble, a tale of assimilations small and fine, out of which refuse, directly interesting to the subject victim only, the most branching vegetations may be conceived as having sprung. Such are the absurdities of the poor dear inward life, when translated, that is, and perhaps ineffectually translated, into terms of the outward and trying at all to flourish on the lines of the outward, a reflection that might stay here weren't it that I somehow feel morally affiliated, tied as by knotted fibres to the elements involved. One of these was assuredly that my father had again, characteristically, suffered me to dangle, he having been called to Linwood by the dire trouble of his sister, Mrs. Temple, and brought me with him from Staten Island. I make the matter out as of the summer of '54. We had come up, he and I, to New York, but our doings there, with the journey following, are a blank to me. I recover but my sense, on our arrival, of being for the first time in the presence of tragedy, which the shining scene, round about, made more sinister, sharpened even to the point of my feeling abashed and irrelevant, wondering why I had come. My aunt, under her brother's roof, had left her husband, wasted with consumption, near death at Albany. Gravely ill herself, she had taken the disease from him as it was taken in those days, and was in the event very scantly to survive him. She had been ordered away in her own interest, for which she cared no scrap, and my father, the person in all his family most justly appealed and most anxiously listened to, had been urged to come and support her in a separation that she passionately rejected. Vivid to me still, as floating across verandahs into the hot afternoon stillness, is the wail of her protest and her grief. I remember being scared and hushed by it, and stealing away beyond its reach. I remember not less what resources of high control the whole case imputed, for my imagination, to my father, and how, creeping off to the edge of the eminence above the Hudson, I somehow felt the great bright harmonies of air and space becoming one with my rather proud assurance and confidence, that of my own connection, for life, for interest, with such sources of light. The great impression, however, the one that has brought me so far, was another matter, only that of the close, lamp-tempered, outer evening aforesaid, with my parent again, somewhere deep within, yet not too far to make us hold our breath for it, tenderly opposing his sister's purpose of flight, and the presence at my side of my young cousin Marie, youngest daughter of the house, exactly of my own age, and named in honour of her having been born in Paris, to the influence of which fact her shining black eyes, her small quickness and brownness, marking sharply her difference from her sisters, so oddly, so almost extravagantly, testified. It had come home to me by some voice of the air that she was "spoiled," and it made her in the highest degree interesting. We ourselves had been so associated, at home, without being in the least spoiled I think we even rather missed it; so that I knew about these subjects of invidious reflection only by literature mainly, no doubt, that of the nursery, in which they formed, quite by themselves, a romantic class; and the fond fancy always predominant, I prized, even while a little dreading, the chance to see the condition at work. This chance was given to me, it was clear, though I risk in my record of it a final anticlimax, by a remark from my uncle Augustus to his daughter. Seated duskily in our group, which included two or three dim dependent forms, he expressed the strong opinion that Marie should go to bed expressed it, that is, with the casual cursory humour that was to strike me as the main expressional resource of outstanding members of the family, and that would perhaps have had under analysis the defect of making judgment very personal without quite making authority so. Authority they hadn't, of a truth, these all so human outstanding ones; they made shift but with light appreciation, sudden suggestion, a peculiar variety of happy remark in the air. It had been remarked but in the air, I feel sure, that Marie should seek her couch; a truth by the dark wing of which I ruefully felt myself brushed, and the words seemed therefore to fall with a certain ironic weight. What I have retained of their effect, at any rate, is the vague fact of some objection raised by my cousin, and some sharper point to his sentence supplied by her father, promptly merged in a visible commotion, a flutter of my young companion across the gallery as for refuge in the maternal arms, a protest and an appeal, in short, which drew from my aunt the simple phrase that was from that moment so preposterously to count for me. "Come now, my dear, don't make a scene. I insist on your not making a scene." That was all the witchcraft the occasion used, but the note was none the less epoch making. The expression, so vivid, so portentous, was one I had never heard. It had never been addressed to us at home; and who should say now what a world one mightn't at least read into it? It seemed freighted to sail so far, it told me so much about life. Life at these intensities clearly became scenes. But the great thing, the immense illumination, was that we could make them or not as we chose. It was a long time, of course, before I began to distinguish between those within our compass more particularly as spoiled and those producible on a different basis and which should involve detachment, involve presence of mind just the qualities in which Marie's possible output was apparently deficient. It didn't in the least matter accordingly whether or no a scene was then proceeded to and I have lost all count of what immediately happened. The mark had been made on me and the door flung open. The passage, gathering up all the elements of the troubled time, had been itself a scene, quite enough of one, and I had become aware with it of a rich accession of possibilities. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 14. It must have been after the Sing Sing episode that Gussie came to us in New York for Sundays and holidays, from scarce further off than round the corner, his foreign institution flourishing, I seem to remember, in West 10th Street or wherever, and yet as floated by exotic airs and with the sense of the Spice Islands hanging about him. He was being educated largely with Cubans and Mexicans, in those New York days more than half the little flock of the foreign institutions in general, over whom his easy triumphs, while he wagged his little red head for them, were abundantly credible, reinforced as my special sense of them was, moreover, by the similar situation of his sister, older than he but also steeped in the exotic medium, and also sometimes bringing us queer echoes of the tongues. I remember being deputed by my mother to go and converse with her on some question of her coming to us at the establishment of Madame Reichhardt, pronounced à la Française, Reichard, where I felt that I had crossed, for the hour, the very threshold of Europe, it being impressed on me by my cousin, who was tall and handsome and happy, with a laugh of more beautiful sound than any laugh we were to know again, that French only was speakable on the premises. I sniffed it up aromatically, the superior language, in passage and parlour. It took the form of some strong savoury soup, an educational potage Richard that must excellently have formed the taste. That was again, I felt as I came away, a part of the rich experience of being thrown in tender juvenile form upon the world. This genial girl, like her brother, was in the grand situation of having no home and of carrying on life, such a splendid kind of life, by successive visits to relations, though neither she nor Gussie quite achieved the range of their elder brother, Bob, of that ilk, a handsome young man, a just blurred, attractive, elusive presence, who hovered a bit beyond our real reach and apparently displayed the undomesticated character at its highest. He seemed exposed, for his pleasure, if pleasure it was, and my wonder, to every assault of experience. His very name took on, from these imputations, a browner glow, and it was all in the right key that, a few years later, he should, after showing some talent for sculpture, have gone the hapless way of most of the Albany youth, have become a theme for sad vague headshakes, kind and very pitying in his case, and died prematurely and pointlessly, or in other words, by my conception, picturesquely. The headshakes were heavier and the sighs sharper for another slim shade, one of the younger and I believe quite the most hapless of those I have called the outstanding ones. He too several years older than we again, a tormenting hoverer and vanisher, he too charmingly sistered, though sistered only, and succumbing to monstrous early trouble after having shown some talent for music. The ghostliness of these aesthetic manifestations, as I allude to them, is the thinnest conceivable chip of stray marble, the faintest far-off twang of old chords. I ask myself, for the odd obscurity of it, under what inspiration music and sculpture may have tinkled and glimmered to the Albany ear and eye, as we at least knew those organs, and with what queer and weak delusions our unfortunates may have played. Quite ineffably quaint and falot this proposition of that sort of resource for the battle of life as it then and there opened, and above all beautifully suggestive of our sudden collective disconnectedness, ours as the whole kinship's, from the American resource of those days, Albanian or other. That precious light was the light of business only, and we, by a common instinct, artlessly joining hands, went forth into the wilderness without so much as a twinkling taper. Our consensus on all this ground was amazing. It brooked no exception. The word had been passed, all round, that we didn't, that we couldn't and shouldn't understand these things, questions of arithmetic and of fond calculation, questions of the counting house and the market, and we appear to have held to our agreement as loyally and to have accepted our doom as serenely as if our faith had been mutually pledged. The rupture with my grandfather's tradition and attitude was complete. We were never, in a single case, I think, for 2 generations, guilty of a stroke of business. The most that could be said of us was that, though about equally wanting, all round, in any faculty of acquisition, we happened to pay for the amiable weakness less in some connections than in others. The point was that we moved so oddly and consistently, as it was our only form of consistency, over our limited pasture, never straying to nibble in the strange or the steep places. What was the matter with us under this spell, and what the moral might have been for our case, are issues of small moment, after all, in face of the fact of our mainly so brief duration. It was given to but few of us to be taught by the event, to be made to wonder with the last intensity what had been the matter. This it would be interesting to worry out, might I take the time, for the story wouldn't be told, I conceive, by any mere rueful glance at other avidities, the preference for ease, the play of the passions, the appetite for pleasure. These things have often accompanied the business imagination, just as the love of life and the love of other persons, and many of the things of the world, just as quickness of soul and sense, have again and again not excluded it. However, it comes back, as I have already hinted, to the manner in which the things of the world could but present themselves. There were not enough of these, and they were not fine and fair enough, to engage happily so much unapplied, so much loose and crude attention. We hadn't doubtless at all a complete play of intelligence, if I may so far not discriminate as to say they hadn't, or our lack of the instinct of the market needn't have been so much worth speaking of. Other curiosities, other sympathies might have redressed the balance. I make out our young cousin J. as dimly aware of this while composing the light melodies that preluded to his extinction, and which that catastrophe so tried to admonish us to think of as promising. But his image is more present to me still as the great enticement, during the few previous years, to our constant dream of educational relief, of some finer kind of social issue, through Europe. It was to Europe J. had been committed. He was over there forging the small apologetic sums that were so little to avail him. But it was quite enough for us that he had pointed the way to the Pension Sillig at Vevey, which shone at us from afar as our own more particular solution. It was true that Pension Sillig figured mainly as the solution in cases of recognised wildness. There long flourished among New York parents whose view of such resources had the proper range a faith in it for that complaint; and it was as an act of faith that, failing other remedies, our young wifeless uncle, conscious himself of no gift for control or for edification, had placed there his difficult son. He returned with delight from this judicious course, and there was an hour when we invoked, to intensity, a similar one in our own interest, and when the air of home did little but reflect from afar the glitter of blue Swiss lakes, the tinkle of cattle bells in alpine pastures, the rich bonhomie that Monsieur Sillig, dispensing an education all of milk and honey and edelweiss and Rance des Vaches, combined with his celebrated firmness for tough subjects. Poor J. came back, I fear, much the same subject that he went; but he had verily performed his scant office on earth, that of having brought our then prospect, our apparent possibility, a trifle nearer. He seemed to have been wild even beyond M. Selig's measure, which was highly disappointing; but if we might on the other hand be open to the reproach of falling too short of it there were establishments adapted to every phase of the American predicament, so that our general direction could but gain in vividness. I think with compassion, altogether, of the comparative obscurity to which our eventual success in gathering the fruits, few and scant though they might be, thus relegates those to whom it was given but to toy so briefly with the flowers. They make collectively their tragic trio: J. the elder, most loved, most beautiful, most sacrificed of the Albany uncles; J. the younger. They were young together, they were luckless together, and the combination was as strange as the disaster was sweeping; and the daughter and sister, amplest of the natural, easiest of the idle, who lived on to dress their memory with every thread and patch of her own perfect temper, and then confirm the tradition, after all, by too early and woeful an end. If it comes over me under the brush of multiplied memories that we might well have invoked the educational relief I just spoke of, I should doubtless as promptly add that my own case must have been intrinsically of the poorest, and indeed make the point once and for all that I should be taken as having seen and felt much of the whole queerness through the medium of rare inaptitudes. I can only have been inapt, I make out, to have retained so positively joyless a sense of it all, to be aware of most of it now but as dim confusion, as bewildered anxiety. There was interest always, certainly, but it strikes me to day as interest in everything that wasn't supposedly or prescriptively of the question at all, and in nothing that was so respectably involved and accredited. Without some sharpness of interest I shouldn't now have the memories; but these stick to me somehow with none of the hard glue of recovered spirits, recovered vivacities, assurances, successes. I can't have had through it all, I think, a throb of assurance or success; without which, at the same time, absurdly and indescribably, I lived and wriggled, floundered and failed, lost the clue of everything but a general lucid consciousness lucid, that is, for my tender years which I clutched with a sense of its value. What happened all the while, I conceive, was that I imagined things, and as if quite on system, wholly other than as they were, and so carried on, in the midst of the actual ones, an existence that somehow floated and saved me, even while cutting me off from any degree of direct performance, in fact from any degree of direct participation at all. There, presumably, was the interest, in the intensity and plausibility and variety of the irrelevance; an irrelevance which, for instance, made all pastors and masters, and especially all fellow occupants of benches and desks, all elbowing and kicking presences within touch or view, so many monsters and horrors, so many wonders and splendours and mysteries, but never, so far as I can recollect, realities of relation, dispensers either of knowledge or of fate, playmates, intimates, mere coevals and coequals. They were something better above all than the coequal or coeval. They were so thoroughly figures and characters, divinities or demons, and endowed in this light with a vividness that the mere reality of relation, a commoner directness of contact, would have made, I surmise, comparatively poor. This superior shade of interest was not, none the less, so beguiling that I recall without unmitigated horror, or something like it, a winter passed with my brother at the Institution Vergnès, our sorry subjection to which argues to my present sense an unmitigated surrounding aridity. To a French school must have been earnestly imputed the virtue of keeping us in patience till easier days should come, infinitely touching our parents' view of that New York fetish of our young time, an acquisition of the languages, an acquisition reinforcing those opportunities which we enjoyed at home, as far as they mustered, and at which I have briefly glanced. Charming and amusing to me indeed, certain faint echoes, wavering images, of this superstition as it played about our path. Ladies and gentlemen, dimly foreign, mere broken syllables of whose names come back to me, attending there to converse in tongues and then giving way to others through failures of persistence, whether in pupils or preceptors I know not. There hovers even Count Adam Gorowski, Polish, patriotic, exiled, temporarily famous, with the vision of his being invoked for facility and then relinquished for difficulty, though I scarce guess on which of his battlegrounds. He was so polyglot that he even had a rich command of New Yorkese. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Small Boy and Others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. A Small Boy and Others by Henry James. Chapter 15. It is to the Institution Vergnès that my earliest recovery of the sense of being in any degree educated with W.J. attaches itself, an establishment which occupied during the early '50s a site in the very middle of Broadway, of the lower, the real Broadway, where it could throb with the very pulse of the traffic in which we all innocently rejoiced, believing it, I surmise, the liveliest conceivable, a fact that is by itself, in the light of the present, an odd rococo note. The lower Broadway, I allude to the whole Fourth Street and Bond Street, where now is the Bond Street of that antiquity, was then a seat of education, since we had not done with it, as I shall presently show, even when we had done with the Institution, a prompt disillusionment. And I brood thus over a period which strikes me as long and during which my personal hours of diligence were somehow more than anything else hours of the pavement and the shop front, or of such contemplative exercise as the very considerable distance, for small legs, between those regions and the westward 14th Street might comprise. Pedestrian gaping having been in childhood, as I have noted, prevailingly my line, fate appeared to have kindly provided for it on no small scale, to the extent even that it must have been really my sole and single form of athletics. Vague heated competition and agitation in the then enclosed Union Square would seem to point a little, among us all, to nobler types of motion, but of any basis for recreation, anything in the nature of a playground or a breathing space, the Institution itself was serenely innocent. This I take again for a note extraordinarily medieval. It occupied the first and second floors, if I rightly remember, of a wide front that, overhanging the endless thoroughfare, looked out on the bouncing, clattering "stages" and painfully dragged carts and the promiscuous human shuffle, the violence of repercussions from the New York pavement of those years to be further taken into account. And I win it back from every side as, in spite of these aspects of garish publicity, a dark and dreadful and withal quite absurd scene. I see places of that general time, even places of confinement, In a dusty golden light that special memories of small misery scarce in the least bedim, and this holds true of our next and quite neighbouring refuge. The establishment of Monsieur Vergnès alone darkles and shrinks to me. A sordidly black interior is my main image for it, attenuated only by its having very soon afterwards, as a suffered ordeal, altogether lapsed and intermitted. Faintly in the gloom I distinguish Monsieur Vergnès himself, quite old, very old indeed as I supposed him, and highly irritated and markedly bristling, though of nothing in particular that happened to me at his or at anyone else's hands have I the scantest remembrance. What really most happened, no doubt, was that my brother and I should both come away with a mind prepared for a perfect assimilation of Alphonse Daudet's chronicle of Jack, years and years later on, to make the acquaintance in that work of the petits pays chauds, among whom Jack learnt the first lessons of life, was to see the Institution Vergnès at once revive, swarming as it did with small homesick Cubans and Mexicans. The complete failure of blondness that marks the memory is doubtless the cumulative effect of so many of the New York petits pays chauds preponderantly brown and black and conducting to a greasy gloom. Into this gloom I fear I should see all things recede together but for a certain salient note, the fact that the whole "staff" appears to have been constantly in a rage; from which naturally resulted the accent of shrillness, the only accent we could pick up, though we were supposed to be learning, for the extreme importance of it, quantities of French, and the sound of high vociferation. I remember infuriated ushers, of foreign speech and flushed complexion, the tearing across of hapless exercises and dictées, and the hurtle through the air of dodged volumes; only never, despite this, the extremity of smiting. There can have been at the Institution no blows instructionally dealt; not even from our hours of ease do any such echoes come back to me. Little Cubans and Mexicans, I make out, were not to be vulgarly whacked, in deference presumably to some latent relic or imputed survival of Castilian pride, which would impose withal considerations of quite practical prudence. Food for reflection and comparison might well have been so suggested. Interesting at least, the element of contrast between such opposed conceptions of tone, temper and manner as the passion without wax, or with wax only of inanimate objects, ruling the scene I have described, and the wax without passion, the grim, impersonal, strictly penal applications of the rod, which then generally represented what was still involved in our English tradition. It was the two theories of sensibility, of personal dignity, that so diverged, but with such other divergences now on top of those that the old comparison falls away. We to day go unwhacked altogether, though from a pride other than Castilian; it is very difficult to say at least what ideal has thus triumphed. In the Vergnès air, at any rate, I seem myself to have sat unscathed and unterrified, not alarmed even by so much as a call to the blackboard, only protected by my insignificance, which yet covered such a sense of our dusty squalor. Queer for us the whole affair assuredly, but how much queerer for the poor petits pays chauds who had come so far for their privilege. We had come comparatively but from round the corner, and that left the "state of education" and the range of selection all about as quaint enough. What could these things then have been in the various native climes of the petits pays chauds? It was by some strong wave of reaction, clearly, that we were floated next into the quieter haven of Mr. Richard Pulling Jenks, where cleaner waters, as I feel their coolness still, must have filled a neater, though it was true slightly more contracted, trough. Yet the range of selection had been even on this higher plane none too strikingly exemplified. Our jumping had scant compass; we still grubbed with a good conscience in Broadway and sidled about Fourth Street. But I think of the higher education as having there, from various causes, none the less begun to glimmer for us. A diffused brightness, a kind of high cross light of conflicting windows, rests for me at all events on the little realm of Mr. Pulling Jenks, and bathes it as with positively sweet limitations. Limited must it have been, I feel, with our couple of middling rooms, front and back, our close packing, from the aggregation of which elements there distills itself, without my being able to account for it, a certain perversity of romance. I speak indeed here for myself in particular, and keen for romance must I have been in such conditions, I admit; since the sense of it had crept into a recreational desert even as utter as that of the Institution Vergnès. Up out of Broadway we still scrambled. I can smell the steep and cold and dusty wooden staircase; straight into Broadway we dropped. I feel again the generalised glare of liberation, and I scarce know what tenuity of spirit it argues that I should neither have enjoyed nor have been aware of missing, speaking again for myself only, a space wider than the schoolroom floor to react and knock about in. I literally conclude that we must have knocked about in Broadway and in Broadway alone, like perfect little men of the world. We must have been let loose there to stretch our legs and fill our lungs, without prejudice either to our earlier and later freedoms of going and coming. I as strictly infer, at the same time, that Broadway must have been then as one of the alleys of Eden, for any sinister contact or consequence involved for us; a circumstance that didn't in the least interfere, too, as I have noted, with its offer of an entrancing interest. The interest verily could have been a calculated thing on the part of our dear parents as little as on that of Mr. Jenks himself. Therefore let it be recorded as still most odd that we should all have assented to such deficiency of landscape, such exiguity of sport. I take the true inwardness of the matter to have been in our having such short hours, long as they may have appeared at the time, that the day left margin at the worst for private inventions. I think we found landscape for ourselves, and wherever I at least found vision I found such sport as I was capable of; even between the front and back rooms and the conflicting windows, even by the stove which somehow scorched without warming, and yet round which Mr. Coe and Mr. Dolmage, the drawing master and the writing master, arriving of a winter's day, used notedly, and in the case of Mr. Coe lamentedly, to draw out their delays. Is the dusty golden light of retrospect in this connection an effluence from Mr. Dolmage and Mr. Coe, whose ministrations come back to me as the sole directly desired or invoked ones I was to know in my years, such as they were, of pupilage? I see them, in any case, as old world images, figures of an antique stamp, products, mustn't they have been, of an order in which some social relativity, or matter of course adjustment, some transmitted form and pressure, were still at work. Mr. Dolmage, inordinately lean, clean shaved, was as comparatively uncommon then, and in a swallow tailed coat and I think a black satin stock was surely perfect in his absolutely functional way, a pure penholder of a man, melancholy and mild, who taught the most complicated flourishes. Great scrolls of them met our view in the form of surging seas and beaked and beady-eyed eagles, the eagle being so calligraphic a bird, while he might just have taught resignation. He was not at all funny. No one out of our immediate family circle, in fact almost no one but W. J. himself, who flowered in every waist, seems to have struck me as funny in those years; but he was to remain with me a picture of somebody in Dickens, one of the Phiz if not the Cruikshank pictures. Mr. Coe was another affair, bristling with the question of the hard, but somehow too with the revelation of the soft, the deeply attaching, a worthy of immense stature and presence, crowned as with the thick white hair of genius, wearing a great gathered or puckered coat with a vast velvet collar, and resembling, as he comes back to me, the General Winfield Scott who lived so much in our eyes then. The oddity may well even at that hour have been present to me of its taking so towering a person to produce such small drawing cards. It was as if some mighty bird had laid its diminutive eggs. Mr. Coe, of a truth, laid his all over the place, and though they were not more than handy size very small boys could set them up in state on very small desks they had doubtless a great range of number and effect. They were scattered far abroad and I surmise celebrated. They represented crooked cottages, feathery trees, browsing and bristling beasts and other rural objects, all rendered, as I recall them, in little detached dashes that were like stories told in words of one syllable, or even more perhaps in short gasps of delight. It must have been a stammering art, but I admired its fluency, which swims for me moreover in richer though slightly vague associations. Mr. Coe practised on a larger scale in colour, in oils, producing wondrous neat little boards that make me to this day think of them and more particularly smell them when I hear of a "panel" picture. A glamour of greatness attends them as brought home by W.J. from the master's own place of instruction to that old University building which partly formed the east side of Washington Square and figures to memory, or to fond imagination, as throbbing with more offices and functions, a denser chiaroscuro, than any reared hugeness of to-day, where a character is so lost in quantity. Is there any present structure that plays such a part in proportion to its size? Though even as I ask the question I feel how nothing on earth is proportioned to present sizes. These alone are proportioned, and to mere sky space and mere amount of steel and stone, which is comparatively uninteresting. Perhaps our needs and our elements were then provincially few, and that the patches of character in that small grey granite compendium were all we had in general to exhibit. Let me add at any rate that some of them were exhibitional, even to my tender years, I mean, since I respond even yet to my privilege of presence at some commencement or commemoration such as might be natural doubtless to any "university," whereas under a high rich roof, before a chancellor in a gown and amid serried admirers and impressive applause, there was "speaking" of the finest sort, and where above all I gathered, in as a dazzling example, the rare assurance of young Winthrop somebody, or somebody Winthrop, who, though still in jackets, held us spellbound by his rendering of Sergeant Buzfuz's exposure of Mr. Pickwick. Long was I to marvel at the high sufficiency of young Winthrop somebody or somebody Winthrop, in which romantic impression it is perhaps after all, though with the consecration of one or two of the novels of the once admired Theodore of that name, which so remarkably insists, thrown in, the sense of the place is embalmed. I must not forget indeed that I throw in also Mr. Coe, even if with less assured a hand, by way of a note on those higher flights of power and promise that I at this time began to see definitely determined in my brother. As I catch W.J.'s image, from far back, at its most characteristic, he sits drawing and drawing, always drawing, especially under the lamplight of the 14th Street back parlour, and not as with a plodding patience, which I think would have less affected me, but easily, freely, and, as who should say, infallibly, always at the stage of finishing off, his head dropped from side to side and his tongue rubbing his lower lip. I recover a period during which to see him at all was so to see him; the other flights and faculties removed him from my view, these were a matter of course. He recurred, he passed nearer, but in his moments of ease, and I clearly quite accepted the ease of his disappearances. Didn't he always when within my view light them up and justify them by renewed and enlarged vividness? So that my whole sense of him as formed from assimilations scarce conceivable made our gaps of contact too natural for me even to be lessons in humility. Humility had nothing to do with it, as little even as envy would have had. I was below humility, just as we were together outside of competition, mutually hors concours. His competitions were with others, in which how wasn't he, how could he not be, successful? While mine were with nobody, or nobody's with me, which came to the same thing, as heaven knows I neither braved them nor missed them. That winter, as I recover it, represents him as sufficiently within view to make his position or whereabouts in the upper air definite. I must have taken it for granted before, but could now in a manner measure it, and the freshness of this sense, something serene in my complacency, had to do, I divine, with the effect of our moving, with the rest of our company, which was not numerous but practically, but appreciably, select, on a higher and fairer plane than ever yet. Predominantly, of course, we owed this benefit to Richard Pulling himself, of whom I recall my brother's saying to me, at a considerably later time, and with an authority that affected me as absolute, that he had been of all our masters the most truly genial, in fact the only one to whom the art of exciting an interest or inspiring a sympathy could be in any degree imputed. I take this to have meant that he would have adorned a higher sphere, and it may have been, to explain his so soon swimming out of our ken, that into a higher sphere he rapidly moved. I can account at least for our falling away from him the very next year and declining again upon baser things and a lower civilization, but by some probability of his flight, just thereafter effected, to a greater distance, to one of the far upper reaches of the town. Some years must have elapsed, and some distinction have crowned him when, being briefly in New York together, W.J. and I called on him of a Sunday afternoon to find, what I hadn't been at all sure of, that he still quite knew who we were, or handsomely pretended to handsomely in spite of his markedly confirmed identity of appearance with the Punch, husband to Judy, of the funny papers and the street show. Bald, rotund, of a ruddy complexion, with the nose, the chin, the arched eye, the paunch, and the barbiche, to say nothing of the ferule nursed in his arms, and with which, in the show, such free play is made, Mr. Jenks yet seems to me to have preserved a dignity as well as projected an image, and in fact have done other things besides. He whacked occasionally, he must have been one of the last of the whackers, but I don't remember it as ugly or dreadful or droll. Don't remember, that is, either directly feeling or reflectively enjoying it. It fails somehow to break the spell of our civilization, my share in which, however, comes back to me as merely contemplative. It is beyond measure odd, doubtless, that my main association with my "studies" whether of the infant or the adolescent order, should be with almost anything but the fact of learning. Of learning, I mean, what I was supposed to learn. I could only have been busy at the same time with other pursuits, which must have borne some superficial likeness at least to the acquisition of knowledge of a free irresponsible sort, since I remember few either of the inward pangs or the outward pains of a merely graceless state. I recognise at the same time that it was perhaps a sorry business to be so interested in one didn't know what. Such are, whether at the worst or at the best, some of the aspects of that season as Mr. Jenks's image presides; in the light of which I may perhaps again rather wonder at my imputation to the general picture of so much amenity. Clearly the good man was a civiliser, wax and all, and by some art not now to be detected. He was a complacent classic, which was what my brother's claim for him, I daresay, mostly represented, though that passed over the head of my 10th year. It was a good note for him in this particular that, deploring the facile text books of Dr. Anthon of Columbia College, in which there was even more crib than text, and holding fast to the sterner discipline of Andrews and Stoddard, and of that other more conservative commentator, he too doubtless long superseded, whose name I blush to forget. I think in fine of Richard Pulling's small but sincere Academy as a consistent little protest against its big and easy and quite outdistancing rival, the Columbia College School, apparently in those days quite the favourite of fortune. Chapter 16